Chapter 1. Proud of you, host, the Empire of Ethereum. Imperium capital city Ilaris inside Arkenvale Academy. The sun blazed high above a colossal stone coliseum, its golden rays dancing across steel blades, polished armor, and robes stitched with threads of gold. The air thrummed with nervousness and excitement, as if the sky itself held its breath in anticipation. The colossal structure, circular and ancient, a symbol of history and pride. Tens of thousands of eyes peered down from the gallery. Above, the stands packed with nobles, scholars, knights, and spectators from across the continent. This was the Academy of Arkenvale, the most prestigious magic and combat academy in the known world, and today marked the first trial. The Gate of Worth, the symbolic tradition of Arkenvale Academy for the entrance test. Below the crowd, on the wide white stone arena floor, elegant yet strong, stood thousands of youths. Candidates from every kingdom, house, and caste. They were the next generation of heroes, big shots, or so they hoped. Boys and girls, some no older than 16, some nearing 20, stood in clusters, chatting among themselves, a blend of excitement, nervousness, seriousness, and every kind of emotion. Some even bore faces of fear and worry, as if this might be their last day. There were those clad in brilliant robes of house colors, crests stitched proudly into their sleeves. Many bore weapons blades, halberds etched with runes, some stood with none, yet their bodies hummed with mana. Each one of them had a story, a family, a background that either screamed nobility or whispered ambition. Nobles stood in clusters, noses in the air, murmuring among themselves, casting disdainful glances at those in simpler clothes or without family crests. Commoners, by contrast, kept their distance, yet the ambition in their eyes burned brighter than any nobles. Their eyes held hunger, but also a dark, eerie aura, as if they had long since said their goodbyes and accepted that they may not return. Though nobles and high-standing candidates started whispering among themselves, "Did you hear? The heirs of all top 4 families are joining the academy this year too. Are you utterly devoid of sense? Who could possibly be ignorant of that? Is that even a question worthy of asking?" One noble scoffed sharply, only to be silenced by another, likely of higher rank. "No, it's 3 duke houses, you imbecile. The virulent heiress is already well into her 4th year. Just look up at the crowd above. That alone tells you everything." His gaze drifted upward, toward the stands packed with nobles like spectators. From below, they gulped as they looked up. High above the crowd, built into the stone walls of the arena itself, were 5 grand viewing chambers, spaced equally as if their placement had been carefully considered. The center one was the largest, radiating its higher standing and respect. The 5 chambers, visible to all, were for the 4 duke families. The highest, even slightly elevated compared to the others, belonged to the royal family. Royal guards stood in front like stone statues, strong, unmoving, radiating a powerful aura. Each chamber bore house flags, fluttering in the wind. The royal house sat at the center, its crest a divine crown and 2 swords gleaming under the sun. Flanking it were the 4 grand duke houses, each cloaked in their own majesty, the shifting illusions of Virulin, the blazing heat of Drakenver the Blooming, spirit vines of Fairlith, and the radiant glow of Luminous. Look at the royal knights in the stand. I think the royal princess might be joining the academy this year too. If not, I don't think the family would have sent their royal representatives, and even the royal guards, one whispered, gulping. This might be the first time in history since the academy's founding heirs from all 4 duke families and the royal family in one academy. That's scary, but still, I don't get it. Why are they even joining the academy trial test? As far as I know, people like them get directly admitted to the highest classes. What's the point? Another candidate asked, a little nervous. Obviously, genius. It's precisely because they want to prove who stands first. It's a race, a contest to determine the victor, though I doubt the royal princess will take part. The rivalry among the 4 duke houses is certain to unfold. Since the virulent family's heiress is already in her 4th year, the competition will likely be among the 3 remaining duke households. That might also explain why it won't be a fully fledged contest, perhaps even why the patriarchs themselves aren't present. If all 4 houses were involved, this would have been a much grander affair. That's probably why only these representatives showed up. They all were discussing this, but a little far from them, in an almost conspicuous place away from the crowd, stood a figure in a black robe, covering him from head to toe. His face couldn't be seen, hidden by the long robe draped over his head, but if someone gave him enough attention, they would notice his pale-looking appearance and sharp features. With dark black obsidian eyes, with depth so deep anyone would feel like they'd sink just by looking into them, and dark royal purple-blue colored hair. He was silently standing on the side, just a plain face, as if he was unable to show any of his emotions in any condition by itself, like it was permanent. But inside, he was sighing, just wanting to shake his head. Tiska host, this seems more like an event made just for you. Just how a perfect villain should enter. Huh. Who else can have an aura like yours? Just look, all the higher-ups somehow connected to you. Your ex-fiancée, the royal princess herself, is here, Tiske, your elder sister, Morelia Virulin, who hates you to the core, Tsk. The protagonist, the golden son of this world, your fated and eternal enemy, the one destined to kill you, Aaron Drakenver Tsk. And of course, how could we ever forget your childhood friend who accused you of rape, Celine Luminous? Oh, she's also a saintess now, too, Tsk. You really are the ideal villain. Host, I'm proud of you, enemy of the strongest empire in the world, with all 4 Duke families and even the royal family stacked against you, Tsk. The deep, robotic voice rang inside Razeal's head. Uninvited and annoyingly smug, he rolled his eyes, lips twitching into a bitter half-smile. When did it become 4 Duke families? You idiot, he muttered under his breath. You only counted to and I have no beef with the Felith, as far as I remember. The whole world hates you anyway. The system responded without hesitation. Even if you don't stand on their bad side, they'll get there eventually because that is your fate. Razeal didn't bother replying that IT was useless. The voice in his head had been with him for 6 years now, relentless, cynical, and always right. Arguing with it only made his mood worse, and today was already heavy enough. 6 years, that's when it started. He'd awakened his system at 10 years old at a moment that should have changed everything for the better. But let's rewind. This wasn't just any world, that IT was a novel. Literally a fictional realm he once read about in his past life. The title? The Chosen. Wanted a heroic tale with brave warriors, ancient magic, sacred bloodlines, and of course the shining protagonist destined to save the world. And just his luck, he wasn't that GUI, and oh, Razeal had been reborn as a villain. The final boss, the ultimate threat, who dies to fuel the hero's last evolution. Not just any villain, either one with a noble background, big titles, and a legacy soaked in power. Because let's face it, heroes can be orphans, but villains, they always come from somewhere grand. His full name used to be Razeal Virulin, second son of Duke Virulin, heir to the Mindvale legacy. A boy born with the promise of illusion and sort of blend few could hope to match. But that name was taken from him. Stripped, punished, and exiled, he was cast out 11, exiled from his home like a stain too shameful to scrub clean. His own mother stood there as the gates shut behind him, not a flicker of guilt in her eyes. He had once tried to remember everything that happened in between, every wrong turn, every naive belief. But over time, those memories dulled becoming. Not because they stopped hurting, but because they stopped mattering. There's no point holding on to memories that hold no meaning anymore. Host. I know. Razeal sighed as he noticed the very small movement in the right corner. A knight had just stepped toward him, barely a shift in stance. But enough for someone like him to notice that. I wish you weren't useless, system, he complained internally. You have nothing like how systems are supposed to be in the novels I read. All you've given till now are disadvantages. And still, you always try to sound like I should stand up to your expectations and rules. It's all because of the system. If not for it, would I've had to stay hidden for the last 5 years. Always running. Always one step from death. All that pain and suffering. Then he paused, smirking slightly to himself. That, am I complaining too much these days? Well, maybe it was because he hadn't talked to a human in 5 years. Speaking to himself had become a habit, one he never intended to form. System just went silent, no longer speaking. And now I guess he doesn't have any choice. That he would have to show himself. That let's say he doesn't get attacked directly. But it can never be like that. That if it would be like that, would he have come here? He came because he is confident that nothing will happen here. And also, he doesn't want to be hidden. Because of many reasons. For also reasons he can't say. Who knows, maybe someone can read his thoughts. And not like he wasn't going to do this anyways. He has to participate in plans. I will trust you last time. System, that if this time you failed me, you'll be my enemy from now on too. Will be better if you didn't lie to me, he said, as finally, with cold face, extended his hands up as he removed robe, which was covering his head, letting out his dark royal purple hairs out in air, his face all clear for everyone to see. Thanks, a low voice of system rang in his head, which for no reason, Razeal ignored entirely. And just as he did, the knight who had eyes on his paused, looking at him silently, his eyes narrowing. Those hair colors, he is a virulent, and from direct bloodline of that, he analyzed everything just by the looks and appearance. The colors are royal blue, means direct bloodline, and that small purple birthmark behind his neck, they're only too direct. Well, not girl S.O. is he that exiled son of Duke Virulins? He is alive. He guessed almost the whole thing in seconds after all. The knight of his rank. Let's step back. That's not my position. Still, instinct compelled him to send a silent signal, a subtle flicker of his gaze toward a guard stationed some distance away. The message was clear. Remain vigilant. All of it unfolded in less than 10 seconds. Razeal didn't so much as glance at the knight, not once. His gaze was fixed, unblinking, on the empty space before him, as if expecting something inevitable. Point 1, 2, 5, 7, 9. Grandmaster at very minimum, right? He thought while counting at the same time, and oh doubt that a sudden breeze brushed through his hair, sensation he hadn't felt in what seemed like an eternity. Then, without warning, a golden beam of light shot forth from a viewing chamber high above. A T cut through the air like a divine arrow. It was a figure clad in gleaming golden knight armor launched forward with blinding speed. The knight's sword, radiating unimaginable power, shot toward Razeal's neck in a deadly arc. For your blasphemy and vile acts, face your judgment. But Razeal didn't move. A small smile appeared on his face, one he had already begun to form long before this moment. The sword was screaming toward his neck too fast, too close to Razeal's body. As it stood now, was neither strong enough nor fast enough to evade such a strike. The sheer pressure behind it carved a line through the air, threatening to separate flesh from bone. 2 inches. That was all that remained between life and death. And then click. The sharp ring of metal colliding with metal echoed. Like a thunderclap across the silent grounds. Razeal's smile widened. The force of the impact kicked up a surge of wind, strong and sharp. His royal purple hair snapped back, caught in the gale, and he instinctively took one calm step back, not in fear, but in rhythm, as if he'd already rehearsed this moment in his mind. The towering figure now stood before him, blocking the golden knight's strike with a single hand gripping a massive greatsword. The man wore a long black cape draped over one shoulder, and his posture was almost lazy. One hand held the blade like it weighed nothing, while the other remained calmly behind his back. Sparks scattered like fireflies as the two blades pressed against each other. Killing on the grounds of Arkenvale Academy is prohibited, the man said, his tone composed, but carrying a pressure that felt heavier than the Golden Knight's blow itself. Sir Radiant Knight, surely you haven't forgotten the rules. The golden-armored knight didn't speak immediately. His blade remained locked in place, but his glowing eyes behind the helm narrowed. The man before Razeal didn't look back at him. He didn't need to. He knew exactly who he was protecting and why. He knew exactly who he was protecting and why. And Razeal. He just stood there, smiling. TCH Dorn Varkarn, the man in the black cape, narrowed his eyes. This brat. He knew I'd intervene, didn't he? Dorn Varkarn's eyes narrowed. That he didn't turn around, he didn't. Need to. He had already seen it. That arrogant smile. IT had started forming before any of this had even begun. A smirk full of quiet certainty, almost like a well-placed trap that had just sprung shut. And now, the boy stood there behind him, calm, composed, and arrogantly confident, as if Dorn was his personal bodyguard, assigned to jump in at the right moment and shield him from divine judgment. The audacity that Dorn's fingers twitched on the hilt of his greatsword. Not out of fear, but restraint. He'd been played, and he knows it, but even though feeling disgusted about it, he can't step back. A sharp scrape of metal drew his attention forward. The knight in golden armor, radiating power like a miniature sun, slowly withdrew his blade, its edge gleaming as it lowered to the ground. The tip kissed the stone arena floor with a metallic clink, and both his gauntlet hands rested on the hilt like the weight of his purpose needed steady grounding. He stared Dorn in the eyes, voice echoing with thunderous clarity. Dorn Varkarn, step aside. That sinner tried to defile the saintess. The arena, previously holding its breath, exhaled in confusion and finally alarm. Nobles and commoners alike began to murmur, heads snapping toward the commotion, eyes widening as they finally caught up to what was unfolding. Gasps spread like wildfire. The saintess? Attempted defile? Who dares? No one needed a detailed explanation. The tension bleeding off that corner of the arena was heavy enough to smother the air itself. And no one needed to be told to move. Instinct did the work for them. People shuffled back in unison, a circle forming around the three figures locked in silent hostility. Then swish, swish, swish. 7 no. 8 knights in immaculate silver armor descended from various positions in the stands. They landed with synchronized precision, boots striking the marble floor as their formation closed around Dorn and Razeal like a silvery net. Each knight drew their weapon, blades whispering from their scabbards in practiced rhythm. They aligned beside the golden knight, their armor shining like stars caught in daylight. The proud order of the Church of Light, the Silver Knights, Their presence wasn't ceremonial, it was a warning. Then, as if gently dusting off a mask, he took a single step backward. The smirk vanished. In its place bloomed a wide-eyed expression so pure, so bewildered, it could have been mistaken for an angel's. The breathless innocence clung to his face. His face seemed to say, "What did I do?" The Golden Knight's eyes burned behind his helmet. Blasphemy. A single word laced with thunder shattered the air. His divine aura erupted, golden radiance flooding the space like a second sun had been born in the arena. The ground quivered beneath his armored feet. That pressure, it wasn't mana, it was weight. The weight of judgment, fury, and sanctity combined. Razeal felt it all crash into him like a divine hammer. For a moment, just a moment, his knees buckled, his lungs seized, and his heartbeat stopped. This is what death feels like, just from aura alone. But before the weight could reach its crescendo whoosh, the wind blew through the arena, soft but commanding, scattering the crushing force like ash in a storm. The divine pressure dissolved as if it had never existed. Razeal gasped for breath, alive and smiling again. When he thought Dorn Varkarm, still between them, lifted a single finger, swinging it lazily through the air as if brushing off dust. His expression was unmoved, but a deep sigh escaped his lips. "Sir Radiant Knight, please," he said flatly. "Killing on the grounds of Arkenvale Academy is prohibited. You know this." The Golden Knight stepped forward, his grip tightening on his sword. His voice, like a herald's trumpet, rang out again. "Are you standing against justice, Warden Dorn?" he asked, voice ringing with righteous steel. "Justice for the Church of Light against one who once dared raise his hand to the Saintess? If so, then I may." The arena tensed, swords hummed. The very air seemed to still. But then click, 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 the sharp rhythm of heels striking the stone floor echoed through the arena like a drumbeat. All eyes turned. Emerging from the crowd came a woman draped in violet and silver, her hair tied in a regal cascade behind her. Her every step demanded space, commanded silence. Her voice followed, brisk and unwavering. "Do not twist his words, Knight." She stopped just before the circle of confrontation, eyes sharp enough to cut through steel. "This is Arkenvale Academy, and you stand in the presence of a royal princess of the Empire. Are you so eager to violate order and tear down your own name in front of both crown and congregation?" The crowd parted around her like water around a blade. "Vice Headmistress," nobles whispered, breath caught in their throats. "Lady Selvara," the Radiant Knight whispered, hesitating, his muscles locked in tension. Her gaze bored into him. "Please," she added softly, but with an edge that carried more weight than his blade. "Understand the words. Killing on the grounds of Arkenvale Academy is prohibited." Her gaze locking with his. Her tone was even, but behind her measured words was a hidden meaning, as trying to say not in Academy ground only. The guard's jaw tensed. He understood. Oh, he understood all too well the meaning behind her words. But how could he simply stand down? This man, this filth, had dared to raise his hand against the Saintess, a vile act, a sin against divinity itself. Could he, a sworn knight, simply let it pass? Could he abandon his sacred duty? But logic, harsh and cold, told him one move here, and he would definitely die. He knew deep down, with brutal clarity, that one move, one swing, and death would meet him without delay. Before him stood not only the Warden of Arkenvale, but the Vice Headmistress herself. He would not survive. He knows that pretty clearly. Even before he could touch that filth, his head might get cut off. But to do nothing that would be disgraceful to the dignity of Saint Cess. Stand idle would be betrayal. Watch in silence would be sin. His jaw clenched, shoulders stiffened. He lowered his stance, sword tilting, breath pausing. His heart raced not out of fear, but devotion, at a sacred flame that demanded action. Even if it burned him alive, he closed his eyes for just a moment. And in that moment, peace washed over his expression. A soft, reverent smile crept onto his lips, as if he was standing not at death's door, but at the altar of martyrdom. A willing sacrifice for the dignity of the Saintess, for the sanctity of Sacred. He was ready. But before his foot could move, before his blade could rise, a voice fell upon the air, soft, gentle, like a breeze that carried divinity. "My beloved knights, step back." It wasn't a command, like a blessing, a prayer in sound. If the world itself hushed to listen. The tension vanished in an instant. The thick, heavy atmosphere that had gripped the courtyard dissipated, replaced by a soothing calm, as though the wind itself bowed to the speaker. A holy presence divine. "Your holy Saintess." The knights responded as one. Without hesitation, without fear of retaliation from even Dorn or the Vice Headmistress. They knelt. All of them, point three knees to the ground, a sacred bow reserved only for the saintess herself, swords lowered, edges flat against the stone. Heads bowing. Reverence filled the courtyard. Their gaze, every last one, lifted toward the upper chamber. There above them, two flags danced softly in the breeze. Point one bore the shining sigil of the Church of Light. The other, the royal crest of the luminous family. From within, veiled by divine radiance, the saintess stood. She had spoken once, and that was all it took. And no arguments followed or resistance. The knights vanished from the courtyard like mist under sunlight. Gone, as if divine judgment had passed, and they were dismissed by heaven itself. As the last shimmer of light, faded knights, vanishing like whispers swallowed by the void. Razeal tilted his head slightly, the corner of his lips raised in arrogant smirk. He touched the bridge of his nose with index finger and thumb, that a gesture so casual it almost mocked the sacred air still lingering. Then, without moving his lips, victory, he whispered in the silence of his mind. That Villy's voice burst into his mind like an overexcited narrator who had just witnessed the climax of a tragedy. I mean, I knew you understood the laws and temperaments of these people, sure, but trusting your life on it? That's not brave, that's borderline insane. You were literally surrounded by a grandmaster and 8 sword masters ready to chop your head clean off. I almost short-circuited just watching. Razeal didn't answer immediately. He just let the silence stretch as he gazed at the grand stone floor beneath his feet, the place where his blood could have painted history. I trust my plans, Villy. His tone was quiet, only for him and the system to hear. And if you can't bet your life on your own plans, then they were never worth calling plans in the first place. Arrogant, but grounded. There was no trace of doubt, only certainty wrapped in steel. And with that, he smiled. Not a grin, not an expression of relief that noted it was the smile of a man who knew he'd won before the game had even started. Arrogance wrapped in certainty. In his obsidian eyes, a flicker of defiance shimmered, a glint so confident, it bordered on blasphemy. Yes, whatever, Villy muttered dramatically. But I must say, host, you really do have the talent of a villain. It's like watching a crow walk into a cathedral and make the priests pray to it. Razeal's eyes narrowed slightly, amused, but his tone turned just a degree sharper. Just stay true to your words at that time, Villy. Or I'll rewrite your voice to sound like a squirrel on helium even after my death permanently. So even if you had future host UBF kid. Razeal murmured, his hand finally falling from his nose, his fingers curled into a loose fist, black-gloved and still. I know. All good. Just your ever-loyal, entirely harmless system here supporting your darkest ambitions one sinister quip at a time. As I already told you, your system's main function will fully unlock the moment you pass through the gates of worth. That's the condition. May I choke on my own manhood? If I'm lying, may 2 inches be severed off, and 3 lines of tragic poetry written about the loss. There was a pause. Razeal blinked slowly. You only have 2 inches. Exactly, that's why I'd never lie. Who risks everything like that? Wait, what the FCK occur? Yes, not. Razeal sighed under his breath. Whether from the absurdity or the relief, even he couldn't tell. His eyes turned toward the distant archway looming ahead. The gates of worth. Not just a symbolic threshold, but his threshold. Suddenly, he felt 2 strong hands resting on his shoulders, pulling him out of his thoughts. He felt his shoulders being squeezed. But Razeal didn't say anything. Only an arrogant smile remained on his face, as if he couldn't feel the pain or doesn't care whatever this man was trying to do. Dorn had a crazed smile in his eyes, killing intent clearly visible. He hated the feeling of being used, and even more when his duty was treated like an illusion by some naive kid who thought everything was going according to plan he had made. Dreaming, arrogance, and stupidity, when all the kid was doing was simply existing. Dorn leaned his head closer to Razeal's ear. I surely do not like that disgusting smile on your face. Let me guess. Do you think you won, right, kid? That this was all part of your plan? Wake up to reality, kid, whatever imaginary illusions you're having. Right now, you're alive only because the princess is here, and if not for the rules or her presence, you'd already be dead meat. You know that. Razeal stayed silent, saying nothing, only his eyes locked with Dorn's, still smiling. You. The audacity, the words didn't come out fully, choked by the rage Dorn felt. The veins on his neck were visibly bulging as he looked at that smile. He felt utterly disgusted, disrespected. He leaned even closer to Razeal's ear. Don't fly too high. You didn't win, it's just your illusion, and you will die. Just step out of the academy grounds, and now, even if I don't kill you, I definitely will. Dorn hissed. The rage climbed higher than it ever had before. Dorn had never felt such a twisted, burning urge to break someone's illusions. But even so, in rage, he couldn't touch him now, not here at least. S.O. Without another word, he bit it down, clenching his jaw until it ached, and released the boy's shoulders. Without another word, he turned around and started walking away. Disgusted. He was feeling disgusted just seeing the kid. The sight of that smirking brat. It sickened him. Just moments ago, the kid had been strutting like a peacock, now didn't even have the guts to speak to his face. Pathetic. But just as he did, "I won't," Razeal's voice rang out from behind, arrogant and sharp, laced with a wild smile. Dorn stopped mid-step. He turned slowly, like a man whose patience had just cracked. His eyes locked onto Razeal, who hadn't moved an inch. That damn smile was still. Plastered across the boy's lips, a vein twitched at the side of Dorn's neck. "You, what did you say?" Razeal's black eyes met his, flat and void of fear. "Even if I did, you wouldn't dare." "You dare?" Dorn turned around, his aura nearly bursting out. Staring at that arrogant face, he felt utterly and extremely furious. The Dorn's eyes narrowed, his face twisted in contempt. "You no longer carry the name of virulent. Kid," he snarled, venom lacing every word. "Your arrogance is disgusting." He stepped closer, glaring at Razeal like he were filth beneath his boots. "I can't even sense a trace of aura from you. An O mana, an O contract, an O sharpness in your stance means you're not even a swordsman. S.O. Tell me, on what DMN basis are you standing there, smiling like that? On what FCKN basis this enormous arrogance of yours? His disgust deepened, as if even breathing the same air as Razeal was offensive. Disgraceful, weak, but worst of all arrogant. That's what I hate the most, but even more when a person who acts arrogant with no Fkin abilities. Dorn leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper, thick with murderous intent. "Don't die inside the gates of Worth, because I want to kill you myself now, wow. You detritus of awful. Don't die inside the gates of Worth, because I want to kill you myself now. You detritus of awful," he said it, then finally walked away with his back turned, no longer willing to FCK with his own mental health. "Host, ahem, just a reminder, cough, this time was really too much. Trying to challenge someone of that level, please. Kindly let me remind you, even if you've awakened that system function, there's no way you'll survive in your current state. So please control yourself. Believe it. Or not. I really can't take on another host. That my soul is already bound to you." Razeal heard every word but didn't respond. His gaze remained fixed on Dorn's back as the man walked away. He knew full well if Dorn wanted to kill him, even a flick of his finger would have been enough. Challenging him wasn't brave, it was suicidal. But that was the whole point, that's the fun, Villy. You wouldn't understand. And remind me, when was the last time I trusted you? I only trust in my plans. And when was the last time I trusted you, anyway? He whispered under his breath, a smirk crawling up his lips. I trust only my plans. He didn't do anything wrong. That IT was that man who challenged him, and who decided he couldn't win just because he was a million times weaker. Ridiculous. What was that quote again, Villy? Swords and magic are worthless in front of a villain's plan. Underscore. The system didn't reply. Not even a snarky beep. Across the stone courtyard, Vice Headmistress Selvara remained still, arms folded as Dorn approached. She smiled faintly, amusement in her eyes. "Did you feel used?" she asked. Voice smooth as silk with a blade underneath. Dorn's answer was cold. "No, I think he thinks he used everyone." His words weren't spoken aloud. Yet Selvara heard them all the same, delivered through Manalink. Silent, precise, private. His tone was calm, but laced with contempt. Maybe the brat doesn't realize. He really would have lost his head if the princess hadn't been here. Does he actually think anyone here gives a DMN about the rules? Rules only matter until they cost more than they're worth. Selvara's brow arched. Is that so? What if? She tilted her head, voice brushing softly into his mind. The boy already considered that. Dorn frowned, annoyed. It was just a fluke. Don't read too much into it. He hated it when people who didn't deserve it got misunderstood and labeled as something special. That Selvara's lips didn't move, but her voice reached him again, calm, cryptic. Even if he no longer carries the virulent name, that blood runs deep in him. The blood of monsters, out of tacticians, and his is among the purest. Dorn said nothing more to him. Worth could only be judged through strength and ability, not talk or arrogance. Words, after all, were as light as air, and a plateau full of them was still just wind. As for the person they were talking about, he just stood silently in the corner, slowly removing the whole dark robe he was wearing. He didn't need to hide his appearance anymore, after all. The whole arena seemed to recognize him now anyways. At FCK my luck, he cursed to himself, as finally a set of black, cool-looking clothes appeared on his body. They looked elegant and noble, even though completely different for what other nobles were. And everyone's style looked different, as if from a completely different culture. And why wouldn't it be? This was a dark black casual tuxedo with a long blazer, making him look intoxicatingly elegant and refined. The outfit hadn't even originated in this world. It came from the world Razeal used to live in, and he had recreated it here. Well, actually before any of, you start judging his weird taste, thinking that outfit must be hard to fight in, or how uncomfortable does that look? Let's get something straight. It's not like he had nothing better to do and decided to tailor it just for fun. Not at all. This whole thing was because of that rucking system. The same DMN system that insisted a villain must have a sense of fashion. Just by your appearance, you should scream class.so or something worthy of a villain. Honestly, it was exhausting. Only Razeal knew how hard it had been to craft this from scratch by hand, from memory, just to replicate a design from a world that no longer existed. Recreating every step of the design and creation process with no blueprint. So much effort, just for clothing. The outfit was elegant enough that under normal circumstances, the crowd who already had their eyes on him thanks to all the chaos earlier would have given him a few side glances. But sadly, no one was in that mood now. Instead, the entire arena murmured among themselves, their eyes occasionally flicking toward Razeal. He's still alive? DMN. Honestly, I wished he could have been executed back then. But I guess being a Duke's son does come with privileges. Even if you get caught trying to rape someone, you still walk out safely. Well, it was only because of Miss Luminous's family. Even though she's the heiress of a Duke family herself, her side chose to settle things quietly with the virulence. Though I've heard the price the virulence paid was very big. I don't know the details. IT was just as luck that, at the time, Miss Luminous hadn't yet been chosen as the saintess. If she had been, and with the wrath of the Church of Light behind her, then even House Virulin would have been forced to lower their heads. Hey dude, tone down your voice, that you're gonna get us all killed if someone hears you. So many murmurs, commoners, nobles, even spectators. Every single person there was whispering to each other in hushed voices, even though it was obvious to everyone. After all, Razeal Virulins was the most hated person in the entire empire, and likely always would be, so much so. In fact, that mothers would tell their children, sleep, or disgusting Razeal will come get you. He's dead, I'm pretty sure of it now. I don't know how he survived. Where did he even hide? No one found him in the past 5 years. Where did he disappear to? And even if he did survive, he still had the audacity to come here. No one was interested in how Razeal managed to enter the academy trials. But they should be, it's not easy to even get a chance to join this place, the most prestigious academy in the world. You needed a special recommendation letter, an extraordinary achievement, or a direct invitation from the academy staff themselves. It's that hard to get in here. The level of protection is insane, and one can just walk in not when the knowledge taught here could be dangerous. In the hands of other empires, the discussions and speculations were erupting with full passion between everyone. Finally, the board audience had a topic that every single group was eager to argue about. Meanwhile, Razeal just sighed, he shook his head, but remained silent. Even though he could hear every single word, he didn't know, actually no one did, that these people, even while pretending to whisper and act discreet, were speaking loud enough for everyone to hear. The IT was as if they didn't give a damn anymore. Attention, please. Finally, a strict and commanding voice echoed, booming so loudly that it almost scratched at the ears. Mana particles, sound molecules, and even the air around them had been manipulated simultaneously to amplify it. That voice shut every mouth noble, commoner, even the spectators seated high above. All attention turned toward the center of the arena that a small white marble platform rose, and standing atop it was Headmistress Selvara. Her presence alone stilled the storm of whispers that a figure carved in marble and willpower. She stood tall, the flowing silver of her uniform catching the light as though the sun itself dared not outshine her. The marble dais beneath her feet pulsed faintly with runes ancient, binding, and absolute. She raised one hand. Silence fell as if the air itself had been commanded. Then, her voice rang out not loud, but layered with authority that sank into skin and bone. Welcome, Selvara continued, as if nothing had ever happened. You all stand here today as participants in the Academy entrance trial. You have been watched, measured, assessed, and now, you're here not by chance but by consequence. She completely ignored the incident that had unfolded moments ago, as though it held no relevance to her or the proceedings. Not a single word was spared for ITAS if it simply didn't concern them. And perhaps it was the weight of her authority, or perhaps the sheer gravity of the moment that made the crowd fall silent. Even the fervent murmurs and whispered scandals surrounding Razeal faded into nothing. Because right now, nothing mattered more than what she had to say. Her gaze swept over the arena, measured, unflinching. I will not waste words explaining the obvious. This is the gate of trials that I expect everyone is well prepared, and if you came unprepared, If you still don't know what awaits you behind those gates, then allow me to say this. Her tone turned colder. You are unworthy. A pause. But, she said, voice cutting clean, if by some means someone walks through the unknown and survives, if they conquer what they did not prepare for, then perhaps they are more worthy than any who studied it. Murmurs rippled across the audience again, but no one dared speak aloud. Salvara extended a gloved hand toward the grand obsidian arch behind her. The Gate of Trials. Its surface shimmered like oil under sunlight, ancient inscriptions writhing faintly across the stone. To pass, she said, you must gather 100 elemental cores. That is the minimum, and oh less did you owe that, and the gates of the academy will open to you. Her voice did not rise, it didn't need to. For those who desire more, those seeking a higher standing, better dorms, stronger instructors, greater resources, your rank would depend on how many cores you gather beyond that threshold. She let that sink in. And for those who believe they belong in the royal classroom, the path is clear. Her eyes gleamed, sharp as shattered glass. You will need 1,000 cores. A hush swept through the crowd like a breath held by the world itself. Then her expression softened, not in warmth, but in formality, the tone of a ruler acknowledging her court. And now I would like to thank the distinguished figures who honor us with their presence today. The Roy. And it kept going. Your presence dignifies this trial. Finally, ending no encouragement, and oh applause or comfort for trembling first-timers who were nervous, almost scared to say the least. She inclined her head slightly. It was not ABOW. It was acknowledgement measured and regal. May the worthy rise. Let the gate of trials now open. Everyone else was listening to the headmistress with rapt attention, hanging onto every word with expressions ranging from awed attention. Except someone. One person stood still with no concentration, not out of reverence, but because he was too busy having a silent meltdown with the cursed entity shackled to his soul. Mentally, Razeal was seething, and oh, he was ranting, cursing. You sadistic, broken piece of cursed scrap code. His lips didn't move, but his thoughts were venom. A long-ass tuxedo in a combat trial. That's your idea of villain aesthetics? You really think that makes me look like a proper villain? Are you out of your mind? Other villains get cheat skills, death beams, god-slaying swords, hell, even plot armor. And you? You gave me fashion sense? What you even do except giving useless orders anyways. Ever seen how useless no problematic you are? A low sigh escaped his nose as he flicked his fingers subtly at a dark, translucent screen appeared in the air before him, cold, blackened glass with faint red glyphs pulsing at the edges. System interface, standards of a villain, system type. Cursed binding, irrevocable. User, Razeal virulent alignment, rejected by fate status. Alive, unfortunately, description. You were never meant to be the hero. The world itself despises your existence. Light repels you. Fate resists you. And yet, you remain. You are the embodiment of what should not exist, a thorn in the wheel of destiny. Rejected by the heavens, embraced by the shadows. The more the world hates you, the stronger you become. It won't stop hunting you until you die. And it will hate you it will never stop. Because your enemy isn't a person, it's the world itself. Expect misfortune that borders on comedy, slip on a banana peel and land in lava. Or a shark's mouth. Or both. Call it bad luck if you want. But really, it's just the universe doing its job. Try to erase you. System effects. 1. Rejection of light. Passive curse. Cannot learn or wield any form of light, holy, or pure element skills, or even swordsmanship even. Any martial skills. All beings light faction instinctively loathe your existence. Absolute hostility from everyone. 2. Dark resonance. Innate affinity. Absorbs and resonates with dark, cursed, or forbidden energy. Learns forbidden arts naturally. Monsters and corrupted entities may see you as kin, or kneel, or may just be enemy of you. 3. Eternal prideful. Passive. You cannot swallow disrespect. Ever. Absolute arrogance. Must assert dominance when challenged. Failure to do so will result in system-enforced punishment. Severity. Hell tier. 4. Absolute dark genius. Your mastery over dark arts is second to none. If you claim to be second best, reality will glitch in protest. Your comprehension speed with cursed, shadow, and forbidden magic is monstrous. 5. Absolute love. Feelings persist indefinitely, unshaken by time or reason, boundless affection. Immune to limits or restraint. Deep attachment may evolve into fixation or obsession. This is F-kin. Bullshit. None of these so-called effects deserve to be called buffs or even help. They're curses, each and every one of them. Like some sick joke handed down by fate. And if any of you think I'm being unreasonable, Just wait. That dark affinity crap, the dark faction bullshit, it's all useless. Completely useless, because this world hell, this entire universe is nothing but pure white faction in dark magic. No shadows, no curse spells. Nothing. The so-called chosen one novel world, all light, all holy, all clean. Darkness. It's a myth here to joke maybe in those places, but he doesn't think there's anything available here, and honest, not many chances that in short, I got saddled with every disadvantage imaginable from having a system and the things supposed to compensate me. Worthless no curses. Host, why are you suddenly so whiny today? You haven't complained like this in years. Are you just nervous about unlocking a new skill and afraid you won't get to curse me anymore? Honestly, that's petty. Grow up, host. The system's words echoed in his mind, dripping with disgust, as if it knew him too, while like it could read his thoughts. Which, honestly, it couldn't. Which it wished it could. Razeal's cursing stopped midway. I just wish that function were truly useful since you've been bragging about it for the last 5 years. The only reason he hadn't changed your voice into something disgusting like a romantic tone, or even a cute little girl's voice, or switched the interface background from this dark eerie setting to a pinkish, baby girl style, or maybe even a permanent rainbow flag, was that he kept holding back. Degree the system felt his code vibrate with the brutality of the cursed words being spoken. May the worthy rise. Let the gate of trials now open. Her voice was calm, but it carried the weight of finality. The massive gate standing at the center of the arena shuddered, then slowly creaked open. The sound echoed through the silent crowd, ancient and heavy, like the groan of something alive. But beyond the widening entrance, there was no clear path in defined terrain, just a swirling wall of mist, thick with mana and uncertainty. You couldn't see what was on the other side. That was the point. Just don't get me dropped into the middle of ocean. Everything other is fine. Just give me a forest, please. Not lava. Not or desert. What if it teleported us straight into a monster's nest? Is that even legal? The candidates were murmuring among themselves, some joking to hide the tension, others genuinely afraid. The gate didn't choose kindly, since trial was random, brutal, and solitary. There would be no second chances. Without a word, Razeal stepped forward. Some were nervous, some were terrified, that a few were far too excited for their own good. But all followed. Just before stepping in, Razeal paused, that he could feel them sharp, pointed stares from high above. Not just from the audience around the arena, but from the elite viewing chambers. Watching him, he didn't look up or flinched. He simply walked through the gate, silent and composed before anything strange could happen. The mist swallowed him whole. Soon as Razeal stepped through the gate, the world shifted. There was a sharp pull like space itself had been ripped apart, and then nothing in ground or light. Just an instant of free fall into a black void. Then impact, solid. Ground met his back like a hammer, cold, cracked, stoned out he rolled, coughing dust, ribs protesting that a short, sharp exhale slipped out through clenched teeth as he pushed himself to his elbows. Every breath pulled stone particles into his lungs. The air itself felt broken. Grit floated in it like powdered glass. It clung to skin, burned in the throat. Everything around him was rock. The floor, the horizon, even the air tasted like a quarry left to rot. Stone crust, ancient, cracked. Ah, my ass, he muttered, not even pain, just irritation that a low heat spreading from the base of his spine to the back of his skull. Not bad enough to stop him, just enough to make him want to break something. He sat up, gritting his teeth, brushing dust from his clothes with short, pissed-off swipes. Where the FCK and my dot he stood, stiff, checked himself over. Nothing broken in blood, just sore. Then he looked around and stopped moving. Statues, enormous ones, towering over everything. Dozens maybe. Hundreds, some upright, others collapsed and shattered like old bones. Dust blanketed every surface. Debris piled in corners between broken wings and twisted spines. Dragons. These were carved in brutal detail. Scales, claws, jaws stretched open like they'd been mid-roar for centuries. Some missing heads. Others fused to the ground. Wings like collapsed monuments. Each one was different. Each one was as if they were real dragons turned into stones literally. The whole place was stone, big stone, cracked. Stone, shattered legends turned to rubble. Razeal just stared for a second, eyes narrowing. I am so FK'd. No. No. I know the world hates me, he said under his breath. But this, his voice caught. Not exactly fear, but with rage mixed, he turned, scanning again. There was no mistaking it, he clenched his jaw. Of course. He recognized it. The graveyard of forgotten stone. He took a slow breath and dragged a hand down his face. He knew exactly what this place was. Third arc deep in-game zone. supposed to show up way later. Not now, and definitely not for him. This is protagonist Esset, he muttered. That dumbass with the sword supposed to find this place 2 years from now. Everyone who read the novel knew this place, and how important it is. Point one will read about it halfway through the third arc. Deep lore Esset. This is where the protagonist finds the remnants, the truth, the call to rise, and one of the strongest cheat ability for himself. This place was not supposed to exist for him. This was not his destination. This is a joke, he said flatly. It has to be. Host, you are so F-ked. Why is your luck always this shitty? The system didn't waste a second, that of course it didn't. Razeal closed his eyes, just for a beat. Not to breathe, just to contain the immediate desire to punch himself in the throat, so he didn't have to hear it anymore. His voice came out dry, bitter. Isn't it all thanks to you? He started walking again, brushing off stone flakes still clinging to his sleeves. Carrying Esset around long enough, you start smelling like it. You're welcome. Shut up, he said. And oh pause, and oh emotion. Just done. His boots echoed through the graveyard as he moved faster. Where's the new function? Be fast. He didn't even want to say, please. Didn't care what sequence it needed, he wasn't here to play by script. The trial window was 8 hours, he'd already burned, 5 minutes? And standing around arguing with a voice in his skull wasn't part of the plan. But of course, the system went quiet. No reply. Just dead air and dust. Just as Razeal thought, he was scammer, then ding. The notification didn't sound, IT hit. Right between his eyes. Congratulations, starting quest completed. Enter Gate of Worth. Main system function unlocked. Valley of Vili. Razeal stopped walking. His hand dropped to his side. Valley of what now? He blinked at the message. Then again, slower. The light of the system interface faded, but the words stayed. Burned into his skull like branded iron. Valley of Vili, he repeated, low. Like tasting something rotten. That's supposed to mean something, or did you just roll a name out of a trash bin? The system dropped the full description in front of him like it was proud. Function, Valley of Vili. Activated. This function will assist in completing the main directive. Make host into the best and perfect villain across all realities. To teach you. The system has summoned villains from every known dimension. Murim, Cultivation, Supernatural, Urban, Martial Arts, Mecha, Mythology, and beyond. Function, Valley of Vili. Activated. This function will assist in completing the main directive. Make hosted to the best and perfect villain across all realities. To teach you. The system has summoned villains from every known dimension. Murim, Cultivation, Supernatural, Urban, Martial Arts, Mecha, Mythology, and beyond. All aspects, strength, intelligence, cruelty, tactics, vision will be covered. Villains are ranked from F to SSS, and rare EX-rank existences may appear. Location. System space. Special conditions. Infinite mana. Infinite revives. Double speed compared to the outside world. Hidden. Functions are present. Host must discover them personally. Razeal read it all once. No emotion. No sarcastic reaction appeared on his face, as if he was in deep contemplation. Just data. His jaw shifted slightly. So this is what the system thinks I need. Not a weapon. Not a bloodline. Not some divine power-up dropped from the sky with sparkles and horns. Lessons. He clicked his tongue. And here I thought it'd be some cheat ability. Even after reading thousands of system novels, apparently, there were still surprises left. After all the systems, novels, dungeon cores, and skill trees he consumed like junk food over the years, he figured he'd seen every kind of twist. But this was weird. Weird enough to be interesting. And maybe weird was what he needed. He didn't say anything else. Didn't need to. He tapped the open command, and the system expanded quietly, efficiently. A long list unfolded like a scroll peeling back the universe. Villain Archive. Valley of Vili. SSS. EX 10. Ranks. Need organized. Clean gradient from bottom to top. But something stuck. Every other tier F through SSS had a behind it. Uncountable. Only the EX rank had a number. 10. Glowing in a dark violet purple. The kind of color that didn't show up unless someone wanted it to mean danger. Razeal stared at a point 10 that only 10 made it to that tier. Not per world. Not per era. Across all realities. Razeal blinked once. This is just some crazy Esset. From the start of time to wherever the hell this system scraped its data, only 10 had climbed high enough to qualify as something beyond system logic. And every tier, just one step below, uncountable, literally unmeasurable, too many to list, endless. Basically, he squinted. That's a hell of a gap. The thought crawled in. How wide is the difference between EX and SSS? If uncountable monsters didn't make that jump, how far out were those 10? How did they think? What did they do? How much did they break? It didn't feel fear, but he felt curious. If they're really that strong, I can definitely learn something cool, right? Because if these were villains the best of the worst, then they had to be insanely strong, right? He got excited just for a second. Unlimited mana, unlimited revives, and no penalty for dying that if he could spar with those 10, learn from them, survive them. He'd come out a beast, a goddamn apocalypse in a coat. The system cut in before his mind went too far. Don't dream too fast, host, that I have the right to summon them. But whether they teach you or kill you over and over again, or even acknowledge you depends on them. These are not puppets. They have their own consciousness, will, and rules. Razeal blinked. What the FCK, his eyebrows twitched. What do you mean they're not here to teach? I thought this was like, select enemy C skill list, tap yes. Instead, he had to convince these freaks. They're F-kin villains, they're supposed to monologue, threaten me, then show off their ultimate technique before I die. That's their thing. But even he wasn't dumb enough to ignore the problem. Villains weren't kind. They weren't wise mentors waiting to share secrets. They were violent, erratic, power-obsessed psychos, convincing them to train him. How the hell was he supposed to do that? Bribe them? Threaten them? Out-insane them? That was a nightmare in the making. IT changed everything. Not just fight to learn. First, survive the encounter. Then convince the thing across from you that you're worth talking to. It's like the idea of asking one of them for help felt like punching a dragon in the teeth and asking it to teach you how to FLY. IT made things 0 times more difficult. Because now, no hand dash holding and tutorials, and worst part, it wasn't about training. That IT wasn't about skills. That IT wasn't about tapping yes on a menu and getting your free upgrade. That IT was about surviving the ego of someone who had already killed 100 stories just by existing, or maybe more. Now he'd have to earn something from people who didn't value life, who probably didn't even believe in teaching, and well, are dead and haven't seen a human in don't know how many years. He sighed. Just the most dangerous minds to ever exist, and him still barely scratching the bottom of the power scale. Not dramatic, not defeated, just done. Then he shrugged. Whatever, let's try it. System. I choose EX-rank. Greed. And oh shame. He shrugged like he was ordering the most expensive item on a menu he wasn't paying for. He wasn't even strong enough to scratch the lower ranks yet, but who cared? What were they going to do? Kill him? He'd just respawn. Because if the rules said infinite mana, infinite revives, and no real-world consequences, then why the hell wouldn't he go for the best first? And if it came to it, even if some EX freak tried to break his mind or erase his will, he'd just spam revives until their ego cracked, until their script collapsed. Infinite retries turned even gods into victims, like that red-cape bastard with a green grape in one hand. Loop, reset, abuse. Yet I can do that. The screen lit up, accessing EX-rank archive. Warning, instability risk, proceed. All actions within this space are irreversible. Mental trauma may persist beyond revives. Do you wish to proceed? Razeal tapped yes, a breath caught in his throat. Excitement flared hot in his chest, like adrenaline spiking too fast. He was ready. Or he thought he'd get to meet the X-rank boss villain, only 10 in all realities. What would he look like? A beast cloaked in hellfire. A cold, godlike figure radiating death. His heart thundered. Then came the pull. Black space folded around his conscious like a vacuum. His consciousness stretched yanked somewhere deep and directionless. A moment of weightlessness, a sense of falling without air. Then release. His breath snapped back in his lungs. Eyes opened. He was back? Razeal blinked. Once, twice, the stone courtyard, the ancient sculptures, the oddly serene atmosphere around him, all of it looked exactly the same. Nothing had changed. Not a single grain of dust had shifted. He turned his head, scanning the surroundings again. Weren't things supposed to be different? Hadn't he just agreed to transfer into the system space? His thoughts stuttered. Didn't I just click yes? His eyes flicked toward the system screen, hovering a few inches from his face. There was again. Same interface, same flickering tab. Enter EX-rank system space? Yes, /no. His throat went dry. Didn't I just click yes? What the hell happened? Was this a glitch? Was the system lagging out? That wasn't supposed to happen. The system was supposed to be absolute, infinitely reliable. He stared at the screen like it had personally betrayed him. System, did you finally lose it? Did you start glitching or something? No. So I guess you didn't even feel it. You did enter the system space of EX-rank Villain Valley, but you were killed. Matter of fact, you've died 521 times. I pulled you back to not waste your time. Silenced, Razeal's face was frozen. His lips parted, but no sound came out. His eyes twitched. What? He blinked. Died. 521 times. How the hell? It's not even been a second. That doesn't even make any sense. Well, 21 milliseconds passed outside. Inside system space, 42 seconds. Time runs double speed there. But yes, you died 521 times and were revived 521 times. The words felt like lead dropping into his brain. No, 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 hold the hell on. Razeal muttered, waving both hands in disbelief. Even if it's 42 seconds, that's like, what, getting killed once every 0.08 seconds. That's not even enough time to move, or think, or even blink. How could someone get killed that many times in a row? He started pacing, mind racing, limbs twitching like they were trying to escape the horror on their own. So what? The moment I entered that place, I just boomed dead. On loop. What kind of monster is that EX rank villain? Is he some mass killer? I didn't even see him, didn't feel pain. Nothing. Did he attack me the moment I arrived? How? How? You noted. And oh no, host, you got all wrong. It's not the EX rank villain who killed you, he didn't attack. Matter of fact, he didn't even notice you were there. He wasn't even looking in your direction. You were just crushed out by the aura, or more accurately, the sheer pressure of the space shaped by his existence, his intent, his presence. Razeal stopped breathing for a moment. He felt a chill crawl up his spine, colder than any winter he'd ever known, a slow, sinking dread that made his stomach hollow out, but the sheer bullshit of logic. Wow, what do you mean crushed? Let me try to explain a way that even your empty garbage bin of a head can understand. Imagine the system space like the core of a star. That's still too complex for your micronoggin. Let's say, imagine you're suddenly teleported millions of miles down into the ocean, where pressure is so absolute it can crush reinforced holy armors like pinching an ant. Now imagine that. But worse, that's what walking into that villain system space was like. Razeal's mouth agape. I died. Not because someone killed me, but because I existed somewhere I shouldn't have. His voice was hollow, ashen. I wasn't even worth noticing. I died like a bug, and he didn't even swat me. For a long moment, Razeal didn't move. His heart pounded so hard it felt like it was trying to climb up his throat. He replayed it in his head, or tried to. But there was nothing to remember, just a blur, an empty second, a blank. I thought I'd make an entrance. Thought I'd piss him off by respawning repeatedly, be annoying, mess with him until he cracks, and make convince in his language, him give some, but he didn't even look at me. The realization burned, sharp. I guess clicking yes, thinking I confront a monster at least, I can ask his name, or at least see the face at least, but turns out I can't even breathe the same air. He shook his head slowly, eyes glazed with shame. I really wanted to meet that person. Didn't even say hello. Are all EX rank villains this, like strong, that I can't even meet them? Or should I try another EX rank person? He whispered. Yes and no. EX is a rank that cannot be judged by any tier or scale. Think of the ranking system like a glass S. SSS, all of those fit inside the glass. The more power, the fuller the glass is with water. But EX is when the water spills out of that glass entirely. IT escapes the measurement itself. Now, imagine that overflowed water. Whether it's a bucket full or maybe it's an ocean, there's no telling that IT could be barely over or vastly beyond. But the glass is no longer useful. Whether it's a bucket or an ocean, you can't measure either using the glass. That's what EX rank is. Some EXs may be overwhelmingly more powerful than others, but because they've all left the measurement system behind, there's no rank to sort them. They exist outside. And that's why even the weakest EX rank is still far beyond what your system can grasp. So no, don't compare that. Don't assume you'll find a weaker one that you won't survive any of them. Not yet. All in all, take it this way. You're too weak to even stand in places like that. Whether it's the strongest EX or the weakest, they're all beyond, so I'd recommend. Don't touch this rank until you're strong enough. Razeal bit his lip hard, knuckles clenched, eyes stinging. Deep within, it was hurting his ego being referred to, or taken as an example, as a bug, being directly called insignificant. No one would like it. Even a normal person wouldn't, let alone someone like him, whose character was literally defined by eternal pride. So I'm just that weak. There was no comfort in a warm hand on his shoulder, just cold silence and the dry whir of the hovering system screen. Yes, but hey, bright side, you didn't feel anything not too traumatic, right? Be happy you at least stood in that presence. He glared up. System, shut the hell up. Noted. He sat down, stewing in humiliation. His thoughts swirled. If that was just aura, then what the hell happens when he does decide to attack? Or when he fights someone on his level? Does the entire dimension implode? If he never noticed me, then I didn't even register as a threat, that I wasn't even a blip. Not a presence, that I was less than background noise. The system had known that IT had expected this. You anticipated this, didn't you? Yes, but you needed to see it, not just hear it. Experience IT, at least know where you stand currently. Razeal didn't respond. He just sat on the cracked stone ground in silence, feeling smaller than he ever had. But somewhere buried in the cold ashes of his ego, something flickered, a pulse, a twitch, a spark. Because if that was the bottom, then there was only one way left to go. A point one day, he definitely will fight that thing, and not only make it notice his presence, but defeat it. System. Open an SSS-rank villain space for me. Put choosing candidate as random. Their presence won't kill me, right? He asked, just to avoid being embarrassed. Yes and no. Every SSS-rank villain is enough to kill you just by their presence, but not like EX-rank villains, who do it unknowingly or permanently. Some use it all the time, and some just don't. All right, use it. Would you like to enter SSS-rank villain valley system space? Yes or no? He was sitting down on the ground, crossing his legs obviously. Only his consciousness goes into that system space while his body remains as it is. Well, some might wonder, how can he just sit down in the open like this? Isn't he afraid that a monster or something could come? Isn't it unsafe to sit around in a place like this where everything screams danger? No, it is safe. Because, well, everyone knows about this place, or at least, maybe only he knows the truth about it. The truth that this is actually the most dangerous and worst place in all of the trial. But to everyone else, they think of it as useless as if it has no value, no purpose, just trash. The graveyard of Forgotten Stone, a place where there is nothing. Nothing except stones, broken, dusty, useless stones. Crumbled statues lying everywhere, land, plants, vegetation, or life. Just statues, dust, and silence. Even monsters don't come here. Since all candidates know there are no monsters and nothing of interest, no one ever comes here, and so it'll be just empty, all in all, and that's why he was calm. Do it, he said, and the same exact feeling hit him, that disorienting pull, as his consciousness was taken away. After a few seconds, he finally opened his eyes, and as he did, he finally saw the different space. Welcome, host, to the SSS-rank Valley of Villi. Villain title, The Strongest Mother. Razeal opened his eyes as the prompt echoed in his head. His expression twitched. So the first villain's a woman? He muttered to himself. The name lingered in his thoughts like a puzzle. The Strongest Mother? He'd expected something more, something terrifying or ominous, maybe. The name felt wrong. Not weak, but kind of misleading. Strongest Mother? What does that even mean? His mind raced. Maybe something twisted like Mother of Curses or Mother of Darkness. He'd heard names like that in novels and movies. That would make more sense for someone SSS ranked right. Whatever it was, it definitely is something of importance. Point one, can know many things about someone just with their titles alone. A cold current brushed across his face, sharp and immediate, making him come out of his thoughts. Wind was like winter's breath. It cut through him, reminding him that this space wasn't like the last. He didn't move, he just breathed calmly. Then, slowly, he looked around as to see his surroundings first before doing anything. That he needs to be aware of everything. The world around him was dark, but not the kind of darkness that swallowed light. This was the kind that reflected it. The entire space shimmered with jagged formations, crystalline and alien, smooth and polished like black mirrors. They rose from the ground in elegant, chaotic sculptures, some curved, some twisted, some branched out like coral. But these weren't coral. They were too perfect, too symmetrical. They looked designed. Those look almost like mirrors, he thought. Each surface caught the pale glow of the moonlight. Above, casting long reflections that shifted as his gaze moved. It was as if the whole place was watching itself. The moon itself hung impossibly high in a sky that wasn't really a sky, pure black, flawless, still. Its light, cold and silver, poured down like silk. It didn't look real. It looked placed as if someone had carefully built this world and set that moon there just to complete the aesthetic that it was haunting. And beautiful. Then he saw it. His eyes were pulled toward the center of this frozen world, like gravity itself had chosen his next focus. The throne, dead center, elevated, tall, towering. It was made of the same black material as the rest of the world, but carved, sculpted with precision and power. Its surface was edged like blades. Tall-backed, grand, veins of silver ran through it, tracing lines like frozen lightning. Almost 10 feet tall, and on it she sat, a woman. She didn't move. Her posture was perfect, still as death, but Razeal saw her, and the first word in his mind wasn't fear. It was stunning. Her skin was a warm, rich brown, gleaming under the moonlight with a softness that felt alive in contrast to the cold void around her. Her hair, jet black, long, and flowing like ink, framed her face and shoulders without a strand out of place. Her dress, if it could even be called that, matched the throne. Black, form, fitting, regal. It hugged her body before falling like mist, disappearing into the dark below her feet. One leg was crossed over the other, poised in a way that was too perfect to be casual. Her eyes were closed, her head tilted slightly back, like a queen resting or a weapon sheathed. Raziel stared. There was no aura and no pressure. Yet just looking at her made him feel smaller. She looks like someone who never needed to say a word to command obedience, he thought. Someone who was born above you and expected you to understand that. Her face, her expression was neutral, cold, like a mask carved from pride. And yet, why does she look familiar? His throat tightened. Doesn't. Mother look like this? Not in features or physically, but in expression. That same look, cold, controlled, above, expressionless but screaming, bow. Raziel swallowed hard. He didn't move. System, he said quietly, she's not dead, right? Or is she sleeping or something? If I wake her, she's not going to kill me, right? He was joking. Kind of. Not really. His nerves were screaming in the background. His pride tried to stand tall, but even it didn't dare raise its voice here. Just knowing she was one of the strongest beings reality had ever produced made his blood run colder. And she was a villain. 2.1 who might have murdered thousands, millions, or worse. Who knows what kind of cruel, degenerate, twisted soul lived behind that perfect exterior. She is already dead, host, as are all within system space. From the moment every villain dies, they come here. She is eternal. Raziel stared, the words sinking into him like cold rain. Eternal. Huh. He wasn't sure whether that made her more terrifying. He blinked. I see. He wanted to ask more. Oh, they go insane. Stuck in this space forever, don't they lose themselves? Do they remember their crimes? Their deaths? But now wasn't the time. Now wasn't the place that he forced the question down, stuffed it into some corner of his brain for later. Because right now he stood in front of a literal monster, the kind people whispered about and dared not name. Villains were freaks, hungry for respect. And he needed to get some skills and training from them. Let's not be rude. Let's behave properly. Because what if she refused to give him anything? What if she became directly hostile to him? Or worse, what if she didn't even let him leave? And more importantly, he needed to behave himself, of course. He couldn't forget the real reason he came here, right? He needed to convince this villain to teach him some overpowered skills and powers. Yeah, that was the plan. Only, he didn't actually have a plan. Great. First, gauge her personality. Figure out how to approach her. Problem was, looking around gave him absolutely nothing. No clues, no signs. Not even her tittle told him anything useful. The only move he had now was to act respectful. Really respectful. Because if there was one thing he'd learned from all the novels he read, it was this. Villains were freaks hungry for respect. Feed their ego, stroke their pride, and they do stuff just because they could. Oh yeah, that was it. Play it cool, be polite. Don't screw this up, because if he came off as rude or stupid, what if she refused to train him? Or worse, what if she became directly hostile to him? Still, curiosity gnawed at him. He couldn't help but glance around the strange space again, fixated on the one thing that stood out. The black crystals, they stretched endlessly in every direction. Wherever his eyes wandered, there were no edges, and no horizon, and no sky, and no floor. Just those dark, jagged formations, massive, alien, silent. As far as he could see, it was all the same, a world of glass and silence, and moonlight. Though nervous, he looked around the space again. No, not just nervous, that IT was undying curiosity now. What are these crystals? How far do they go? Are they everywhere? The black crystals stretched endlessly in every direction. Wherever his eyes wandered, he couldn't see any edges, any horizon, or even a single sign of anything else, only those dark, jagged formations. As far as he could see, it was all the same, a world of glass and a world of silence, and moonlight. Just as Raziel was looking around, something shifted to a presence, cold, heavy, icy fingers of pressure curled through the air. And then a voice, magnetic. Female. IT didn't echo, it vibrated, like it resonated through the bones of the room itself, pressing into his skin, crawling into his ears. So, I am not hallucinating then? The voice wrapped around him, coiling like smoke and steel. There's truly another presence in this cursed hell. Raziel stiffened instantly. His blood ran cold. He spun his head toward the throne, panic shooting through his chest like a spear. Did she wake up? And then he froze. She was already awake. There she sat, barely moving, poised like a statue etched in darkness itself. Perched on the ancient throne of that dark, shiny material, her back straight, legs crossed, hands delicately placed on the armrests, as if carved there by fate itself. Her eyes were already on him. And what eyes they were. Endless black, in shine or light. Pupils so deep and dark they looked like gateways to another realm. Something wrong. Her gaze wasn't aggressive. IT was worse. It was curious, calculating, dissecting him layer by layer, like she was unweaving him with a glance. She didn't blink that Razeal's breath caught in his throat. The weight of her stare hit him like a tidal wave. His knees almost buckled. His mind throbbed under the sudden pressure, as if some invisible force was trying to crush his thoughts. His heartbeat turned erratic, fast out loud. IT hammered against his ribs, like it wanted to break free from his chest and flee. He wanted to look away. He couldn't. It felt like looking into death itself. And oh, worse than death. IT was the embodiment of something unmade, unknown, a force that had forgotten how to be human, if it ever was. His mind screamed. His body stood paralyzed. Then her expression shifted, a small tilt of her head. Her dark brows arched ever so slightly. And then a smile. Barely there. Just the corner of her lips twitching upward, but it radiated danger. IT wasn't warmth. IT was the kind of smile a predator gave when the prey stumbled right into its lair. The kind of smile you'd see just before everything ended. Razeal's heart stuttered. His mouth went dry. Every nerve in his body screamed run. But he couldn't move. He was trapped between awe and terror. She spoke again this time, not whispering into the space, but directly into the room. Her voice still echoed in impossible ways that a velvet blade. Such fragile strength, such weak mental walls. And yet, her gaze narrowed, smile sharpening. I cannot read his mind. The air seemed to freeze. She leaned forward slightly, her black hair flowing like liquid shadow down her shoulders, eyes narrowing with a newfound interest. Not anger, curiosity. Like she was looking at a puzzle she couldn't immediately solve. Interesting, she murmured. Her words weren't aimed at him, but IT felt more like she was thinking aloud, but somehow louder than thought, more real, more physical. Each syllable pressed into the stone walls like a chisel. This doesn't make sense. That he's too fragile. His mental walls are non-existent. Oh, how is his mind protected? She stood slowly, her movements fluid like a shadow, sliding across a wall. Her gaze never left him. There must be someone behind this, someone strong, someone shielding him. Her words trailed off into a murmur, but she didn't lower her voice. She didn't care if he heard. Her thoughts spilled into the room like storm clouds. Strange, very strange. But even if someone is shielding him, I could still kill him in an instant. If so, then why would someone that strong send him here? She looked down at him again, that slight smirk still dancing on her lips. So useless. A pause. Yet here you are when all this place is surrounded by obsidian agony. Razeal clenched his fists, trying to ground himself. His legs were shaking. His thoughts were scattered. He didn't even know what he could say, what he should say. He wasn't supposed to be this weak. This the power of an SSS-rank villain. His strength just taken away from him without even doing anything. He looked at her, who was still leisurely sitting on the throne, now one hand holding her chin. System, what should I do? You never told me it'd be this brutally hard to even stand just for being gazed upon by her. It's normal, host, very normal. Strong people are like this, just their presence alone can shake those far weaker than them, making them feel like giving up. It's not only her, is it? Haven't you felt feelings like these before? You shouldn't be surprised, right? Maybe it'll be a good experience again. Try to learn to hold yourself together. You can't embarrass yourself every time. The system's voice echoed, reminding him of some deep memories. The system's reminder. Razeal suddenly remembered certain moments that made him clench his fists. Yes, but I thought those were just my emotions kicking in. Yes, they were too. Maybe you were just confused about it. But yes, if you had learned to stay calm and composed under this kind of pressure, you might have been able to speak or at least stand up for yourself. Teach me how to look into her eyes, into those eyes without feeling this disgust. He said in his head, feeling utterly humiliated and deeply disgusted with himself. Yourself, your body, and your mind or consciousness is trembling. And why? Because somewhere deep in your mind, you think you are lower than her. Just believe in yourself. Believe in myself. He didn't understand. Believe in what? Just imagine that she is an ant and you can crush her. Just look down on her, and you will. What bullshit! Razeal wanted to curse. He had been listening to the system seriously. But now. Tisich, this isn't fun, the woman muttered, shaking her head, an amused scoff escaping her lips. She watched the boy struggle, his legs trembling, his back hunched as if the weight of her mere gaze alone was too much for him to bear. Can't even stand straight just by being looked at, huh? She muttered, disappointed. With a sigh, she exhaled, letting go of the overwhelming aura she had been unconsciously exerting. No, actually not overwhelming, but that near non-existent presence, chilling pressure that had filled the space like black fog dissipated. It was as if gravity itself had loosened its grip. The space exhaled with her. And so did Razeal. If invisible chains were unshackled. Razeal suddenly felt the suffocating pressure lift. A sudden rush of air filled his lungs. For a moment, he stumbled forward, knees buckling, the ghost of that suffocating pressure still clinging to his spine. FFFCK. He could finally breathe. Phew, he whispered aloud. Hunched forward with one hand on his knee, he blinked several times, trying to shake off the lingering static in his brain. Finally free, that disgusting feeling is gone. His muscles were still twitching, sweat dripping from his brow, but the fog in his mind was clearing. He grit his teeth, steadied his legs, and straightened his posture with visible effort. But I have to learn to stay calm. Next time, I might die just of embarrassment, he thought, his jaw tightening with frustration. He looked back at her slowly. She was watching him. Eyes narrowed, lips slightly pursed. Disappointment was carved across her face like an old scar. So useless, she said flatly. You don't even seem worthy enough for conversation. Why boredom would be better relieved talking to Obsidian Agony, or maybe just sleep. The way she spoke name Obsidian Agony. If the mere thought of that entity brought more pleasure than dealing with the boy in front of her. She scoffed. To think I raised my hopes, even for a second, she added, quieter this time, speaking mostly to herself. Another human, after trillions of years, and this is what greets me, pathetic. Then she sighed, long and slow, her voice drifting like smoke in the stale air. She had a habit clearly of speaking her thoughts aloud, whether anyone was listening or not. Obsidian Agony? Razeal's thoughts stirred. What the hell is that? A pet? A creature? Definitely not human if she's referring to me as a fellow human. His gaze flicked toward the woman again. And did she just say trillions of years old? What kind of monster even lives that long? He swallowed quietly and stayed silent. Though he remained silent, he'd heard everything, absorbing the sting of every word. But his face didn't twist or anything. If anything, he stood straighter now. He'd heard worse, been through worse. His skin was thicker than the outer walls of the Empire. This is nothing, he thought, not because it didn't hurt, but because he had no choice. What could he even do here? Nothing. So he simply shrugged it off. He didn't respond. He just watched her quietly. She raised an eyebrow at his silence. Look, kid, she said at last, her voice soft but sharpened like glass. I'll give you one question, point one answer. Be honest like a good boy your age should. Then her eyes narrowed into slits. If you lie, she paused, her voice dropping to a whisper. You die. A quiet beat. She tilted her head slightly, curious. Although, you don't seem afraid of death. That's strange. Her gaze roamed his face, analyzing every micro-expression, reading the subtle tension in his brows, the tightness in his jaw, the twitch in his eye. You were trembling earlier, shaking because you couldn't handle just looking at me, she said bluntly, as if listing symptoms on a medical chart. But that wasn't fear of death, was it? No, it was shame, anger, powerlessness. She leaned forward again. I didn't feel that usual edge, that survival instinct, that terror that you're uncertain, sure, but you weren't afraid of dying. Not really. Then, almost to herself, weird little creature. She shifted straight, folding her other leg on other now. Are all humans these days so obsessed with pride and dignity, running after things they never had to begin with, such illusions? It only shows how weak you are. That a child ashamed of weakness is just a child who doesn't understand growth. She thought to herself. That Razeal's thoughts churned like a storm. What a weird way of talking she has. Did she just say good boy? Does she even know what that means nowadays? His brow twitched. What the hell am I thinking? Useless thoughts. I should focus on her question. She's serious. And if I mess up, I might really get turned to ash on the spot. That'd be a waste. The system would just send another poor bastard in my place. Before he could gather his thoughts, a familiar, overly dramatic mechanical voice rang inside his mind. Yes, host, you are extremely lucky. This villain is what I'd call the calm and collected type that I was personally hoping for you to get tortured on your first visit to the Valley of Villains, so to experience, but alas, Razeal nearly choked. Shut the FCK'd up, he screamed his head. Do you owe something useful for once instead of giving me useless play-by-play commentary? He took a breath. He needed to choose his words carefully. He needed to answer in a way that wouldn't get him killed. And for once, he was actually trying to think. Why was he here? What was the real reason? He was just thinking until before he could, his lips moved on their own, that he froze. His voice betrayed him. I want you to make me into an idle villain. The air stilled. Even time seemed to pause for a heartbeat. Silence. Heavy, deafening, absolute. That Razeal's eyes widened. What the actual FCK? You Democrat Minnesota system. You dare. His mind screamed in betrayal, the realization hitting hard and fast. His body was still his, but the words weren't. That wasn't him talking. And yet, it was. The woman stared at him. Blankly. Expression unreadable. And then a faint chuckle escaped her lips, dry. I see. Almost amused, but not quite. An ideal villain. What even is that supposed to be? She slapped a hand over her face, as if even she couldn't contain herself from laughing. And when she did laugh, the world itself seemed to pause, falling into an eerie silence, as though existence dared not interrupt such a rare, human moment from her. Her expression said it all. She wasn't faking it. She truly found it hilarious. What a weirdo. If I were his mother, I'd be utterly embarrassed, she thought to herself, the laughter still spilling uncontrollably from her lips. She had encountered every kind of lunatic before, those who straight up declare they wanted to be murderers, maniacs obsessed with torture, zealots demanding strength so they could carry out vile acts in the name of power. But this was new. Meanwhile, Razeal stood frozen. A breeze brushed past his face, but it felt like a gust trying to carry his humiliated soul away through any possible opening it could find. That was so cringy, he screamed inside his head, each syllable dragging him closer to the grave. Why is this happening? This is torture, pure torture. Yet on the surface, his face didn't move a muscle. A perfect poker face, a flawless mask of stoic pride. Finally, after God's knew how long, she wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and sighed, laughter dying in her throat. Ahem. Good, very good. The words barely escaped her mouth, more amused than she'd been in ages. Guess I've been alone for too long. Laughing at this kind of nonsense? Really? She mused to herself, shaking her head with a slight smile. She leaned forward slightly, resting her elbow on the armrest of her throne. I didn't quite catch that. Repeat yourself, kid, she said, her eyes glittering with playful curiosity. She was clearly enjoying this, and craving just a little more. But this time, Razeal didn't hesitate, not even as his cursed system stayed quiet for once. He clenched his fists, drew a deep breath, and locked eyes with her. I want you to make me strong. Teach me. His voice was calm, his gaze unshaken. FCK it. If I die, I die. This is already embarrassing enough, let's not drag it out. She blinked. Her brief amusement evaporated like mist. Teach you? Make you strong? She muttered, slumping back on her throne as disappointment flooded her face. Her tone dropped cold and flat. Again with those boring things. Her eyes slowly slid toward him, bored and already disinterested. Do you even know who you're talking to, kid? She asked, not because she wanted an answer, but because she expected him to do the usual. Grovel, beg, praise her name like she was some divine entity. The same overused crap. You're the greatest, the strongest, unrivaled, unmatched, blah blah blah. She couldn't even count how many times she'd heard that garbage when she was alive. But Razeal just stood there, silent. System? What her deal? I need her name, titles, anything I should know. Hurry up, he shouted in his mind, panic creeping in. I have none, host. Only title known is the one I gave you, and you already know it. Seriously? That's it. That's all. He swallowed hard. The silence thickened. Slowly, uncertainly, Razeal lifted his gaze to her. Will she get mad if I admit I don't know who she is? It didn't feel like a safe option. Not at all. Sure, her title strongest mother sounds kind, maybe even gentle, but come on, she's a villain. If she wanted, she could vaporize me for breathing wrong. Think, D a minute, how do I dodge this? She sat there, legs crossed, elbow propped up, looking every bit like a queen toying with a court jester. Her question hadn't even been real. She asked just to remind him of his place. Who wouldn't know her? But when she caught the uncertainty on his face, the hesitation, her amusement vanished. Her eyes sharpened into narrow slits. You don't know me? She whispered, voice slowly rising. Me? Her voice thundered, and the chamber itself trembled with her fury. And you have the audacity to come here and ask me to teach you. H-U-H? Razeal blinked. Ding. Host, you have died. Host, you have died. The woman suddenly froze, her hand rising to rest gently on her forehead. Oh no, I didn't just. She muttered, her lips slightly as she watched the boy's body crumble to Ash's essence, dissolving into the still air like dust caught in a lazy wind. TCH, I didn't mean to. A sigh escaped her lips. Her gaze fell with a faint trace of regret. She hadn't wanted to kill him. Not really. It was just, she got a little emotional. Her eyes had narrowed reflexively, and apparently, that was enough. How could someone be this fragile? She mumbled, rubbing her temple in frustration. She had been alone for so long, too long. Finally have a living soul show up. And then, poof, gone, just like that. Will someone else ever come here again? She whispered, a rare vulnerability lacing her words. I could have at least had some chatter. She shook her head, lost in disappointment. But just then, hey, why did you kill me, woman? At least let me answer. A voice suddenly rang out, interrupting her brooding thoughts. Her head snapped to the side, eyes narrowed, presence detected. Her brow arched slowly as her gaze settled on the same boy, Razeal, standing exactly where he'd been just moments before he turned to dust. Huh? She blinked. Once, then again. The surprise flickered for a split second across her face and vanished. She narrowed her eyes, examining him. Deeply, deliberately. He's not an illusion, not a clone, not time magic either, in a residue of any technique. She muttered to herself like a scientist running through a checklist. The body is real, same soul, exact presence. Then came the conclusion, spoken with the eerie calm of someone too used to the abnormal. He revived. No shock, and wide eyes, and step back. Just pure analysis, cold curiosity she'd seen worse. Oh, that, Razeal replied, shrugging. His confidence returned, albeit awkwardly. I don't know how, honestly, but I just can't die. His voice was firmer than before, less afraid, a subtle shift. At least now I know I can revive. And oh, more pressure. And oh, more shame, he thought to himself. The woman blinked slowly again. Host, you have died. Razeal reappeared in the same spot, stunned. Why did you kill me again? She tilted her head, lips curling faintly in amusement. So, you really can revive, she said, finally intrigued. How interesting. Her eyes studied him anew. I'm guessing you died before coming here too. Like me. She tapped a finger to her chin. Though I never tried dying here, but considering I haven't aged in eons, maybe longer, I assume I can't. Each word she spoke was matter of fact, calculated, accurate. If you didn't die in the real world, then it must be this strange space that makes you immortal. A sealed world. That would explain it. System. Did she just read my mind? Razeal panicked internally, eyes twitching. Or did she just guess all that? How the hell did she come that close to the truth in seconds? She didn't even consider that he might have some artifact or divine item. She just skipped straight past all that right to the likely scenario. She didn't read your mind. Host. This information is protected. Her deduction is based on reading your micro-expressions and logic. She isn't SSS-rank villain for nothing. Such observational skills are absolute. She's a monster. Razeal gulped, stiffening. How the FCK is this even fair? Her voice broke his thoughts again. Let me guess, she said smoothly, resting her chin on her hand, eyes locked on his soul. You can travel freely between that world and this one, that you came here to get stronger, because here you can't danger, just training and growth. She smirked faintly. And if you manage to convince me, you get skills, experience, power, all without risking anything. She watched his face, reading it like an open book. That's it, I see. She's reading my F-kin soul, Razeal thought in silent horror. She's dissecting me without even lifting a hand. You really don't know who I am? She suddenly asked, voice dipping slightly. That snapped him back. Huh. And no, I know. I know your title. It's not like I don't know anything, ma'am. He blurted out. He added ma'am with force. As if it would earn him some mercy points, she chuckled, amused by the panic practically painted on his face. Title, she echoed, tapping her lips thoughtfully. I do have many, but if you know me, then you must know the greatest one. Her gaze sharpened again. So what is it? A glint of curiosity shone in her eye, deep, almost unnerving. The one title that remained immortalized, even after trillions of years. Razeal swallowed hard. It's the strongest mother. Host, you have died again. The throne armrest shattered under her grip. Her eyes turned pitch black, deep, infinite voids of fury. You dare, she roared. You dare mock me, kid? Razeal, who had just revived again, stared blankly. What the hell just happened? His voice came out flat, bewildered, more than afraid this time. System, seriously, what's wrong with her? Does she have some kind of divine personality disorder, or what? I have no idea either. Host, that she's just being a villain. But honestly, try to learn from her. This is halfway to the correct mindset a villain should have. It's on its bullshit again. Razeal clenched his fist, resisting the urge to punch thin air. I swear. One day I'll land a punch on this damn system. Meanwhile, her words still echoed faintly in the strange space, cutting sharper than any blade. Did I say something wrong? Was that title incorrect? Panic crawled up his spine like ice. I knew it. This damned system, this treacherous bastard must have fed me false information just to screw me over. His eyes darted up again, landing on her still seated atop her throne, now missing an entire armrest. She had crushed it with her bare hand. He gulped. And here I thought she might just be a magician or something. But that throne, that's no regular stone. That thing looks like a chunk of divine marble or some high-rank artifact material, and she just crushed it like clay? His eyes narrowed as he studied her frame. There's no way. Physically, she doesn't even look that strong. And yet, she was, without wasting another second, Razeal straightened his back. His instinct screamed at him to act fast. He didn't bow, he wasn't some dog groveling at someone's feet. Most people might have, thinking that was the right thing to do, especially when begging forgiveness and also in need from that same person. But Razeal wasn't most people. That he spoke calmly, firmly, with as much control as he could summon. I apologize if I offended you, ma'am. Please understand I didn't know that title was disrespectful. His words were carefully chosen, and oh lies. Not even half-truths. She could see through those like glass. It was my own ignorance, nothing more. My insight led me there. But I should have admitted I don't know anything. Truly, I've never heard of you before that I came to this space with no information. None at all. He lowered his head, slightly not a bow, but an act of sincerity. So please, accept my apology. The woman watched him in silence. Her face was unreadable cold, unmoving. But it didn't last long. Her gaze scanned his face, then softened slightly. She saw it, the truth behind the words. I see, she murmured. Host, you have died again. What? Razeal's voice echoed in his own head as his body reformed once again. What the hell is wrong with this woman? Didn't I just apologize? Is she seriously just playing with my life? Anger boiled beneath his skin. I swear she's just toying with me, like I'm some damned NPC in her personal playground. Villains are often unpredictable. Host and Yesem are absolutely insane. Razeal grit his teeth, suppressing a groan. Are all high-rank villains this psycho? Can't even be reasoned with. Still, he didn't let the frustration show. There was no time to wallow. And anyway, dying here didn't hurt. Not really, since she kills him before he even feels pain. Just that weird, detached sensation again, vague, like trying to remember a dream you forgot the second you woke up. Still uncomfortable, but manageable. He stepped forward again. He had to calm the situation. Ma'am, I think it would be best if we properly introduced ourselves. She stared down at him from the throne, her expression now dripping with something new boredom. Her emotions changed faster than any person he'd ever seen. 1 second, fury. The next, indifference. It was terrifying. Let me start, he said, pressing on despite the sudden shift in pressure. My name is Razeal. I'm 16 this year, and I'm very good at, he continued, making a sincere effort, putting on his best composure, lining his words with genuine energy. He wasn't lying, that he wasn't embellishing, just giving her what he could, trying to be respectful, trying not to die. Again, but mid-sentence. All right, that's enough. She yawned, covering her mouth with one delicate hand. It's the rightful thing to do, sure, but no, I hate being bored. Razeal stopped mid-breath, his eyebrow twitched violently. What the hell? I'm pouring everything into this speech, and she calls it boring. I'm literally doing it right. I even stripped it clean of lies, just because I know she'll catch them. Still, he didn't react outwardly. Only a small twitch of the mouth betrayed his inner rage. Let me introduce myself then, she said, a faint smirk returning to her face as she rested her cheek on her hand. Razeal straightened up even more, subtly adjusting his posture. Finally, something's progressing. His eyes narrowed, fixed on her. She seemed calmer now, less murderous, at least. Maybe this was the moment he'd finally get to understand her, what kind of monster she really was, what personality she carried, and more importantly, how to behave to get something out of her. Useful knowledge, power, maybe a skill or two, all within his reach if he just played it right. But then she went completely silent, that in expression, in breath. Just still. Seconds passed, then more and more. Razeal blinked, confused. Did she freeze? Still nothing. Did her system crash or something? Does she need a reboot? The longer the silence dragged, the more awkward it became. He didn't dare move, though he thought maybe standing like a respectful statue would be the right choice. Still, it was getting ridiculous now. Hey, system, she didn't fall asleep with her eyes open, right? He whispered through the corner of his mouth without moving. She is thinking, host. Thinking what? Wait, don't tell me, did I end my words? Did she find some loophole? And now she's trying to guess some absolute bullshit that somehow will end up being correct? No. Host, that she's contemplating very deeply. Be fast, D a minute. Why are you pausing halfway through? She's contemplating how to introduce herself. Silence. What? Razeal blinked again. You're telling me that someone of her level, someone who can guess how I'm being revived, now has to think about how to introduce herself? Are you kidding me? It happens, host, when someone reaches a level where introductions become obsolete. You no longer need to say your name because the world already knows it.so when that need disappears for long enough. Well, it becomes strange to introduce oneself. She probably hasn't had to do it for tens of thousands of years. The system paused. You might not understand now, but maybe if you become someone great one day, you will. Real pride lies in the moment when your name no longer needs to be spoken. Bullshit. Raziel scoffed under his breath, visibly disgusted. Someone with a brain sharp enough to almost perfectly guess how I'm reviving, and she's out here struggling to remember how to say her name? Nah, total nonsense. She's thinking something else. He eyed her cautiously again, still silent, still staring at nothing, and then her lips moved. To introduce myself. Her voice broke the heavy silence like a blade. A strange smile curled at the corner of her mouth, a smile that didn't belong to a sane person. Let me start. And then, I am the mother who tried to kill her just-born daughter by myself. I am the mother who tried to kill her just-born daughter with my own hands. A pause, then, with a smile that felt like ice across the soul, she added, but I failed. Raziel, who had been standing upright, expecting some grand title or awe-inspiring introduction, froze. The words hit him harder than any magic blast or blade ever could. His breath caught. His soul trembled. What kind of introduction is this? His thoughts reeled. No one. No one introduces themselves like this. This wasn't villainous, it was beyond monstrous. His stomach twisted, and a chill ran up his spine as the image formed in his mind. A baby barely breathing, helpless, and a mother, her own mother, tried to... He couldn't even finish the thought. Is this what I have to become, system? Is this the kind of monster I'm supposed to emulate to be a villain? If it is, then I'd rather not. I don't care what this place is or how powerful she's get me out. Now, she disgusts me. His voice echoed within the void of his mind, cold and firm. Hear out fully, host. She must have had her reasons. No one does anything without one. That's your first lesson. Every action, no matter how dark, has a cause. Even the smallest moments. No, I don't believe any reason in the world could justify what she just said, that I don't care if she's a god or demon to she's repulsive, that I don't want to be in her presence, let alone learn from her. He responded calmly now, not with fear, but cold rejection. You will understand. If you stop reacting like a child, grow up. No one is born evil. Not even villains. Raziel gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, the nails digging into his palms. He closed his eyes, breathed in deeply. Calm down. Just listen. When he opened them again, her voice had already resumed. I gave birth to my daughter, but due to severe exhaustion, I didn't wake up for the next 4 days. A pause. When I woke up, I didn't see my husband, nor was I in the home we used to live in together. The caretaker told me I had given birth to a girl, and that my husband and his family, too, didn't want a daughter. They told me to clean up the mess and come back home like nothing happened. Even my own mother said I should. I was weak, fragile, but I still went. Did I want to see my daughter for the first time? I picked her up in my arms for the first time. I don't know what I was thinking. I just stood there. I don't remember how long. Raziel stood silently, eyes unmoving. But in his mind, an image formed, faint, cold, heavy. Her words painted a scene he hadn't lived, but could almost feel. Bitter air, fragile limbs, a child born unwanted. His chest tightened. The feelings were complicated, ugly, real. She continued, her voice steady, too steady. I didn't have it in me to kill her with my own hands, that I couldn't. Her face was expressionless, now only a silence that felt like it had lived in her for years. She was remembering something she'd never forgotten. So I took her outside. It was during the winter, the frost season, cold enough to freeze thought itself. No one was home. They had all left me alone, maybe thinking I'd do what they couldn't say aloud. That night, I left my daughter out in the cold, naked, in the open snow. And I just sat at the doorstep. Waiting for the moment she'd freeze to death. And somehow, I fell asleep like that, just sitting there. Raziel's breath hitched, the cold ran down his spine, like snow soaking through his veins. His eyes twitched, but he didn't speak. When I woke up in the morning, I was afraid, that I was terrified to go outside, afraid to see what I had done. Her voice didn't tremble, not once, not a crack. But when I went out, she was there, lying in the snow, unconscious, half buried in frost, but still alive. Her skin, she was blue from head to toe, but breathing. At this, Raziel turned his head away. His expression tightened, as if trying to resist the very image clawing into his mind. A baby, frozen, dying, but alive. And I failed. I failed to kill my daughter, she said at a pause. Then something changed in her tone, softer, not gentler. But then, I thought if my daughter could fight death for a whole night, then why couldn't I fight for her just once? Why? Was I so desperate to give up? Why was returning to that family more important than my own child? What was I thinking back then? So I stood up, she said, casually yawning, and killed the whole family, my husband, my mother, the in-laws, everyone who told me to kill her. At that moment, the scene twisted in Razeal's mind like a snapped bone. The pity that had been gradually forming inside him shattered in a sharp confusion. What? He blinked, caught off guard. Just seconds ago, he was on the edge of understanding her, from sheer disgust to pity, sympathy. Do you mean it? How the hell did that shift happen? Am I seriously losing it? She still tried to kill her daughter. That fact doesn't change that I shouldn't be feeling this kind of feelings for her. But back then, what could she even do? The thought crept in, quiet but undeniable. Does that make me corrupted too? Raziel clenched his fist slightly, his chest tightening with unease. He couldn't figure it out, but he didn't interrupt her either. He just listened as her story continued. I started raising my daughter, she said. In the middle of her growing up, I tried to gather some financial support. I thought of opening a shop in the city, using the last bit of money I had saved back from my family. Her voice was flat, but steadied a kind of quiet pride echoed in it. But then, some people came. Holy ones said I couldn't open a shop because there was a statue of their god next to it. Raziel exhaled slowly. Poor woman, did I know this bullshit trope too well. Holy crap. In novels always means someone suffers. Now, they'll force her to shut it down, leave her broke, make her suffer while claiming holiness. How original, he sighed, already predicting her tragic tale. So, she added, blinking slowly, the next day I moved their statue to the outskirts. Raziel stared a beat past. Then he chuckled quietly, forcefully putting a hand to his face. Gods? What was I expecting? She's not the protagonist, she's a villain. Bro, of course she did that. Still, a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Those pompous holy knights' asses must have burned hearing that. So they call me a witch, she continued, shrugging, and said they'd exorcise me. I killed them too. And it all continued. She said it like someone recounting weather. Not drama. Not tragedy. Just continuity. After some time, these little things kept happening. Then one day, some emperor's son tried to touch my daughter. So I killed him too. Raziel blinked again. This time slower. Wait, what? That escalated, well. Boring stuff. It all just continued. They came and I fought that I killed that I never lost. Not even once, she said, without even the slightest inflection of pride. And then I thought, why not help women with the same fate as mine? Let them get their own justice. I taught them too. How to get stronger. I've destroyed daughters, sons, grandsons, grandparents, whoever stood in my way. She paused, then added with the finality of someone stating a weather report. In my lifetime, I have killed trillions of people. She turned her gaze directly at Raziel now, her voice calm, as though everything she had just said was nothing more than a polite self-introduction. And my name is Zara Raverin. That's all about me. Full introduction. She finished and fell silent. Raziel just stood there, dumbstruck, mind split. What the actual FCK kind of introduction is that? She's been through hell, sure. But after that first incident, it sounds like her world flipped to goddamn easy mode. He couldn't process it. And technically speaking, she told me nothing. Not her age, her titles, her powers, her desires, and no likes or dislikes. Just a name, and the fact she's killed trillions. That alone should have been enough to stir fear, awe, or at least some form of apprehension. But in this moment, it only left a bitter aftertaste of confusion. Raziel exhaled sharply, shaking his head with a sigh that carried both exhaustion and mild frustration. Forget it, he thought. Maybe her intelligence wasn't built for structured thought, not in a conventional sense. Despite her power, perhaps reason was not her forte. Clearing his throat, he straightened his back and decided to cut the conversation short. Well then, ma'am, he said, his voice now more composed, though still edged with dry restraint. I'll be direct. What will I have to do to convince you to teach me something, anything that could help me grow stronger? His words landed heavy in the stale air. For once, he wasn't twisting them, wasn't playing noble or mysterious. He had wasted enough time dancing around formalities. There was no time left to burn. He had to grow stronger here and now that he still needed to get out of this place. Out into the world, where he could hunt and collect elemental cores, the kind that only dropped from slaying true monsters. If he failed to do that, he would fail, and that was not an option. She hadn't offered much about herself, so Raziel didn't said much either. Her indifference justified his own. Still, he couldn't deny it. In her strange, roundabout way, she had altered the lens through which he viewed certain things at a subtle shift, small, almost unnoticeable, but a shift nonetheless. Even if philosophy was useless to him, for now, Without power, being a philosopher was no different from being a fool lost in his own noise. Strength was truth. All else was noise. The woman tilted her head, as if finally registering the weight behind his words. And then, oh, that? No, I don't have anything to teach you, she said flatly, smiling in a way that lacked even the pretense of warmth. You don't look like teaching material. Her voice curled around the statement like a lazy blade. And more than that, she leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing. I didn't see even a sliver of true respect in your gaze. Razeal blinked slowly. You wanted to walk away before even listening to me fully, didn't you? Her words were sharp, mocking cold. That's not the behavior of someone talented, not someone worth investing in. A pause, and then just like that, nope. Final, absolute, silence settled, heavy like a shroud. This bullshit woman. Razeal clenched his jaw, eyes twitching as if she intended to say no from the very beginning. Why bother with the theatrics? Why waste his time with her meandering words? He could have been off earning the favor or secrets of some other villain by now. Razeal literally wanted to curse this woman. His hand twitched as the thought surged system, but just as he was about to call it forth, her expression changed, like a glitch breaking into a smile. Her eyes sparked with something sudden and vile. A wide, wicked grin stretched across her face, inhuman, predatory. Something had clicked in her twisted mind. Wait, wouldn't he make the perfect experiment material? She mused silently, pupils dilating with maddened excitement. I do have something to teach you, she suddenly declared. The shift in her tone was instant, gleeful, volatile. Razeal lifted his head slowly, caution knitting itself into his brow. The moment their eyes met, he froze. A chill gripped his spine, crawling down like black ice. His soul trembled. That smile, it wasn't human. What the hell is that smile? Something was very, very wrong. What was she planning? Why so suddenly? Razeal asked, eyes narrowing. Didn't you just reject me? His voice was laced with suspicion that a moment ago she was throwing him out like trash. Now she suddenly had something to offer. The shift was too quick, too unnatural. That smile on her face wasn't just creepy. That it was the kind of grin a villain wore right before they ruined someone's life. Twisted, sadistic, inevitable. What could I even do to you? She shrugged, the smirk never fading. You can't die here, right? You just revive? Over and over again. Oh, why so scared? Razeal clenched his jaw. She wasn't wrong. And believe me, she added, voice light as silk yet sharp as razors, if it really works out, it'll be very advantageous for you. Razeal's gaze darkened. What do you mean if it works out? You're not planning to run some experiment on me and just call it teaching, are you? He asked, stepping back not in fear, but in wary respect. He called out mentally, eyes flicking to the void beyond. System, what is she planning? I have no idea. Host, this entity's behavior falls outside all recorded functions. TSH, useless, Razeal cursed under his breath. Still, he paused. Even if she did experiment on him, what's the worst that could happen? It's not like he'd die. Not permanently. And even if he did, so what? What mattered was power. Right now, he was weak, so weak it was laughable. The bottom rung of every category that mattered. No skills, no techniques, no resources. That he needed something. Anything, fast. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense that he had an ultimate dark affinity, unmatched potential. The mind of a tactician, yet he was crawling in the dirt because there was nothing in his arsenal worth using. As for pain. Please, he had known pain longer than he had known peace. Screaming? He doubted his body remembered how did I in the end. This was a win-win. After all, trying to reason with villains was a joke. He hadn't even said anything earlier. He had just thought about walking away, and she had already turned him down for that. She rejected him over a passing thought. So petty it's comical. And if the other villains were all like this, arrogant, whimsical, self-obsessed, that might take him eternity to find one who would actually help him. Screw it. Let's go with it. Whatever happens, he'll deal with it. Pain, suffering. If that's the price for unlocking an SSS-ranked villain's knowledge, then so be it. Just as that resolution settled in his heart, her voice cut through his thoughts. How about this? She said suddenly, voice laced with something mischievous. Let me show you something. If you can break it, she snapped her fingers. I'll teach you my strongest, ultimate technique. Razeal's breath caught. But if you fail, her grin widened. You'll have to go through that experiment. She said it like a joke, like a game that if she were playing with a toy she knew would break. For you, she added, it's advantageous either way. And for me, it'll be a little fun time. Her eyes sparkled like a cat staring at a mouse with broken legs. That Razeal's throat tightened. Ultimate technique. He gulped. Wasn't that all he needed? If he had that paired with his dark genius, his cursed affinity, he could become unmatched. Super OP to a villain that could crush anyone. and no matter how hard it was to learn, he would learn it. Because the problem had never been his talent, it was always the lack of skills and powers he could learn. He'd been starving for power while sitting in a desert of mediocrity. This could change everything. Will you, really? He asked, trying to keep his voice steady. But greed had already bloomed in his expression. His eyes burned with desire, his lips twitching with the weight of 1,000 hungry thoughts. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he quickly wiped it with the back of his sleeve. The image of that smug protagonist flashed in his mind. Aaron, that righteous clown, if Razeal got that skill, he'd wipe the floor with him. And those women too. Maybe then they'd realize how badly they'd misjudged him. No, not them FCK them. He doesn't care. Shameless? Maybe, but no one would know. And even if they did, who cares? Cough. Host manners. The system's voice buzzed in his mind, trying to act like a half-baked etiquette coach. Razeal ignored it completely. I promise that of course I do. He replied aloud with a slight nod, his tone low, almost too casual. But then her expression darkened, just slightly. The glint in her eyes grew sharp and cold. I want more than words, she said. I want you to promise on the name of this space that no matter what happens, you cannot leave this dimension before my experiment is complete. You will not back out. You will not reject it. Not for any reason. Her tone was suddenly very serious, devoid of earlier playfulness. There was something in her stare, a silent glimmer of authority and disgust, as if she were looking at a vulgar, uncultured brat who didn't deserve her time, but had amused her just enough to play with. She's really taking me for some illiterate monkey. Razeal clicked his tongue inwardly. But he didn't argue. He coughed once, lightly, then straightened his posture. I'll see. First show me what I'm supposed to break, he said cautiously, narrowing his eyes. What if she asked him to break a mountain or some other absurdity? Of course, Dash, she said sweetly, then suddenly snapped her fingers. A mischievous spark danced in her eyes. Snap at once. A strange movement caught Razeal's attention. A black, shiny big stone resting harmlessly near his foot shivered, shifting unnaturally as if it had turned into some viscous liquid. Huh. That wasn't there before. It began to melt. No, transform, bubbling like tar, but shimmering like polished onyx. The black liquid floated upward, coiling through the air like a sentient stream of oil, and stopped just before Razeal's face. He instinctively tensed, but remained still, eyes locked on it, calm but ready. What is this? Then, right before his eyes, the black liquid began shifting again, this time solidifying at an alarming pace. 0.3 seconds. That's all it took. In less than a blink, the liquid formed into two sleek black metallic poles, each about 4 feet tall and 10 meters apart from one another, now standing on either side of him like twin sentinels. Razeal blinked, glancing left and right. He stood squarely between them. It feels like she's about to tie a ribbon between them, and asked me to cut it like it's some ceremony. As if on cue, she tilted her head and said with an unreadable smile, cut it. Cut what? Razeal frowned, confused, glancing at both poles. These two poles. She didn't answer with words. Instead, she raised her eyebrows, gesturing slightly. Then, with a soft smirk, she added, can't you see it? The thread between them? Thread. Razeal echoed, his brow furrowing. He narrowed his gaze, scanning the space between the two poles carefully. At first, he saw nothing. But as he blinked, focusing intently, he caught it, a single, impossibly thin line of black, stretched taut between the two poles, the hair thin, almost invisible. You mean this? He asked, raising a finger toward it. This thread. She nodded, still smiling. Yes, that. Break it, and I'll keep my word. Razeal exhaled slowly, already sensing something wasn't right. To make it easier for you, she added playfully, how about I make it 1,000 times thinner? What? Before he could object, the black metallic thread shimmered thin, began rapidly thinning. Right in front of his eyes, the metallic line seemed to dissolve into non-dash existence. By the time it stopped, it was gone. He couldn't see a DMN thing. System. Razeal growled inwardly. Is she screwing with me? I do not believe so. Host, if she's swearing on. People of her caliber have no reason to bluff, and certainly not to someone like you. That last part was unnecessary, Razeal thought with a twitch in his brow. But he didn't argue. She hadn't moved, just stood there, waiting. Is this even possible? What kind of joke is this? Break something I can't even see. And she thinks I'll believe she'll give me her ultimate technique, just like that? Are you sure? He asked aloud, still watching her, his voice now steady cold. Of course, kid. She gave him a sideways glance. But don't forget what you promised. You agree, and I'll give you my technique if you succeed. If not, then you'll experiment on me. Razeal finished her sentence, his voice dried. He could feel it, This was a trap that the challenge layered in cruelty that a joke only villains would laugh at. And yet, even though every warning bell in his brain screamed to step back, he nodded. He didn't care anymore. Suspicious intentions. Fine, if it meant power, real power, then he'd see this through to the end, and no matter what. I promise, Razeal said aloud. The moment the words left his mouth, a slow, wicked grin crept across Zara Ravern's face. It was the kind of grin only a seasoned villain could make dangerous, satisfied, and faintly condescending. Like watching a fly willingly enter a spider's WAS for Razeal. Why had he said that without much hesitation? Of course. The answer was simple, the ultimate technique of an SSS-ranked villain. What else could be more tempting? Think about it. He reasoned, if I win, I get. The technique, if I fail. She already said the experiment will still be advantageous for me. Either way, it's a win-win. He was already leaning toward agreeing when she'd first proposed it. And this challenge? This thread? Please, he almost scoffed aloud. It looked so damn easy. Sure, it reeked of suspicion, but still villains often fall to their own arrogance, didn't they? Their utterly stupid, laughable arrogance. Maybe she's no different, Razeal thought, smirking internally to the hair-thin thread. Come on. And it's 1,000 times thinner, a piece of cake. And about that promise, he hadn't taken it too seriously. After all, this was a space created by System. He is the host. Who the hell cares about promises here? If it gets weird, I'll just leave. That's what gave him the most confidence. He was still basking in that thought when System notification. Host has made a binding verbal contract with SS-rank villain Zoravern under the authority of the System. The spatial domain acknowledges this promise. Should either party attempt to violate it, the System will intervene to enforce compliance. Razeal's eyes widened, his face dropped, his heart skipped a beat. The FCK. For a few seconds, he just stood there, literal question marks floating in his mind. That's a thing? Why didn't anyone tell me that's a thing? Across from him, Zara blinked. Then piffed, ha ha ha. Her laughter erupted through the space like an explosion, raw and victorious. She threw her head back and laughed, not bothering to hold back an ounce of glee. It echoed like a mad queen's cackle across the void. She looked at him like a cat who'd just played a perfect prank on a smug dog. My guess was right, dash, she practically sang, wheezing between laughs. It worked. That IT actually worked? Ha ha. Her amusement was so genuine it stung. She'd already seen it the way Razeal's expression collapsed the moment the System's voice hit. She didn't need confirmation anymore. His face told her everything, that he was trapped. Razeal, meanwhile, looked like he'd swallowed a cactus, and that too from wrong mouth. System, what the hell? System, why didn't you tell me about this? And are you and her with each other's parties? Explain this right now. Why does she know this and I don't? Razeal yelled in his head to the System. Host, I've already informed you of as many base system functions as you were eligible to receive. There are many more hidden functions you must discover through progression. These features exist for your advantage, but we do not guarantee they will not be used against you if you lack foresight. Foresight? You could have warned me. Host, accusing the System of bias or alliance with other entities is baseless. That I exist solely to guide and support you, that I cannot interact with or serve any entity other than you. According to my analysis, the villain Zara deduced this mechanic herself. She tested it on you as a gamble, one that, regrettably for you, succeeded. The moment your expression changed, she read you. She understood immediately that the binding had taken effect. The System's voice was firm, even borderline offended, that IT spoke like a machine being accused of incompetence in front of its creator. Host's lack of emotional control is the primary reason for the failed bluff. Villains like her possess exceptional intellect and observational prowess. Please refrain from blaming the System for your personal shortcomings. The explanation hit like a cold slap. Razeal stood there, frozen, face contorted in disbelief, frustration, and just a pinch of dread. Zara, meanwhile, was absolutely basking in his misery. She sat upon her throne like a dark queen reveling in a festival of fools, one leg crossed over the other, elbow resting on the armrest, her chin cupped lazily in one hand. She watched him with a slow, drawn-out grin as she chuckled softly like she was enjoying the finest wine. And Razeal's crushed ego was that. Wine? How the hell can someone just guess that? And when did she even have time to think about this? She was still introducing herself a minute ago. This woman, she was terrifying. Not just strong, dangerously clever and almost precise. Razeal felt the pressure for the first time, not from her power, but from her mind. He suddenly didn't feel so confident anymore. System, I haven't actually started the challenge yet, right? I can still back out, right? Right? Negative. The promise has already been acknowledged and registered. Both parties are bound. The System will enforce it. Raziel muttered the word under his breath, his fists clenching slowly at his sides. He was now officially in deep, irredeemable esit. Raziel didn't bother asking how she had figured out his thoughts, what she knew, or how did IT didn't matter. Wasting time on pointless chatter wouldn't change a thing. I can use weapons, right? He asked, raising his gaze to Zura. The sliver of unease flickered in his eyes, half expecting her to play dirty and say, "Do it with your hands." He couldn't even see the diamond thread properly. But logically speaking, no matter how thin or fine it looked, it shouldn't be that strong that, let's say it's diamond. He reasoned internally. Even if it's the hardest known material, shaped into a solid thread this thin, it can't possibly hold up, especially not at this length 10 meters long without significant support. If it had been short, maybe then it would have been difficult to snap. But at this span and this tension, no, even the thought of breaking. It with bare hands had crossed his mind. If she had said no to weapons, he would have tried anyway. IT really didn't look that hard. You can use any type of weapon, Zara replied, chuckling as if watching a monkey try to solve algebra for bananas. But you only get one chance. Any more than that would just be a waste of time. What do you mean? Raziel asked, his voice low. He was a little relieved she didn't cheat him out of using weapons, but her words dripped with a strange undertone that made his brow furrow. You'll know. She chuckled again, amused. Whatever, he thought, not wanting to give her the satisfaction of more words. Instead, he turned to face the thread, his focus now absolute, as he took a step forward into striking distance. System, they can provide me a weapon, right? This is for training, after all. Definitely, host. However, they will only be of the normal set grade. Anything higher, you'll have to earn either from defeating villains in any space or acquiring them through personal effort. You may request a type based on your preference, if it exists in the real world. Only normal grade? That's fine, that'll be enough. Give me a good sword, no, wait. Not a sword. Give me a thick axe, full sharpness. Raziel's voice was cautious but firm, not wanting to leave room for mistakes. In the next instant, a metallic axe materialized in his grip, summoned from thin air. Good, he muttered, feeling the weapon's weight settle into his palm. The blade shimmered, edges honed like death incarnate. Zura's eyes narrowed slightly, brows arching in intrigue. She hadn't felt even the faintest ripple of maneuver any spatial law when that weapon appeared. An energy signature. Nothing. Her lips curled into a sly grin. Interesting. Here we go, let's not waste time. Raziel took his stance, squaring up before the black thread. He gripped the axe tightly, grounding his stance and feeling the vibration of power through its shaft. The thread was almost invisible, so thin and dark, it was like a ghost in the air. But he calculated its position from the poles that anchored it, judging the angle, the arc, the distance. Even if I haven't learned any skills, because the system won't allow anything that isn't dark, it doesn't mean I'm weak. His physical ability, his combat, learning his muscle memory, it's all at the very threshold of what humans can achieve. Others might gain more through skills and blessings, but I've spent 5 brutal years pushing every limit that I don't need magic to win. His muscles twitched beneath his shirt, every fiber coiled like a spring that he raised the axe high, arms stretching upward, gathering momentum. I'm going to defeat this arrogant woman. And with that, he swung. The axe tore downward with the force of a storm, cleaving the air as a gust of wind blasted out his wake. A sharp, almost delicate slicing sound rang through the air. Shick? Raziel's eyes sharpened. He heard it. The sound of something being cut, so smooth, so clean, it was nearly silent that a smirk crept across his lips. I guess I won, he whispered, exhaling a sigh of relief. The axe had fully passed through where the thread should have been. He hadn't even gotten stuck. If it had, with the force he used, the recoil alone could have hurt him badly. Now, the ultimate skill of an SSS-rank villain is mine. Excitement bubbled in his chest, victory swelling his heart. Hey, what are you smiling about? At least look down, kid. Zara's voice rang out, smug. Something to get cut, but not what you think. Raziel's eyes dropped to his hands. His pupils trembled. The axe head solid, metallic, enchanted even for a normal grade, was split clean down the middle, a perfect vertical cleave. As if the blade had been butter beneath something incomprehensibly sharp. What the FCK? The words almost burst out of him, but Zara cut him off with a laugh. I guess I won. She chuckled again, watching the stunned look frozen on his face. That just how? Raziel's voice came out low, disbelief hidden behind clenched teeth as he stared down at the bisected axe in his trembling hands. System, did she use any underhanded tricks? Magic? Illusion? Anything? No. Hosadayas, she stated. It was solely due to the material used. And before you ask, no. This material contains no aura, no mana signature, no magical properties. That IT is completely natural in structure. However, Deep analysis has failed to identify it within any known parameters. For further data, host must physically test and study the substance. The probability of this material forming naturally in any corner of this universe is approximately 0.00646%. Razeal's expression twisted. He couldn't even argue. There was no loophole to grab on, and no trick to call out that he lost, and he hated it. But still, what could he do? Run away? No, he could not anymore. Not only had he failed to cut the thread and earn the ultimate skill, now he was locked into this experiment of hers. Whatever that was, she wasn't bluffing, he thought bitterly. She really did have that much confidence for a reason. His fists tightened. There was no going back now that he stood there frozen, jaw tight, eyes narrow, chest rising and falling with a weight of resignation. But still, what is this material? He asked, his voice now colder, sharper emotion buried beneath a layer of frustrated curiosity. In response, the two poles that had held the thread began to melt like ink bleeding into water. The dark liquid twisted through the air toward her, gliding in slow, smooth motions as if obeying an unseen law. Zara raised her hands. The black fluid didn't touch her. Instead, it floated just above her palms and began compressing, shifting, folding, hardening until it formed a perfect, polished cube. Flawless, gleaming, utterly alien. This, she said, eyeing the cube fondly, is a material I created after trillions of years of boredom. Her eyes glowed faintly, reflections of black mirrored across her irises. The most perfect and, at the same time, the most terrible material I know. She smiled. I call it obsidian agony. I call it obsidian agony. Razeal's lips twitched up. That time when she said she'd rather talk to obsidian agony than to me. She meant the diamond stone. His brow furrowed. He gave his head a slight shake, trying to make sense of it all. But his eyes never left the cube. There was something unnerving about it. Something wronged on the surface. It looked like any high-grade obsidian. Glossy, rich in luster. But beneath that shine, it felt like it watched. Zara continued, voice calm but brimming with unspoken pride. Actually, I first crafted this thinking I'd make the sharpest and lightest sword possible. As if responding to her intent, the floating cube instantly began to morph, its shape twisted midair, stretching, compressing, elongating until it formed into a sword. Not just any sword, but a black, luxurious, almost divine weapon. Gleaming with an otherworldly sheen, it radiated elegance and fatality in equal measure. Each edge seemed etched by godlike precision. Not a single imperfection marred its form. Razeal's eyes narrowed. Something didn't add up. The volume. His gaze darted between the now sword and the earlier cube. How? The volume of the original cube was small, barely enough for a dagger, let alone this. And that huge obsidian stone she used before, it was definitely larger, but when she turned it into the thread, it looked so thin and long. Is she controlling its mass, its density, its space itself? Zara saw his expression and smirked. You noticed, didn't you? She said, as if pleased with his thoughts. Then she turned serious. The important thing about obsidian agony isn't just its shape or form, that it's what it became. She lifted the sword higher, the light reflecting off its perfect blade in fractal patterns. It's the sharpest substance I've ever created in this entire universe, maybe beyond. Even the smallest particles, tiny as grains of salt within obsidian agony, contain trillions of micro-razor edges. She let the sword hang midair, vibrating faintly, humming in the air like a creature too still to be harmless. And the moment they make contact with anything that isn't themselves, those razors unfold fractally, expanding, splitting, slicing through molecular bonds before the victim even knows they've been touched. It's the lightest thing I've ever created, she said casually, as if speaking about the weather. Its weight, compared to other known materials, is... She raised a single finger and smiled. Let's say 657 trillion to the power of 17 times lighter than silver. Razeal blinked. Once, then again, what? Even lighter than air itself. Those words struck harder than they should have. Something that light, yet capable of such destruction, it defied logic. That IT mocked reality. And the most unique trait about obsidian agony, as you've already noticed, her grin widened, eyes shimmering with barely contained amusement, is its density. There's a lower limit to how much it can expand, she continued, raising the cube again, but her grin became sinister. There's no known upper limit, at least none I've discovered yet, for how much it can contract. As she spoke, the black sword hovering above her palm quivered, then began growing. Slowly at first, then rapidly, unnaturally. Out of nothing, it expanded. Raziel's eyes widened. The sword stretched past his height in an instant, then doubled, tripled. It surged higher, tearing through air, defying scale, until Raziel couldn't even see the top anymore. His neck craned, but it was pointless. What the hell? It was no longer a weapon. It was a colossal monolith of sheer darkness. And oh, more than that, bigger than any mountain he had ever seen in his life. More like a tectonic plate had sprouted into the sky. His throat went dry. This wasn't magic. This wasn't illusion. This was something else entirely. So yes, Zara said sweetly, still as calm as ever. It can become the densest known material, compressed to such a point that it turns into the hardest substance I've ever handled. And just as quickly in a blink, that massive structure shrunk back into a small, floating cube, now hovering obediently above her hand once more, harmless in appearance, as if none of what just happened had even occurred. Raziel swallowed thickly. That wasn't just material science. That was insanity given shape. Just what kind of monster is she? To create something like this, it was terrifying, truly impressive. Even the system, usually cold and apathetic to all things, offered a rare moment of awe. Raziel's eyes darted toward the system's message, stunned. Did it just compliment her? Has that thing ever complimented anything before? He couldn't recall a single time. His gaze returned to the cube. It could be called the perfect metal. He thought that no flaws, that no equal. But then Zara simply shook her head. That same strange smile dancing on her lips. She didn't even need to say it. She understood something. Deeper, the laws of the universe. There could never be a truly perfect creation. Not in this world. Not in any. Alas, she said softly. Raziel found himself murmuring under his breath, barely realizing it. Alas? He hadn't meant to ask out loud, but the word had escaped. He was too drawn in, too curious and fully consumed by this metal. Zara didn't mind. This material is reactive, she said. Highly so. Reactive. Raziel echoed, eyebrows knitting. He blinked in confusion. That part didn't quite compute. Zara tilted her head, letting the cube dissolve again into its liquid form. The black fluid slithered downward, forming once again into that familiar dark boulder, the same type he had walked past dozens of times when entering this place. He looked at it now with new eyes. Wait, this stuff was everywhere. That very material, that thing, was the same black rock covering this entire space. He remembered the walls, the path, the structures, all made of this obsidian agony. Do you know how it feels? Zara said suddenly, her tone dreamy and twisted. When your bone is touched by a needle. She rested her chin atop her palms, fingers gently pressed against her cheeks, voice sweet, too sweet. It was the kind of sweetness that came with cruelty. Raziel froze. Kind of, he replied stiffly. His past wasn't soft. Not even close. He'd been through rough stuff. Been through pain that most people couldn't imagine, but even just thinking of bone pain made a shiver crawl through his spine. That cold, sharp sensation that lingers in your marrow, Zara mused. Now imagine someone placing a needle on that same exact spot, then scratching it down. Her smile turned feral. Again, and again, and again. She stared directly into his eyes. That Raziel's blood ran cold. The flicker of a phantom pain surged through his nerves, ghosts of sensation, stirred by her words alone. She was still watching him, head tilted slightly, chin resting on her palm, smiling like she'd just described her favorite bedtime story. Raziel, on the other hand, felt his entire body shudder from head to toe. His breath hitched. His skin crawled, and a chill danced down his spine like cold steel. Just thinking about that feeling, he muttered under his breath, jaw clenching. It's better to just die than go through that. She didn't deny in fact, her smile only deepened. This metal is so reactive, she said softly, almost like a lullaby, that even a normal touch would force you to feel that pain, amplified millions of times, all in a single second. Raziel's eyes widened. What? His mouth opened in pure disbelief. For the first time since entering this strange realm, true shock contorted his face. Not dread, not suspicion, just raw, unfiltered horror. What do you mean? He asked, voice dry, swallowing hard. I mean, she began lightly, brushing her fingers through her hair as though this was all casual. I don't think there's a better or more perfect material in existence for torture. But I also don't think anyone would ever use it on someone, not even if that person had murdered their own daughter. She chuckled. I call it the ultimate torture. Raziel stood frozen. The cube still floated lazily in front of her, radiating no malice, no magic. And yet, He had cold sweat running down his back just thinking about it. He swallowed again, grateful relieved that he hadn't touched the stone with his bare hands when he'd first entered. And in the end, she continued, tone whimsical. It's useless to a masterpiece with no purpose unless you want to use it as a torture device. Huh. Raziel blinked, dumbfounded. She looked down at the obsidian chunk beside her, as if it were a pet, or a painting only she could understand. But didn't I mention, she added, this is one of the sharpest, maybe the sharpest materials in existence. Even the smallest particles are lethally sharp. Her voice was filled with something between admiration and sorrow. Yet that's also its biggest flaw, she admitted, lips curling in amusement. How do you use a blade that cuts everything? I made it into a sword once, but couldn't hold it. She laughed softly, shaking her head. If one touched it, he'd hurt himself far more than any enemy he could face. And as for a handle, she scoffed. No material in existence could survive its volatile nature. And no matter how hard or reinforced at all, just gets shredded the moment it makes contact. Raziel literally imagined someone trying to put a handle on the sword so they could pick it up, but just as that metal touched this metal, it got ripped apart. It's so badass, but also makes you think about whether it could really be used. Raziel could imagine it now, a toddler wielding that blade, accidentally slashing through a fortress or worse. Even grazing someone with it would inflict pain beyond imagination. Maybe this metal really is cursed, he thought bitterly, punished by the universe itself for being too overpowered. He'd never believed that a single material could shift his entire understanding of the world. But today, that belief was shattered at a sword so sharp. Even a handle couldn't exist for it, a blade too dangerous to be wielded. That's, Raziel muttered to himself, badass, terrifying, but still badass. Yet for now, it was, as she said, practically useless, unusable, and judging by how even she avoided direct contact with it floating it, reshaping it without a touch, he doubted she had figured out a way to neutralize its side effects. Well, not my problem, Raziel thought, trying to dismiss the lingering discomfort. I've got no way of handling or using this anyway, then let's not waste more time on stuff I'll never touch. He refocused. So, what kind of experiment do you want to do, he asked, glancing at her with genuine interest. After what he'd just seen her casually creating a metal with such insane properties, his expectations had climbed higher. Maybe she'd try something wild, like fusing a monster core into his heart, or perhaps she'd teach him some cursed forbidden spell she never dared try herself. Hell, maybe she'd just do some insane nonsense like turning his hand into a sword for fun. But the moment he finished speaking, a shadow passed over her face, and then a grin slowly formed out a beautiful, terrifying grin. I've always wondered, she said softly, as if speaking to herself. What if someone's entire skeletal structure was made of obsidian agony? Her words rippled across the space, and for a long, suffocating moment, everything went silent. Raziel didn't react, he couldn't. His thoughts, voice, instincts, everything froze. Then like a delayed echo, the system finally chimed in. _host, you are FKed. A single bead of sweat traced down the side of his face, his knees nearly buckled. She's joking, right? He thought, barely able to breathe. Just the idea of that torture, of that pain, running through his bones, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. See, Kenwayo, you change it to something else, ma'am? Raziel asked, his voice breaking, all pride forgotten, even throwing in an honorific. She didn't laugh this time. No, her tone was casual, deadly. And don't worry, kid, she added. It'll be very advantageous for you. One of the hardest and lightest materials ever created. Just imagine the possibilities. You won't have to worry about your weak little calcium bones snapping anymore. She was smiling like a shady merchant trying to sell cursed jewelry, her tone sweet, her pitch convincing, her eyes too demon excited. They'll never break, they'll protect you. And hey, since they're so light, you might even move faster than ever. Raziel stared at her, dead inside. He had seen a lot. Survived betrayal, faced cursed destiny, endured being labeled the villain of the world. But this was a different breed of madness entirely. That Raziel's lips twitched, his entire face stiffened. See, can I say no? He asked weakly, voice trembling. Then came the desperate attempt. How about, you forgive me, I'm still a kid, you know, and didn't you just say even if someone murdered their own daughter, no one would ever use this material on them? So, why me? Every cell in his body screamed at him to run. But before his body could even twitch, warning, resistance against system-guided progress is strictly prohibited. Any attempt to escape or refuse may result in severe punishment. Raziel froze. Even you're on her side now, he thought, biting his tongue. Traitorous system. Telling someone you're going to rip out their entire skeletal structure and replace it with something as insane as obsidian agony that wasn't just mad science, that IT was evil, that IT was like someone casually suggesting, hey, instead of blood, why not fill your veins with acid? It's more useful, helps kill bacteria, maybe even improves digestion. Yeah, that kind of deranged logic, but somehow worse that he could still hear her voice in his head. Millions of times worse than needles scratching your bones at once. Just thinking about it made his stomach churn. His limbs went numb. And yet, if you're begging, she said sweetly, that means you know you can't escape. She smiled. I guess you'll have to honor your promise, hmm? Seconds later, Razeal lay motionless on a strange stone platform, his body locked in place, suspended by invisible force. His breathing was shallow. His fingers twitched involuntarily. Zara stood above him, laughing. That same unnerving, melodious laugh that always sent chills down his spine. This'll be so fun, she said brightly. Raziel gulped. I apologize if I offended you in any way, but torture me like this, it's not something a great and respected Lord Madam would do, right? I request reconsideration, humbly. His voice cracked halfway through. She tilted her head. Nope, that a promise is a promise, that let's try it. Raziel's eyes widened in horror. He tried to squirm, but the space around him was unyielding. See, can I at least ask, what are the chances of this succeeding? He managed. His voice small. 0%. She replied cheerfully, S, if it was the most obvious thing in the world. WH what? Raziel screamed. Then why are we even doing this? Doesn't that basically mean you want to torture me? She shrugged, nonchalant. Who knows? Raziel stared at her. Was she even human? Zara calmly continued her explanation, as if she were discussing some casual experiment in a school lab. I'll have to make 2 holes, one at the top of your head and one at your feet. Then I'll simultaneously melt your current bones into liquid and drain it out from below, while at the same time injecting molten obsidian agony from the top, in the exact structure of your skeleton, all while forming it into solid bone in real time, without damaging your organs, nerves, blood vessels, or skin. She smiled. Precision work. Raziel's soul practically punched the inside of his body, screaming to be let out. The process sounded like something a horror god would whisper to an executioner, and now he was about to experience it. You're insane, a psychopath, you're trying to kill me, and I'm just an innocent victim here. Raziel yelled, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. His body was still frozen in place, trapped on the altar, like a lamb about to be offered to the gods of madness. Am I? Zara hummed. Maybe. She winked. And of course you're going to die. Many times, actually, but don't worry, it'll be interesting. A tear finally broke free from the edge of Raziel's eye. This wasn't an experiment. This was an execution being rebranded as progress. That IT was that same gut-wrenching fear of being handed over to a trainee surgeon for a life-threatening operation without anesthesia, while conscious. Why not at least use magic to numb the pain? Raziel asked in a last-ditch attempt, clinging to hope. Can't you, do something? Zara smiled again. Nope, that won't work. Her voice was soft but final. Obsidian agony doesn't just cut the physical, it slices through soul and consciousness too. There's no way to stop the pain. You can't use healing magic on acid and expect it to turn into water, can you? She giggled, almost lovingly. And now, don't cry, little villain. Her hand reached out. Let's start. She smiled. I'll try to do it with the least number of kills possible, she added in a casual, musing tone. Though I am curious if this is even possible. Her eyes shimmered genuine intrigue, dancing in their depths. What kind of advantages could it bring, I wonder? She didn't wait for an answer, just narrowed her eyes when boom. Without warning, the ground beneath them vibrated. Every single obsidian agony, every piece of this metal within what had to be 1,000 kilometers suddenly began to melt. An eerie, black, viscous fluid oozed out from the crust of the earth and rose into the sky. Raziel's pupils dilated. What the hell? It wasn't magic. He didn't hear a chant. Didn't sense a spell being activated. She hadn't even moved. Zara simply stood there. It was like world obeyed her. If we're doing this, she said with a laugh, let's do it at the peak of our abilities, shall we? Her voice sounded distant, like thunder echoing across a stormy field, but her presence was suffocatingly close. Raziel could only stare up as the night sky vanished. A river of pure black now flowed above them, swallowing the moonlight, the stars, and even the air itself. IT stretched endlessly across the heavens, blotting out existence like a sentient void. His breath caught. She's mad. What is she even doing with that much? That one stone alone was already terrifying, but what terrified him even more was the ease, the sheer scale of her control. IT wasn't just quantity, it was power so absolute that even gravity surrendered. She could literally unleash a tsunami of darkness upon an empire, without a single spell chant. She had just blinked and a sea of death had formed. Raziel watched helplessly as the flowing sky began to shift, compressing. The monstrous black river condensed, folding in on itself, shrinking into something infinitely smaller. He could barely keep track of it, the mass, disappearing high into the sky like a collapsing star. Then the moonlight returned, falling gently across his face again. He exhaled, shaky and stunned. She wasn't exaggerating. He thought, she really hasn't found the limits of how much this material can compress. The amount that could have drowned an empire had just vanished into thin air. But it wasn't over. From the sky, a small orb descended, only 3 or 4 liters of the blackest, most malicious liquid he'd ever seen. Swirling in the air like a demon ready to be born, IT hovered just above Zara's outstretched palm. "This will be enough density," she said, smiling calmly. "I don't think there's a creature in this reality that would have bones stronger than yours. If we succeed." The words "if we succeed" echoed in his mind like a curse. "And believe me when I say this," she added, "even with this density, it's still billions of times lighter than the cheap skeleton inside your body right now." Raziel's throat tightened. He swallowed hard. Despite the fear, despite the dread eating away at him, he couldn't deny it that a part of him was getting excited. Dragon bones wouldn't even compare. Not to this, that a skeleton forged from compressed agony itself. He shuddered. But the question remained, will I survive this? And worse, what if I do? Because he knew this wasn't just going to be painful. This was going to be hell. "Good luck, host." The system's calm voice interrupted his spiraling thoughts. "Don't worry that I don't think it'll be easy for you to feel much pain. Pain tolerance, be 16,573/1 million. Raziel blinked. That number wasn't even close. With this, you might finally break through to a level of threshold you'd likely never cross in this lifetime otherwise. He stared at the swirling liquid above her hand, and the altar he was still strapped to. "Maybe this really is my path," he whispered. He didn't know if he was convincing himself or accepting the inevitable. "Let's just hope I don't go insane before it's done." He gulped hard again and said nothing. "Let's start." Her eyes suddenly glowed a deep, bright black, like flames made from void itself. IT wasn't light that danced in them, but something far more terrifying, the burning essence of darkness itself, alive and staring straight at him. And then, ouch! A small grunt involuntarily escaped Raziel's lips. His body flinched as a sharp jolt of pain pierced both the crown of his head and the soles of his feet. IT felt like a pair of needles, no, spears had stabbed into the very polar ends of his body, drilling straight down and up with ruthless precision. Pain tolerance, plus 17. Pain tolerance, be 16,590/1 million. Despite the intensity, he only let out a soft sound. Thanks to his B-rank pain resistance, the pain was bearable barely. The holes had reached deep enough to kiss the bones. Yet not even a hairline fracture was made. IT was disturbingly surgical. "Brace yourself, kid," Zara said with a glint of cruel curiosity, almost playful. She lifted her hand, and the black, viscous liquid, the obsidian agony, floated through the air with eerie grace, drifting toward the exposed area on Raziel's head. Realizing this was the real beginning, Raziel tried to steel himself. But the moment the obsidian touched his bone, ARG no. A scream tore itself from Raziel's throat, raw and primal, as if his very soul had been set ablaze. His body convulsed violently. The sound that escaped him was inhuman, a twisted, gurgled howl of sheer agony. His vocals cracked, his mind fractured. He couldn't feel anything else. No sound, no breath. Only pain at a total, all-consuming, soul-tearing agony. Pain inflicted plus 75,909. Pain inflicted plus 78,976. Pain inflicted plus 89,667. His stats surged like a bloodbath through numbers, but none of it mattered. The pain tolerance stat climbed faster than seconds, faster than his sanity could follow. And then, host has died. The system's usually calm voice echoed out, but even it seemed to tremble faintly, as if disturbed by the magnitude of what had just happened. Raziel reappeared on the raised platform. His physical, spiritual, and mental states were fully restored. Yet his chest heaved uncontrollably, panic still gripping him from within. Even just remembering that pain made him feel like he was falling again into a pit with no end. "System, kick me out. Fast out fast. Sorry. Host, but you made a promise. You have to continue." "Then kill me." He couldn't even form full thoughts. His mental voice was fractured words breaking apart. Trembling, he couldn't cope with what had just happened. Half his mind had been lost to that suffering. The other half just wanted to run. He had truly meant it when he begged for death. And oh, one could possibly imagine what he was feeling. That it was like every pain imaginable had been condensed and forced upon him. Host. Don't worry that I in this realm. All bad effects, mental, physical, spiritual, are nullified. After each death, once you leave, there will be no lasting damage. There is no reason to fear. But Razeal wasn't even in a state to hear that, let alone respond. Good point, 1.45 seconds, that's how long you lasted. Let's see if we can push the probability just a little higher than 0, Zara murmured to herself, almost gently. Then her tone shifted, twisting into something darker. Now, enough rest that I won't stop until we succeed. A broken, sadistic smile appeared on her face as she controlled the black liquid once more. It floated with quiet menace toward Razeal, again aiming for the exposed bone. Just as it touched, pain inflicted plus 100,909. Pain inflicted plus 160,976. Pain inflicted plus 200,667. Host has died. Host has died. Host has died. Screams of agony filled the space, echoing through the space, but there was no one to hear them. Zara killed him before he could even react. So many deaths, and yet not a millisecond passed in between. Zara stood quietly each time, watching, emotionless. She wasn't foolish. She knew brute forcing the process wasn't going to solve anything. She knew that repeating the same method endlessly wouldn't lead to success. But this wasn't just blind repetition. She was evolving each time, modifying the flow, controlling the infusion patterns, adjusting the compression depth of the obsidian agony fluid by microns. There were only two possible ways this could work. One, if she could refine her control and technique enough to force the impossible into being, perhaps even perfect the full potential of the obsidian agony material by herself. Two, if Razeal himself changed. If obsidian agony reacts violently to all forms of matter, she had once questioned him, then why not try combining it with other metals? Or calming it? Her answer had always been the same. The human body. The potential of a human body was limitless, especially one like his. Given enough time, it could adapt to nearly anything. That possibility, even if microscopic, was real. Not today, maybe not even tomorrow, but in a billion years, in a trillion. Given enough iterations, even the impossible could bend. After all, had she not already created a material that should never have existed? As for time, Razeal didn't even get the chance to scream properly. This time he died before the sound could fully form. Analyzing physical response to extreme damage. Condition met. Resistance to physical pain increased. Pain perception reduced. Congratulations, host. Your pain tolerance has been upgraded from B to a rank 0/100 million. No one was present to hear the system's cold congratulation. Razeal was too busy being shattered. Pain inflicted, plus 78,976. Even with his pain tolerance rank rising from B to A, the agony barely dulled at IT was supposed to help. That IT should have made a difference. But no. The pain didn't just remain, it evolved. That IT deepened, intensified. IT wasn't something his mind could compartmentalize or his nerves adapt to, like tossing an ant into a pond or an endless ocean, no matter the body of water. It still drowns. That was him, drowning, and no matter how much tolerance increased, he was leagues beneath what was needed to endure this. And yet, just as the cycle of dying and reviving continued, ding, contact with obsidian agony stone detected. Internal adaptation, in progress, resonance sync, 0.0000%, 0.0001%, plus 0.0001%. Sorry guys, late chapter. Apologies, I had an exam today and just came home. And please don't mind me for only a single chapter today, that it's 2.5k words normal authors would have divided it into 2.5 chapters. And well, how's it going? Is it nice enough? I was trying to make the chapter really full of clarity, depth, and fully make sense, not just the same simple stuff again and again. That's why it takes time. Also, thank you Coffee Night for 2 colas appreciated. There we go, our first gift. Thank you all for reading. If you like it, add it to your library and send Power Stones and stuff. We are very far behind in the rankings, literally can't even see ourselves. Zara had a stupefied expression on her face as she looked down at him. Her experimental subject. Just who in the hell are you? Razeal didn't reply. He just lay there, sprawled across the cold floor, blankly staring up at the sky. His eyes were open, but they held no light. Just emptiness. He looked like a corpse that forgot to die. Congratulations, host. Your talent, absolutely dark genius, has resonated with the unique metal obsidian agony. Condition met. Acquiring new skill. Obsidian Agony Tolerance. Skill Obsidian Agony Tolerance has evolved into Obsidian Agony Favoritism. All side effects of Obsidian Agony are nullified. New skill acquired. Obsidian Skeleton SSS-rank. Notifications rang out inside his mind loud, clear, and motionless. But Razeal didn't even blink. He just continued lying there, eyes still locked on the sky like he'd already left this world. If his soul had given up and flown far, far away. Just get over it already. Host, it's been 17 minutes that you've been lying like that, even after acquiring the Obsidian Skeleton. All your mental, physical, spiritual, and conscious trauma has already been completely refreshed and cleared. Stop acting and wake up. Still, no answer, not a word from Razeal. Only a single tear slipped down the side of his face, silent and slow, as his body remained frozen. That he wasn't playing dead, he wasn't acting, he had been revenged, shattered, again and again and again, through what felt like an endless abyss of cruelty. Host, even the system was speechless for a second. How can someone be this soft, this weak? Calling yourself a villain, but unable to endure a little pain and suffering? Especially when all of it's already erased. You're just crying over the memories of pain now, right? Erase it. Razeal finally muttered inside his head. Erase those memories of pain. I don't want to remember any of it. Even if it wasn't trauma, even if it didn't leave scars, it was still a rotten memory. Something foul buried deep in his mind. He just didn't want it. That I cannot do, the system replied, this time in its unbending, absolute tone. FCKU then, Razeal cursed silently. Then finally asked, how many years has passed? How many times did I die again? Not years. Host, it's only been 12 hours, 25 minutes, and 37 seconds since you entered system space. You died 521 times while trying to enter EX-ranked system space. And 4 times before the experiment, killed by that SSS-rank villain. Total number of deaths recorded so far, 9,314. What the hell? Only 12 hours. Razeal blinked, stunned, but that felt like, forget it. He didn't even have the energy to fight this traitor of a system anymore. Almost 10,000 times he died. What kind of absurdity was this? If it had been a normal person, they would have been reduced to ashes on their very first death. Only someone like him could survive after this much. Well, at least no trauma or mental breakdowns. Maybe this system is a little useful after all. He was just lost in thought when another notification arrived. He didn't even wait to read it. He just wanted out, but he needed to leave this cursed space. Now that he pressed his palm down to the ground to sit up crack, he froze, eyes flicking downward. Where he had just placed his hand, a small crater had formed beneath it. Razeal blinked in confusion, his breath shallow as he slowly stood up, still dazed from everything. That's when he noticed it. His body. It felt different, unnatural, alien. Did I get lighter? His limbs felt as if some invisible burden had been peeled off. His body moved easier, too easy, like his weight had just lessened quite a bit. Cracked, he glanced down, startled point too small, foot-sized craters had appeared beneath him just from putting pressure on the ground. Stronger too? Yes. Host that AS I mentioned earlier. You have successfully acquired the skill, Obsidian Skeleton, a rank. Razeal froze. That crazy, FCAT up idea, he trembled, a chill slithering up his spine. The skeleton, yeah, I remember that, he muttered, his voice hollow. The sensation of lightness is a direct result of acquiring the Obsidian Skeleton, that a typical human skeleton accounts for 15 to 18% of total body weight. The structure within you now is composed of an ultra-refined version of Obsidian Agony, a material with weight nearly indistinguishable from 0.SA result. You've effectively shed 15 to 18% of your total weight, and since sturdy, and the system sounded almost proud, too proud, but Razeal wasn't listening anymore. His gaze was pulled elsewhere to Zara. She had been watching the whole time, and now she finally spoke. Just who are you? Zara's voice was cool and measured, yet heavy with something deeper curiosity. Perhaps she stared at Razeal, who now stood upright, no longer looking like a corpse collapsed on the floor. He had survived, and oh, he had evolved. The words escaped her lips before she could stop them. How could someone's body be this miraculous? Razeal didn't answer. He simply stared back at her, still expressionless, still recovering from the ordeal. The blankness in his eyes resembled the dead. Zara was struggling to comprehend what she'd just witnessed. This wasn't possible. Not within her calculations, not even within imagination. How could a body evolve like that in mere hours? The level of adaptation his body showed, it wasn't just fast, it was incomprehensible. She had considered this experiment something that might take trillions of years, or perhaps even be an eternal failure. She wasn't even sure success was possible. And yet, It only took him around 11 hours. Her left eye was twitching from unbelievableness, and she hadn't contributed at all. Her methods, her techniques, none of them were the reason for this outcome. It was all Razeal, a terrifying, unnatural talent. She, the one known as the eternal talent, who could master any magic, any art, any technique in a single glance, could never have survived what he did. Perhaps she could have tried, but she would have died attempting it. Her perfect body couldn't achieve this. Not without fatal consequence. Razeal, of course, had the benefit of the system's revival mechanic, but even that didn't account for the raw, monstrous potential within him. Her musings were cut short. "You wicked woman, stay away from me. Don't come any closer. I swear I'll piss on you if you do." Razeal barked in panic. Razeal scrambled back in a panic, but misjudging the strength in his body, he leapt backward uncontrollably, soaring through the air. Just one step back, and his newly enhanced body reacted violently. Boom! A blast of air erupted under his feet. The lightest motion had launched him high into the air. He soared backwards into the air, a mere twitch of motion hurling him several meters high. But instinct kicked in. He twisted midair, flipped in a somersault, and landed sharply atop a stone ledge, putting clean distance between them. "Wicked woman, piss on me." Hearing those words, black lines formed on her forehead. Her face twitched, but she said nothing. She was clearly trying to control herself. She had just fulfilled a long-standing curiosity. This was the final stage. She still had to see the last result, so she had forced herself to hold back. "Stay away from me, I'm telling you," Razeal warned, raising his hands in a defensive posture. "I won't do anything, kid." "Stop already. Didn't you want to become a villain?" she replied calmly. "Look at yourself, that you've gained such a powerful constitution thanks to me. At least be a little thankful instead of using that kind of language." She guilt-tripped him without blinking. I'm just saying, stay away though," Razeal stammered, still keeping distance. She shook her head. "Whatever. You can go now," she said casually. She had already seen enough. When he leapt earlier, she analyzed the changes in his body, and honestly, disappointed her, and now, seeing his body reaction, it wasn't much either. And looking at his attitude, even with his potential, it's just a waste. At all in all, he failed all her evaluations. Also about experiment, it a failure, she thought, just the skeleton reinforced. Unbreakable maybe, but no real enhancement beyond that. The small advantages he gained weren't even worth raising an eyebrow over. Razeal calmed down a bit. Thanks to the system wiping away the trauma, it helped, but he still hated this woman. He blinked. Her reaction confused him. Just seconds ago, she was burning with curiosity, and now she casually went back to her throne, sitting down like nothing mattered. What a weirdo. "System, my promise is complete now, right? Can I leave this FK in place?" Razeal asked. "Yes, you can." "All right. Good. Leave this FK in place." "No, wait." Razeal stopped himself mid-command. He looked around. "This place? I'm not coming back here again. She's crazy and violent, never gonna come back. Oh, why not take something useful before I go? Not like you care about her not being hostile to him anymore. Hey, since I've succeeded, can you give me that sword? The one made of obsidian agony?" Razeal asked, shameless greed in his eyes, and no hesitation whatsoever. "If I had that sword, I could fight anything. Just touch someone with it dead, and no need for skills, no techniques. Hell, if I forged armor from it, I'd be untouchable. And since I'm immune to the side effects, perfect." But Zara just gave him a cold, bored look and replied immediately, "No." "Oh, but why not? You won't lose anything by giving it to me, right? It's just a small thing for someone like you." Razeal tried to butter her up, but she didn't even flinch. "Nope, no need. I did what I wanted, fulfilling my curiosity. You did what you could, that's it. You don't interest me beyond that." Razeal paused, stunned. What the hell happened to her? Wasn't she shocked earlier? Now she's acting like I'm invisible. Truth was, Zara was dissatisfied. Her experiment didn't go as expected. Unbreakable bones, sure, but beyond that, nothing impressive. Not for someone at her level. She wasted time, and that alone was enough to sour her mood. "You can leave," she ordered coldly. The more she looked at her failed experiment, the angrier she became. Yeah. Razeal wasn't keen on sticking around anyway. He had given a shot. It just didn't work out. Just as he turned to leave, a thought crossed his mind. "Hey, can I ask you something?" She glanced at him lazily. "How did you die?" he asked. You're definitely one of the strongest people I've met. If villains get too strong, does the world try to erase them? Maybe the universe itself starts to hate them. If someone gets too powerful, does the world fight back? Do villains get erased from above? Is fate itself set to hate people like me? He wanted to know if there was a ceiling to a limit for villain. Is their end absolute? He would be pretty happy if he could hear that she died of old age naturally, not by being killed. "Killed by my daughter," she replied flatly. eyes gazing up at the empty sky, like it meant nothing to her. Huh. Razeal blinked. He was expecting some godlike executioner or legendary hero, a whole organization of gods made to clean villains in all of reality, or some bullshit. Guess I read too many novels, he thought. I see, he muttered, scratching his head awkwardly. There was a moment of silence. Then she spoke again, still not looking at him. Zara suddenly spoke again. If you really want to become a villain, I'll give you one piece of advice. Razeal tilted his head, surprised at her sudden change in tone. Does she change gears like this all the time? He thought. Her mood swings are seriously messed up. Only surround yourself with people you can trust your life upon. Unexpected. That sounded like something a wise old man would say, not a wicked sadistic woman like her. But then her next words shattered the illusion. But never trust those people. Now FCK off. Razeal's lips twitched. What a weird woman. System, leave this F-kin place. You can't leave this place by command. Host must die in order to exit. Please inform system when ready. Sigh. Razeal exhaled deeply. But then a crooked grin stretched across his face. He already knew the perfect way to die. He turned back to her. Hey. He raised his middle finger with a wide, eat-eating grin. FCKU, crazy BTCH. Host has died. Outside the system's space. Razeal sat cross-legged in his cultivation posture. He opened his eyes and finally exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. Looking around, the same dusty, cracked, ruined landscape greeted him. He smiled. This place was 1,000,000 times better than that nightmare of a space belonging to that crazy woman. System, show me what I gained, he demanded, finally in the mood to see the skills earned after enduring that torturous ordeal. Skill acquired. Obsidian skeleton. S-rank what? Only S-rank. Razeal exploded, eyes wide with disbelief and fury. I got tortured, died 10,000 times, and this is the reward. Are you kidding me? Host, it's not easy to get skills at S-rank or above, that you're very lucky to have gotten this high. Lucky. His voice cracked, veins bulging in his neck. Lucky. You Mthuraker. I was ripped apart, drowned in agony, pain, and despair. I died over and over again, 10,000 FCK times, and you have the audacity to call that lucky? Correction. Host died 9,314 times, not 10,000. Please refrain from exaggerating. FCKU. The scream ripped from deep within his soul. He genuinely wanted to destroy something. Anything. His breathing was ragged, fists trembling at his sides. But after several moments, he let out a slow, defeated exhale. Tisich, forget it. Just tell me what the DMN thing does. Yes, displaying detailed analysis. Full skeletal conversion material. Obsidian agony. Unique SS status. Successfully integrated compatibility rating. 100%. Host. Razeal Vilius. Review. Black agony frame. Skeletal attributes and traits. Unbreakable frame. Passive, every bone is forged from SS unique metal obsidian agony, rendering them immune to physical rupture, cut, smash, crush, melting, or erosion. Dimensional stress or spatial rupture. Your skeleton cannot be broken through conventional or magical means. Zero mass. Core. Passive obsidian agony defies mass-based inertia. The host skeletal system weighs nearly nothing. Increased mobility, agility, and aerial control, immune to weight-based immobilization or pressure-based magic kinetic compression. Passive. The skeletal structure absorbs, stores, and nullifies kinetic energy and high-pressure impact. Prevents damage from explosive blows or shock-based attacks. Potential to redirect or withstand force without internal backlash. Mutation skills. Acquired. Skill acquired. Minor regeneration. Rank F. Upgradable. Type. Passive origin. Obsidian skeleton adaptation. Description. Regeneration of minor injuries without any all-out healing factor. Due to your blood being made from mutated bone marrow during the adaptation process to the obsidian skeleton, you have developed a small regenerative ability. Due to the host's weak physical strength and capabilities, only the lowest level mutation was obtained in this adaptation. Effect. Slowly regenerates minor wounds and bruises over time, and no effect on major injuries or fatal wounds. Upgrade potential. This skill can be strengthened and evolved through repeated use or further development of the obsidian skeleton. Skill acquired. Minor strength. Rank F. Upgradable. Type. Passive origin. Obsidian skeleton adaptation. Description. The strong, crystallized structure of your bones negates the risk of fractures or cracking under stress. Due to your bones adaptation, you gain a minor buff to physical strength from small muscle mutations near the bones. Because the host's physical strength is severely lacking, only the lightest of these effects could manifest. Effect. Immunity to bone fractures and cracking under even extra abnormal stress. Slight increase in physical strength due to mutated muscles near bones. Upgrade potential. This ability can improve with repeated usage, physical conditioning, or further mutation triggered by system progression. Demon. Razeal's eyes widened. His mouth slightly parted as a line of saliva unconsciously appeared at the corner of his lips. He couldn't help it reading through the system notifications, seeing just how much effort he had poured finally bearing fruit. And those last two mutation skills, they were the demon cherry on top. Others might call him overreacting, but only he knew the sting of having a system for 6 years without ever receiving an actual skill. This was the first time it didn't matter how much he trained, how many swords he swung, or how hard he pushed himself no matter what he did. The system never responded with anything tangible. Nothing ever worked out. But this time something changed, and Razeal could feel like he knew it. When he was inside that system space, he felt different, like he was truly free, like something unshackled had awakened. His understanding, his perception, it was moving so fast. He was absorbing, adapting, evolving. Even that strange physical transformation, the unexpected. Skeletal and muscular changes, he had landed perfectly from that unnatural jump, without even trying. That shouldn't have been possible, but he'd done it. Small detail, maybe to others, but Razeal noticed. It was different there. He muttered to himself, his voice low and thoughtful. System, he asked calmly, are you hiding anything from me? There is nothing, host. A short, dry reply, as always. Razeal shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it. This obsidian skeleton skill might seem useless to some no flashy attacks or godlike powers, but looking on the bright side, he could already see the countless ways he could make use of them. Strong bones, he could do so much with that, and one could break his bones literally if a grandmaster or even a sword saint swung their blade, and Razeal raised his arm to block. What were the chances it would break through? Slim to none. And what about the shock from that strike? The blow that could blast someone's inside from sheer force. Didn't it say these bones absorb kinetic energy and nullify impact? Though the limits were unknown, it was plausible. Apologies for the interruption, host, but allow me to remind you, even the wind pressure from a sword saint swing can be sharp enough to rip your skin apart. Your bones may be strong, but if your veins are dry and your blood is gone, you'll still die. Sir, Razeal blinked, surprised by the system's interruption. Whose side are you on? Of logic, the system replied, completely unfazed. Leave it. Razeal shook his head. System, tell me how much time do I have left to complete the trial still going on? He asked, and of course, he hadn't forgotten about it. Not even for a second. Remaining time, 2 hours, 3 minutes, 21 seconds. Democrat, Minnesota. Razeal muttered, brows furrowing. How the hell am I supposed to complete the trial with so little time left? In his mind, one truth echoed louder than the timer ticking down. He'd wasted nearly 7 hours inside the system space, a space where time flowed differently, pain lasted eternally, and each death taught a new kind of suffering. The trial of worth was only supposed to last 9 hours total. That meant it was already nearing its enter the royal classroom. He needed to gather 1,000 elemental crystals all within just a little over 2 hours. Reminder to host. You must pass the trial and be accepted into the academy. Failure to do so will result in your immediate disqualification and a high probability fatality. Remember, your survival probability hinges on acceptance. The academy offers protection. Remaining within its walls buys you time to grow stronger. I know. Razeal exhaled in frustration, whispering bitterly under his breath. He was still seated on the cracked stone, expression stormy. He needed a plan. Fast, his memory raced. Currently, 3 major figures, 3 powerhouses were dominating the battlefield, each controlling a direction. Aaron Dragonwev, the protagonist, had taken the north, charging forward with righteous fury, cleaving monsters with reckless efficiency. Selene Luminous, the saintess, secured the south, backed by her entourage of miniature knight-like constructs. Of course, the church wouldn't dare send her in without at least 4 or 5 divine protection artifacts, not to mention an army of loyal followers disguised as candidates. Silva Fairlith, the monster in human skin, took the east. Razeal could almost see it, her perched on a branch, elegantly farming cores with unnerving grace, strongest of the trio, perhaps of the entire trial except that person. And as for the 4th person in the south, the one disguising himself as an average human to sneak into the academy, Razeal didn't even bother thinking about him. That guy wouldn't interfere. Not yet. It's against the rules of universe, as he says. Razeal sat in the south quadrant, essentially boxed in no bad luck, but still safe. Going anywhere near those 3 would be courting death. Not just because they were strong, but because they all hated him. Even if I try moving, nearly every candidate here hates me. And if the world had a face, it'd spit on me too, he thought, rubbing his chin, deep in calculation. If I make the wrong move now, I'm done for. Yet, staying here meant nothing. 2 hours. That was all that he had to act. Suddenly, kiddo. Razeal felt a hand land on his shoulder. His instincts exploded in a high alert. He hadn't sensed a DMN thing. Like lightning, he spun around, leaping backwards and drawing distance instantly. His eyes snapped toward the figure ready to retaliate, ready to kill if needed. The stranger had already raised both hands, palms out, in a gesture of peace, as if to say, I'm not here to fight. He looked around 15 or 16, same as Razeal, but there was something wrong. Something off. He had long black hair that flowed behind him like silk, his skin a warm brown tone, but it was his eyes dark silver, glowing faintly, sharp and gleaming like moons lit with madness that made Razeal's spine tense. Charisma oozed from him, subtle and unnatural. Even standing still, it felt like the world bent slightly around. Razeal's pupils trembled. His mind went blank for a second. That face, that presence, that Fkin, absurd, unnatural calm, that he knew exactly who he was looking at. No. Of all the rotten luck system, Razeal hissed internally. His heart pounded like a war drum. This wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't in the DMN plot. How the FCK, the strongest existence in the entire world, no, the entire universe. Razeal sighed under his breath, the weight of frustration pressing against his chest. Why is my luck so shitty? He muttered, eyes narrowing at the silver-eyed boy standing before him. The boy had his arms raised in an exaggerated, carefree manner before lowering them slowly, as if theatrically finishing a performance. Ah, looks like you already know who I am, young friend, he said with a gentle, knowing smile. That Razeal's expression had faltered for only a moment. A flicker of recognition, quickly masked. But it was enough. The boy's silver eyes gleamed with the calm assurance of someone who knew far more than he let on. Razeal didn't respond. He didn't need to, because he knew. Anyone who had read that cursed novel would know. This wasn't just anyone. This was the strongest character from the very beginning of the story to its end. The linchpin of fate and chaos. Riven. The fool. The name itself was misleading. A supposed trickster, carefree, mischievous, comic relief. Always smiling, playing the role of the jester in a grander tale. But that was a lie. Because Riven was the supreme deity, the preserver god, the one responsible for maintaining cosmic balance. The novel stated that his divine duty was to keep the universe from falling into chaos. Not through intervention, but through balance, through maintaining the invisible threads that held fate in check. And now, he stood before Razeal, casually, smiling. Razeal's mind screamed to keep distance. This was someone from the protagonist faction, a divine entity tasked with ensuring the hero fulfilled his karmic destiny. Someone who guided and protected the chosen one, and no matter how noble that sounded, Razeal couldn't help but feel disgusted to him. This guy was a complete hypocrite. He had all the power in the world, yet chose to push others forward to act in his place, knowing full well the suffering, pain, and destruction that would follow. He could have stopped it, but he never did. Razeal hated him for it. Or maybe he just couldn't understand him. Razeal turned away, forcing his face into a mask of indifference. He muttered, I don't know what you're talking about. He had no intention of engaging. Not with someone like this. Better to escape. Disappear before the conversation spiraled into something dangerous. But the boy's voice came again, light and teasing, trailing behind him. And I think you know me better than anyone here, friend. Have we met before? Riven's cheerful voice echoed from behind, that same all-knowing smile still on his face. Razeal didn't stop walking. I don't think so. That I would have remembered. Now shut up and leave me alone. Razeal didn't hold back, his voice carrying a trace of hostility. His voice held a cold edge sharper than usual. He knew Riven's kind. Playful on the surface. Deceitful beneath. The kind who spoke riddles, lied without blinking, and always smiled. What does he want from me? Razeal's thoughts turned cautious, calculating. Oh, Riven's voice floated gently. How about not in the past, but in the future? Riven's voice rang out behind him, carrying an almost playful lilt. Razeal's steps froze. His heart skipped. He turned, brows furrowing. Does that even mean? A chill danced down his spine. Was he in danger? Did Riven know something? Is he hinting that I know the future? No, that wouldn't be it. If he meant that, he'd say it differently, less vague. Gods and their damned riddles. His thoughts grew frantic. Stay calm. Stay composed. If he suspects anything, if he sees too much, I might die here. To Razeal's mind raced. trying to make sense of the words. "What do you mean?" he murmured under his breath, his thoughts growing tangled. He could feel something shift in the air, a pressure he couldn't quite place. This was far beyond what Razeal had expected. Could this god truly see the future? Or was this some sort of riddle he was trying to trap him with? Razeal could feel the sweat bead at the back of his neck. "Why does this always happen to me?" Riven laughed, his silver eyes shining. Leave it, leave it. How about we introduce ourselves first? My name is Riven. I'll be your future classmate. Just happen to see you around." His smile widened, soft and almost friendly. Razeal's eyes narrowed slightly. Something wasn't right. Friendly? Why the sudden change? Why would a supreme deity act like this towards him? A villain. Loud warning bells blared in his head. He kept his voice neutral. "Right, well, I'm in a hurry. Need to collect some elemental cores. If you'll excuse me." He turned again, but then a hand landed gently on his shoulder, a weightless touch. Yet it felt as though the skies themselves were pressing down on him. Razeal flinched. His breath hitched, a bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Riven's voice was soft, friendly. "Friend, do you know what your fate is?" Razeal's world slowed. His mind screamed, He knows I know. Am I going to die?" His heart pounded. His breathing quickened. And no matter how hard he tried to calm himself, he couldn't stop the anxiety curling like a vice in his chest. But then something inside him snapped. His frustration, his confusion, his desperation for answers. It spilled out like water through a cracked dam. "My fate, don't you already know? Isn't it you who's behind it?" His voice trembled. The words weren't planned. They came from deep within, anger, fear, raw honesty. That Riven's smile didn't fade. "Ha, is that so? Do I? Maybe I do." His tone grew quieter, mysterious. "You believe fate carved evil into your bones. But what is fate truly? You must wondered you've tried to fight it before. Many times, haven't you?" His silver eyes gleamed with something ancient, infinite. Razeal was taken aback that he stood silent for a moment. His brows knit together, confused. "Tried many times? What does that mean?" Some of Riven's words didn't make literal sense, and yet they stirred something deep inside his soul. Still, Razeal allowed himself to lean into the flow. The confusion, the fear, the helplessness, they melted into something raw and honest. "Then help me." Razeal finally burst out, his voice sharp with desperation. "Why don't you help me escape this fate? You know I haven't done anything wrong. You know it, don't you? All of this, everything it's happening, just because the world decided I should be evil." His voice cracked with raw emotion. "Isn't that right? Tell me. You know everything, don't you, all-knowing one?" The boy no. The being who stood before him closed his eyes, the same calm smile, unwavering. "Ha! You're not wrong, friend," he said quietly. "But remember, it is not my role to act, that I do not intervene by will, that I only witness. Guide, when asked, that I act only when the cosmic balance is on the verge of collapse." He opened his eyes again, gleaming like stars locked in a divine clockwork. "And your destiny, fate, and duty, it is yours to fulfill, just as I have mine." Razeal's jaw tightened. If any other person heard this conversation, they wouldn't understand a word of it. And yet, somewhere beneath all the vague talk of Dharma, fate and cosmic duty, Razeal understood. Not in words, but in feeling. "If that's what you're saying, won't you stand against me one day?" Razeal asked, his voice quieter this time, but no less bitter. "Will you side with him? With the hero, will you stand against me? Knowing very well that I am innocent." He asked the question with surprising calmness, but his insides twisted violently. Riven didn't answer immediately. He simply turned his eyes to the heavens, then back to Razeal, his expression unreadable. "The cosmic order protects those who protect it," he finally said, a cryptic answer, but not a denial. He paused. Then his tone shifted, a little warmer, as if peeling away a layer of detachment. "Even though I shouldn't step outside my boundaries to help someone who may threaten the balance, as one whose duty includes guidance, I could not ignore your suffering. You have endured. You have persevered despite everything." His voice seemed to echo across planes of existence, too vast and too close at once. Fate and destiny can be cruel, sometimes even unreasonable, but they exist to serve a purpose, the greatest good, the harmony of all things. He looked directly into Razeal's eyes. "Maybe you're not wrong, not evil, not despicable, just burdened with a duty you never asked for, a path that only you can walk." He gently placed a hand on Razeal's shoulder. "But let me guide you." Razeal stood still, stunned. His mouth didn't move, but his heart was screaming. He didn't understand half the things this man said. And yet, somehow, something inside him understood everything. Then the silver-haired boy stepped forward, withdrawing his hand from Razeal's shoulder. Fate is not a chain, he said without turning back. It is a road, and even the darkest road can turn if you dare to walk differently. A soft, mysterious smile danced at the corners of his lips. With those words, he walked ahead, hands behind his back, silent again, and oh more riddles, and oh more divine truths. Raziel stood still, unmoving, his mind reeled. What was he even saying? Every sentence felt like a riddle he wasn't meant to solve. Everything that had just been said. It was like trying to grasp smoke. The meaning slipped through his fingers even as he reached. His thoughts clouded, swirling in contradiction. And yet somewhere in that fog he felt as if he was close, if there was something important just beyond the veil, had a revelation hovering at the edge of his awareness, taunting him, whispering. But no matter how hard he tried to hold on to it, to decode the riddles, it remained obscured just out of reach. Like a dream you wake up from too soon, he watched Riven walk away in silence, his steps light, as if the very world parted before him without resistance. Suddenly, Riven halted. Without turning around, he spoke again. Then, suddenly Riven stopped. Without turning, he said, "Enjoy life while you can." His voice was quiet, almost kind, because no matter what you do, even if you defy fate, even if you defeat the so-called chosen one. He paused, as if regretting something. No, I shouldn't say this. The silence that followed lasted only seconds, but it stretched like eternity. One day, we will meet again on the battlefield from opposite sides. His voice didn't carry anger, nor warning to it was simply a truth that a glimpse of inevitability. Raziel couldn't see his face, but he could feel the same gentle smile painted across it. Riven took another step. Then he took another step forward, but once again, he stopped at a small shake of his head, a flicker of something that didn't belong to gods. "And I'm sorry," he whispered, "for the suffering you've endured, in every life." And then he vanished. Raziel stared into empty space, but suddenly Raziel's breath caught in his throat. His knees buckled. The strength in his legs evaporated as he collapsed onto all fours, gasping like he'd just emerged from deep water. What the hell just happened? His heart thundered. His thoughts spiraled. Every cell in his body felt drained, as though something had forcibly wrung his very soul dry. His body felt hollow, as if everything inside had been squeezed out. He remembered the conversation. All of it. And then it hit him. He had spilled it all. His secrets, his fears, his curses. Why? He hadn't wanted it. He never meant to. But he had spoken from the deepest parts of himself. Why? Why couldn't he control it? And just then, system notification. Calm down, host. And one can lie before him. His divinity compels truth from others, naturally, without them ever realizing. The voice echoed calmly within his mind. That Raziel's eyes widened. "You mean you made me speak the truth?" "Yes, host." "That bastard," Raziel snarled. With a roar of rage, he slammed his fist into the stone ground. The impact left a shallow crater beneath his knuckles. The idea that someone could so effortlessly pry open his mind, his secrets, his soul, and do it so naturally that he didn't even notice made his stomach twist with fury and shame. Do not berate yourself, host. This has nothing to do with weakness. And one can resist his truth domain. He is, after all, the supreme god. Raziel's shoulders trembled. His breathing was ragged. "You told me I could hide things from him," he growled. "So how? How'd he still read through me? No, made me read it out for him. What happened to the difference I made?" "Affirmative, that I did obscure your system data and dark resonance, that he could not see that." "Then why did he apologize?" Raziel whispered, voice raw. "What did he see that made a god pity me?" The system paused. After deep analysis of his phrasing, tone, and emotional fluctuations, I have formed a likely conclusion. Raziel didn't answer, simply waiting, breath held. Riven may possess an ability to perceive the number of deaths a soul has undergone, as the chapter 89 from novel says. The air around Raziel grew still. As your soul has experienced death and rebirth nearly 10,000 times, it is likely he misunderstood your existence, that he may believe you are part of a reincarnation cycle, and interpreted your suffering as the tragic cost of divine injustice. The explanation echoed in Raziel's mind like thunder as he blinked slowly. He thought, "I'm a reincarnating soul, endlessly suffering." Yes, host. That misunderstanding may be why he apologized. He sees you not as a threat, but as a cosmic victim, and so, he pitied you. He apologized because he believed your suffering spanned lifetimes. A long silence stretched between them. Raziel didn't speak, but he simply stared at the ground, hands still pressed in a cracked stone. His thoughts churned like a hurricane, chaotic, restless, unresolved. I see. He finally muttered. He didn't laugh, didn't cry. But in the pit of his chest, something had shifted and a new fire had sparked, not just of rage or pride, but of purpose. The god had looked into his soul and misunderstood it. And that, Razeal thought, might be the most dangerous mistake of all. Can he take advantage of this misunderstanding? Razeal stood up slowly, brushing dust off his clothes, as if the divine encounter had never occurred. His expression was calm, too calm, like the eye of a brewing storm. System, he muttered under his breath. Is he gone? Affirmative, host. The supreme entity, known as Riven, has vacated the area, and no traces remain. Only then did Razeal allow himself a long, silent breath of relief. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly. TCH, looks like I need to grow stronger fast, he said, fists clenching by his sides. Now I'm absolutely sure how hypocritical this world really is. His voice was steady, but rage swirled beneath it, the kind that carved itself into bone. He said to himself that I've done nothing wrong. But one day, I still have to die, just because the world has already decided what I am. What kind of logic is that? The bitterness welled up inside him like a poison. Razeal wasn't shocked. He had always known the world was unfair to God. Had stood right in front of him, declaring with a gentle smile that Razeal was innocent. Yet must die one day. Just like that. You may stand opposite me someday. Those words rang in his ears like a cursed echo. All-knowing, all-seeing, and still part of the game, he murmured. They pick their favorites, name them chosen, call it for the greater good. And the rest of us, sacrifices. His jaw tightened. Why should I pay the price for someone else's story? The peak of hypocrisy, Razeal spat bitterly. Just who gave you the right to decide who's fit to live or die for your so-called greater good? His clenched fists trembled slightly, his breathing shallow but intense. Why should I, someone who did nothing wrong, be the one to suffer? He turned inward, calming himself, and asked the question that had been clawing at his soul. He turned his gaze skyward, fists trembling. System, is it possible to kill a god? Affirmative, host. Some novels have stated many gods have perished. Though the causes remain unclear, even mortals have, at times, wounded the divine. Some author notes hint at it. A mortal can hurt a god. The system's voice continued with a mechanical calm, but the content was chilling. After a deep scan and analysis, I confirm. The entity Riven was not present in his true divine form. He used a mortal shell created and birthed on Earth for reasons yet unknown. While I cannot access deeper truths about him, it's clear, in that shell, he is vulnerable that, if harmed, he will bleed God or not. Razeal didn't respond immediately. His lips tightened. The idea of a god being vulnerable was almost intoxicating. Razeal didn't reply, just fumed. How powerful is he? Compared to the villains ranked in the Valley of Illy. I lack exact parameters, host, but I can estimate. Villains ranked S or SSS might be able to challenge him. Some of them are gods, others are god slayers. And those at EX rank, they might even surpass gods entirely. Then there's a path. Razeal murmured. He looked down at his hands, still trembling from the earlier confrontation. But now, they were trembling with resolve. Good, I'll walk it. But I'll be honest, before you worry about him, you should look at your strength now. The slower your growth, the higher the chances of death. I know that I need to finish the trial first, then get to the next villain, he said, eyes narrowing. He checked the system timer. How much time left? 1 hour, 40 minutes, host. Razeal didn't get flustered. Now wasn't the time for panic, not yet. It's impossible. He muttered under his breath, collecting 1,000 elemental cores in the short time they were given. He didn't need to be a genius to see how absurd that was. Anyone with common sense would understand it. The standard trial to get admitted into the strongest academy only required 100 cores. That alone was brutal. But for those who aim for the royal classroom, the most elite and prestigious among all the requirement jumped to 1,000 monsters, and the total time allowed for the trial. 9 hours. Even for the so-called strongest geniuses who were expected to dominate the trial, this challenge would push them to their absolute limits. For most participants, success meant just barely collecting 100 cores. Many wouldn't even make it that far. Some might lose their lives trying. That alone showed how nightmarishly difficult it was to enter the academy, let alone aim for its peak. Razeal narrowed his eyes. Even if someone could kill a monster in 1 minute, they'd still need 1,000 minutes over 16 hours, and we only get 9. He scoffed quietly, the corner of his lips twitching bitterly. The difference was staggering. To reach 1,000 in this time frame, you'd have to kill 2 monsters every single minute, without pause, without rest. And it's not like the monsters were just lined up neatly, waiting to be slaughtered. No, you had to find them first, track them down, fight them, waste time searching between each kill, and hope nothing unexpected happened. This trial wasn't just difficult, it was designed to be impossible. Anyone asking why make it this hard was missing the point. Because the Academy knew, they knew no one could do this alone. Get into the royal classroom. You need help, you need others to hunt for you, to gather cores and hand them over. But who would willingly give up their hard-earned cores? No ordinary person would, and no matter how strong they were. Why would the Academy create such a setup? Simple. Because they expected only the rich and the powerful to reach that level. People with status, with influence, with servants or followers. They made the system unfair on purpose, but disguised it behind a neutral challenge that it was politics wrapped in the cloth of merit. A perfect trick to seem fair while favoring the nobles. Two birds, one stone. They could pretend everything was equal while making sure only those with wealth or backing got to the top. And sure, even just entering the trial wasn't easy. It was only for a chosen FEW. Convincing others to help you, to give up their own shot at the Academy. That was nearly impossible. But that's exactly what the Academy wanted. It was never about talent alone. They didn't care about you if you weren't special. Razeal knew that better than anyone. He knew the Academy inside and out and the truth behind their shining walls. Getting in through fair and straight, or even only talent means impossible. So what else was left? Bribery. He had no money. Power? Status? He had neither. In fact, the very opposite. He was hated, looked down on, alone, and no one would help him, and no one would ally with him. Not unless he gave them a reason. He closed his eyes briefly, then exhaled. Slowly, he touched his nose, as if grounding himself. That a quiet, dark whisper escaped his lips. Guess I have to play dirty. Far, far away from where Razeal was, deep within an empty stretch of forest and lush greenlands untouched by battle or blood, a figure silently appeared, as if birthed from the very air itself, riven, an flash of light, an divine presence. Just silence and stillness, as though the world itself recognized him and dared not disturb. He stood there, alone, his posture calm, hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky with quiet contemplation. His eyes reflected endless wisdom, and a smile graced his lips, gentle, kind, and eternally patient. Then suddenly a voice that didn't echo like normal sound. Resonated. If the sky, the earth, the grass, the wind, the very fabric of the world, all of them spoke at once at a sound only he could hear, sacred, distant, omniscient. Are you really letting him go, Lord Riven? The voice asked, its tone carrying the weight of divine judgment, calm, all-knowing, and deeply respectful. That Riven's smile didn't falter. Why should I not? He replied gently, still looking skyward as if speaking not to the voice, but to something far beyond even it. His tone was soft, friendly, as if answering an old friend, no hint of irritation or concern. He can reincarnate, back in time. The voice continued, the tone still serene, but layered with caution and tension. You said it yourself, that he might become a threat to the cosmic balance, that a being like that should not be allowed to live. Riven's eyes didn't blink. His voice remained steady, light, unbothered. It goes against the rules of rebirth and the cycle of death. Such things shouldn't happen. How can someone die and yet continue living not once, but many times over? The voice was not angry. It was respectful, calm. But its words held sharp weight, like a scalpel hidden in silk, the divine reminder, one that demanded attention. Still, Riven answered with the same smile, the smile of a guardian who had seen too much and judged too little. You forget, Riven said, eyes still on the clouds. I'm the preserver, that I do not interfere with what is already permitted. If the cycles of death, time, and reincarnation allowed it, then it is not our place to defy them. It is not our will that shapes the universe, but the universe that wills what it allows. But, my lord, the voice replied after a pause, still deferential but edged with urgency. With abilities like his, it will one day conflict with your role, whether you wish it or not. He was given a great purpose, of fate far larger than himself. If he continues to reincarnate, change the past, rewrite paths, it will inevitably alter the future written for him, perhaps even break it. Then, a numbered revelation. 9,314. The word struck like thunder in quiet skies. That's how many times he has died and come back, again and again to D. Oh, you truly believe anyone else, even another god, could endure that? Riven's gaze softened. He closed his eyes, drawing in a slow, silent breath, not out of exhaustion, but out of admiration. Even gods do not possess such will, he said quietly. I've seen it in his eyes, the fire, the stubbornness, the rage to survive, fight against the fate forced upon him. He smiled again, faintly, as if remembering something beautiful and tragic all at once. His will is rare, unbreakable. That tenacity is remarkable. Let him be. But the voice insisted, now firmer, though still respectful. Mortals were never meant to wield such power, my lord. He will come to rely on it. He will learn you will always be there watching, and not doing anything that he may even fool you, use you, or might already be thinking of. A heavy pause. He may even one day believe he can kill you. The wind grew still. The voice, though calm, carried a warning now. Mortals can be very arrogant, Lord Riven, and when ego blinds the truth, even God is ignored, even looked down upon. Then, silenced up a long, aching silence, the trees swayed gently. The sun dimmed slightly behind drifting clouds. The moment stretched like the stillness before a divine verdict. But Riven, unmoving, unshaken, simply smiled again, softer this time. Let him be. He finally spoke, voice resolute, not cold, but certain. Everyone must face the consequences of their actions. Let karma unfold. Let pain shape. Let truth rise. Only through hardship do souls evolve. And with that, silence returned. But it was a different silence, now point one filled with the weight of fate. And then, after the voice faded into the wind, Riven remained, alone. The forest was still, the sky vast above him, the ground silent below. Yet he stood there with that same gentle smile, one that spoke of knowing far too much. He wasn't smiling at anyone, just to the silence. His end is inevitable, after all. What are you planning, host? The system's voice echoed in his mind with mechanical curiosity. Razeal just smiled, rubbing his chin as if lost in deep contemplation. His eyes narrowed, mind stretching far into the possibilities. Of course, I'm thinking of using my second cheat. Second cheat. I was never aware you had two systems, host. Who said only a system can be considered a cheat? Razeal replied calmly, still focused on his thoughts, half speaking and half drifting through his plans. His tone was nonchalant, but his mind was working like a well-oiled machine. The system fell into silence, waiting. Having the knowledge of the world's future progression. That's a cheat too, he said, voice low, almost like a whisper to himself. A very powerful one, if used correctly. And one is daring enough, they can twist that plot to their advantage. But he knew the risk, that he understood what that kind of gamble demanded. Changing the future meant changing the very advantage he relied on, that if he altered too much, the events he remembered might no longer happen as expected. His foresight, his edge could vanish, just like that. But if he did nothing, if he stayed passive and let events play out, he'd simply be reacting, running, hiding, never capitalizing on the real potential of his knowledge. It was a gamble either way. Stay safe and gain nothing, or risk it all, and maybe, just maybe, reap unimaginable rewards. What is your plan, host? The system finally broke the silence, a tone of eager curiosity threading through its synthetic voice. Razeal let out a faint chuckle. Nothing really, just thinking about using a little bit of that future knowledge, he said, flashing a faint grin as he adjusted his collar with practiced elegance. His posture was relaxed, but only a fool would mistake that for weakness. He had already seen the entire sequence unfold in his mind. The plan was dangerous, possibly irreversible, but deliciously rewarding. It might disturb some of our future paths, he added thoughtfully. But let's see, it's risky. I'm not even sure it'll be worth the loss. Will it help you pass the trial? The system asked, more serious now. Razeal scoffed softly, brushing imaginary dust off his shoulder, as if preparing for a portrait. That, he said with a smirk. If all I wanted was to pass, I already had hundreds of ways. His voice dropped to a whisper laced with venomous ambition. But I'm looking for profit. Leverage, a way to squeeze the most out of this opportunity. If I'm going to burn pieces of the plot, I'll make DMN sure the fire lights a path to something bigger. He paused. There was a distant glint in his eyes, now not hope, but certainty. Certainty wrapped in chaos that he didn't use the future knowledge often, because once the timeline bends, it never bends back. I am intrigued. What is this plan? Even I can't calculate any logical way for you to get into the royal class right now. Only realistic option is, well, hunting other students. That's the easiest route. Anything else? And you're too weak to implement most of my protocols, the system said bluntly. Razeal grimaced slightly. How classless, he muttered, adjusting his shirt as if prepping for a noble gathering. Every gesture was elegant, deliberate, calculated. There was pride in his movements, if to say. I refuse to win like a rat. Then what is your genius plan? Oh, great tactician. The system responded dryly, if it had a face. Razeal imagined it would be blank, maybe even twitching in frustration. He chuckled at that thought and slowly walked toward an open patch of terrain, a clearing surrounded by jagged stone formations, just enough space for two people to stand. His boots crunched over gravel as he came to a stop, hands in pockets, gaze tilted upward. "Do you know where we are?" he asked with amusement. "The graveyard of forgotten stone." The system responded instantly. As the novel notes, it's a useless area. Right now, anyway. Even if you tried to escape to the monster zones, it'd take 30 minutes minimum, assuming you can navigate the jagged terrain without getting killed. Also, you should be wary of that personality here. All in all, it's just bad luck you directly teleported being here, as you know. The world hates you, the system replied. Raziel's grin widened. "Yeah, graveyard of forgotten stone," he repeated with a sense of theatrical wonder. A cursed place, abandoned by the narrative and earlier plot, but also a place where that item lies, right? There was a pause. That item, the system echoed, tone shifting from casual to alarmed. "But what does that have to do with you? You're well aware you can't use that item, that it's not for you to begin with. You dash, who said I need to use the item or profit from it?" Razeal interrupted, his gaze sharpening like a blade under moonlight. The system stuttered in code. "Huh, let's not waste time, shall we?" Razeal said, his voice steady, tone clipped. "We don't have much to begin with." He bent down and picked up a palm-sized stone from the ground, just an ordinary rock, weathered and cracked. But the weight in his fingers felt heavier than its mass. "What do you mean?" The system's voice rang again, this time laced with genuine confusion. Razeal didn't answer. Instead, he abruptly hurled the stone to the ground with full force. Crack! The sharp sound echoed through the silent graveyard, bouncing between the monoliths and jagged gravestones. "I summon Kurinder, warden of the forgotten graveyard," he declared, voice solemn, as though performing a ritual. "Straight face, are you being serious?" The system's tone turned sour with disbelief, almost as if it wanted to crack open his skull and check if there was anything rattling inside. "I literally just warned you to be cautious of that personality, and you're calling it?" The ground beneath Raziel's feet began to shudder, a tremor, subtle at first, then slightly stronger. Tiny pebbles bounced, dust danced, the air grew dense and cold. "Then such disrespectful manners, human." The voice rumbled, deep and aged, like a mountain complaining in its sleep. The very air in front of Razeal shimmered and began to twist unnaturally to a gas dark gray, almost transparent, spiraled and coiled in a form. A T first faint like a specter, it gradually condensed, taking on definition. A humanoid figure emerged, broad shoulders like twin slabs of stone and a naked, muscular chest that defied his elderly face, which bore the creases of age but none of the weakness. He had two massive, curved horns protruding from his skull, arching upward like dragon horns. His eyes glowed green. Arrogance bled from his presence. That a proud warden, in a spirit of impossible might, he stood easily over 7 feet tall. And in his right hand, he carried a weapon that turned the graveyard's gloom to audit. A green dragon blade, a crescent-shaped, polearm-like weapon forged from something that shimmered like emerald. It glowed faintly. The entire blade, crystalline, translucent, and wickedly sharp. That it wasn't just a weapon, it was a symbol. Kurinder, the warden of the forgotten graveyard, had arrived. Razeal exhaled slowly, eyebrows lifting in subtle appreciation, and fear on his face. But his fingers twitched. He smiled. "Apologies," he said with practiced nobility. "But that was the fastest way to summon the warden of this place." The spirit's frown deepened. "If you know my name, then surely you are also aware you didn't need to throw a stone and shout. All you had to do was speak it, calmly. The act of hurling a rock and calling me like some cheap spell." Kurinder leaned forward, disdain blazing in his gaze. "Did you intend to mock me, human?" His tone turned darker, colder. Something was clearly bothering him beyond just being summoned disrespectfully. The fact that Razeal knew his name, that unnerved him. Razeal didn't flinch outwardly, but his fingers trembled. His breathing hitched for half a second. Pressure. Immense, suffocating pressure leaked from the spectral being. That it pressed down on Razeal like a mountain placed upon his shoulders. Again, he hated this feeling. He despised it with every fiber of his soul. But unlike before, he didn't collapse fully while pressure was nowhere near that crazy BTCH, but still. Instead, he clenched his fists and remembered the system's advice. Imagine you can crush them. Imagine they're just ants. He repeated the words again and again. Just an ant? Just an ant? And yet it wasn't working. His feet trembled. Sweat broke down the back of his neck. Every instinct screamed at him to kneel. The system couldn't read. Thoughts thanked the gods, because if it could, it'd probably be laughing itself into oblivion. Still, Razeal lifted his chin. "I do not have time to waste, Sir Kurinder," he said with strained composure. Please refrain from irrelevant questions. He stood his ground. Barely. His tone remained polite. But his voice cracked ever so slightly, and Carander's gaze darkened. The green glow of his spectral eyes flared subtly, like coals stirred by wind. Such weak strength, he muttered, voice dipped in scorn. You're not even worthy of knowing my name, that I feel insulted just standing before you. His jaw tightened. The translucent spirit's grip on the jade forge blade in his hand flexed point one twitch. That was all it would take to sever the air and Razeal's body with it. I would like to know. Carander's voice dropped, almost dangerous. How do you know my name? He corrected himself a second later, leaning forward like a storm leaning into a mountain. No, how do you dare know my name? A spark of murderous curiosity flashed in those glowing, ancient eyes. His entire being exuded controlled wrath, the kind of cold fury only a long-dead warlord could possess. Not because he was angry, but because he was thinking about killing Razeal, genuinely considering it. And yet he hadn't. Not yet. Razeal stood still beneath that soul-crushing gaze, posture composed, but beneath the surface. Every nerve screamed under the warden's mere presence. Carander wasn't emitting pressure he didn't have. 2. His existence was pressured, a silent verdict, judgment of everything weaker that dared to share the same plane. So this is what true power feels like. Razeal thought, a cold trail of sweat sliding down his spine like a whisper of death. Unlike the system space, this world didn't offer even a fraction of the overwhelming aura he had felt there, yet the knowledge that this was reality, where death was absolute, made it all the more terrifying. And, of course, this power was far more than enough to crush his meager strength. Wasn't a big surprise he was feeling like this. Still, he didn't step back. His lips curled slightly, forcing a grin that almost passed as natural. Of course I know, he said coolly. Carander. His voice didn't tremble. His heart did. His instincts screamed to run, to kneel, to do anything but stand here and mock a legend to his face. But Razeal was no longer the child begging for mercy. He had died once before. That weakness had burned with his corpse. Carander's expression froze just for a moment. Carander studied him. Longer than expected, he stared deeply into the young human's eyes, expecting to see the flicker of fear that cracked at a flinch. But there was nothing. Trembling gaze. Begging to collapse. There was weight in this boy's stare, and arrogance too unnatural for someone at his level that a grin still lingered on his lips tight, unshaken. Carander paused. Then, slowly, the spirit's eyes narrowed in a different way, like a judge reconsidering the sentence. Carander said nothing for several long, choking seconds. His gaze locked onto Razeal's with such intensity it felt like the air between them might ignite. Then, slowly, his lips parted. Since you know my name, the warden said, voice lower now, colder, and you seem aware of what this place is. He raised one brow, the ancient creases of his ghostly face deepening. Then I assume you also understand the most sacred rule of the graveyard of forgotten stone. Razeal's breath slowed, but a crazy grin appearing on his face. Carander's eyes narrowed further. No one, he said, voice like cracking glaciers, leaves this place after learning even the smallest secret buried within it. System warning. You are crazy host. This spirit Carander his spiritual readings exceed high-tier Saint class, 8T the minimum. What are you after? That item. No one, Carander said, his voice like glaciers splitting beneath ancient pressure, leaves this place after learning even the smallest secret buried within it. The air itself seemed to grow heavier with his words dense and suffocating. Razeal didn't flinch. Despite the crushing weight of Carander's presence, he kept his posture straight barely. I don't think you can kill me, Warden. Not without first knowing if I'm worthy enough, right? At that, the spirit's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something ancient stirring in their depths. This human. He knows about that thing too? Carander's gaze sharpened. How do you know about that? A sudden chill slipped into his voice, wrapping the space like ice creeping across skin. He looked down at Razeal not with rage, but with something far more dangerous. Suspicion. He was perplexed. That information wasn't supposed to be known. Not by anyone. And one who had ever touched the secret of this graveyard had walked out alive. That was a rule to preserve the sanctity of what lay buried beneath. How? How had the word escaped? Did someone find out? If so, that would be a problem that is serious. One outwardly, Carander remained still, his proud and dignified expression unchanged. But inside, thoughts churned. Razeal's smirk didn't waver. Despite the unbearable pressure weighing down on him, his limbs trembling from strain, Lungs burning, he held himself upright. Barely. But he held. You're very wrong. Human. Carrinder finally spoke, his voice quiet but edged with steel. But do not delude yourself if you think I am bound by rules that spare your life. You are mistaken. His eyes flashed. I am a guardian, that I possess the authority to judge a person's worth even before the trial of worthiness begins. He exhaled slowly, shaking his head in disappointment. And I have judged you. You are not worthy. He observed Razeal for a moment longer, seeing only arrogance out a child wearing the mask of control. Bluffing. You do not have that fire. The dragon blade in Carrinder's hand stirred with mana as he lifted it slightly, preparing to erase what he saw as an embarrassment, one that dared to stain this sacred land with arrogance and ignorance. But Razeal only grinned wider, spine still ramrod straight. I know I'm not. Carrinder paused mid-step, caught off guard. What? I don't even want the dragon heart in the first place. Carrinder, that thing's useless to me, Razeal said, his voice calm after a pause. I came here for something greater. The words hung in the air, weighty and deliberate. A long silence followed. Even the air seemed to hesitate. Yes, this place held the dragon heart, one of the strongest magical items in existence, the treasure so rare that even a hero will kill to get point one, must know even a dead dragon's heart was nearly impossible to find. Not to say heart of a royal dragon nobility among dragons, just one tier below an archdragon. Carrinder closed his eyes, not out of peace, but like a blade being drawn back into its scabbard, tight, controlled, but dangerous. He felt like he'd been slapped, not by strength, but by audacity. A human had dared to speak of the dragon heart as if it were a mere tool, as if its worth were something to be weighed and dismissed. That alone should have warranted death. And yet, Carrinder didn't move, didn't react immediately. Because something about those words, about that boy's defiance, clawed at the corners of logic. That it wasn't just arrogance, that it was conviction. And that unsettled him more than any insult could. His eyes opened slowly, glowing slits that seemed to silence the very air. Even the wind held its breath. Human, he said, his voice low and ironclad, I will give you one chance, just one, to apologize and speak reason. If you do that, I will grant you a painless death, quick, without horror, without despair. You won't feel the real hell. His tone wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. The graveyard, the stones, even the magic embedded in the soil, everything fell deathly still. The world itself seemed unwilling to interrupt him. Your words, they tread dangerously close to blasphemy. He wasn't just angry, he was insulted to the core. But his pride, though immense, was not blind. Carrinder was the warden of the graveyard, not merely for his strength, but for his discernment. His duty wasn't to lash out like a beast at every provocation. It was to protect, to test, to judge. He could have killed the boy 100 different ways, turned his bones to ash, eaten his spirit whole. But that wouldn't quiet the question now lodged in his mind like a splinter. Why? Why would someone especially? Someone so seemingly insignificant dismiss the dragon heart? Did he not know its worth? Was this arrogance? Carrinder clenched his JW to kill him now would be too easy, and too unsatisfying. That it would leave a nagging unease, a question unanswered, a risk unmeasured. Is this truly the rambling of a fool? He thought, eyes narrowing. The sacred artifact wasn't just powerful, it was sacred. The culmination of lifetimes of sacrifice, pain, and myth. Call it useless wasn't just wrong, it was insulting on a cosmic level. But Carrinder wasn't a mere beast defending treasure. He was a warden, a judge. And right now, he had to decide. Carrinder's clawed fingers curled ever so slightly, nails biting into the stone hilt of his weapon. The air around him burned with suppressed fury. His pride, his duty, could not tolerate such blasphemy. Insult the dragon heart was to insult the entire legacy of the draconic race. And he, its eternal guardian, must hold the dignity. He was the guardian of the dragon heart, its eternal warden, chosen by the flames of fate themselves, and the very idea that someone would dare call it useless, unforgivable. In his eyes, there was only one appropriate response to such sacrilege: to make the offender kneel, face pressed into the ground, begging for mercy with bloodied lips before ending their own life as penance. Only then could Carrinder's fury be stilled. His hand twitched on the hilt of the dragon blade, already picturing it cleaving the boy in half. But then the human spoke again. Do not misunderstand me, Carrinder. Razeal's voice was no longer mocking. It wasn't arrogant or proud, it was measured, intentional. There was even a touch of respect in its tone. I never meant to insult the dragon heart, nor the dignity of your duty. Carrinder's brow twitched, eyes narrowing slightly. He said nothing, but he listened. I simply accepted a truth, something many would refuse to admit, even to themselves. His eyes, tired yet defiant, held the gaze of the towering dragon warden. I can't have it. I'm not worthy of it. And because of that, for me, it has no use. He let that truth settle, heavy and raw. Then he continued. You see, I don't waste time chasing what isn't mine to hold. That's not arrogance, it's self-awareness. The flames in Carander's eyes dimmed slightly, shifting from wrath to contemplation. And you should understand this, more than anyone, Razeal added. Because no matter how precious something might be in the eyes of the world, to you, the dragon heart will always be above all, even above the Holy Grail, should it stand before you. Carander stiffened offended, perhaps, but unable to deny the truth in the boy's words. This wasn't blasphemy to it was a reflection of his own nature. The boy was not challenging the value of the dragon heart. He was acknowledging that it transcended him, and a long, dense silence filled the space. Carander stared at the boy for several seconds, expression unreadable. His body remained still, but something in his aura shifted, quieted. Then his voice came low, calm yet undeniably curious. Then tell me, human, if not for the dragon heart, what did you come here for? Razeal raised his eyes, confidence flickering in their depths. A deal. His voice rang out clearly now, echoing in the death-still chamber. I want to make a deal with you, Warden. Inside his head, the system's voice exploded in utter chaos. Host, what the actual FCK are you trying to do? The system blurted into Razeal's head, disbelief dripping from its synthetic tone. There's a 70% chance you're already dead and don't know it yet. Razeal ignored system. Carander's brows furrowed. A deal? What kind of mortal tried to bargain when they were already a breath away from death? It didn't make sense. The boy didn't even want the dragon heart. What was he playing at? You do realize, Carander said coldly, no one who knows of this place is allowed to leave alive. That is the law. Even you. Razeal shrugged, the smirk back on his face, but now tempered with purpose. I know. But what if your duty to find someone worthy gets fulfilled? What if the dragon heart finally finds its destined owner? You'd have no reason to keep me here or fear of secret being revealed. Carander's emerald eyes fixed on him, unblinking. There was a long, tense pause, the warden weighing his words. Was this mortal mocking him? Just moments ago he'd admitted he wasn't worthy. How could someone unworthy bring forth the rightful heir? But Razeal seemed to read his thoughts. I know someone worthy, he said quickly. I'll bring them here. Let them take the trial. That if they succeed, they get the heart. I leave unharmed. Simple. Host, no. Don't tell me you're thinking of that you're insane, that you're actually insane. The system's voice rang again in his mind, borderline panicked, but Razeal ignored it. Instead, he stepped forward with complete composure. Think about it, Carander, you've been bound to this duty for thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of years. Alone? Watching, waiting. His voice softened. I can end it. I can help you fulfill that oath. You get to pass the dragon heart on, and you're finally free. Carander stood still, as if carved from obsidian. Not because he rejected the offer, but because, for the first time in eons, he was tempted to believe it. Carander's expression didn't shift. Not even a flicker, he simply shook his head, tone heavy with weary conviction. Do you really think finding someone worthy is so easy? His voice was calm, too calm. The calm of someone who had waited for an eternity. I've been here longer than time remembers. Not one soul has passed the trial. But before he could continue, Razeal cut him off. He's from the Drakenver bloodline. The words hung heavy in the air. But this time, Carander didn't rebuke the interruption. His gaze drifted across the graveyard over the fields of jagged, blackened stones that surrounded them like silent sentinels. Do you see these stones? He asked quietly. Do you know what they are? Razeal's voice followed calmly, without pause. Ido. Each one was a person. His eyes swept over the cursed field. Challengers who tried to force the heart to obey them, who sought to become dragons, but failed. The dragon heart rejected them, and in that rejection it crystallized them, made them eternal tombstones in your garden of ambition. Carander's brows twitched, the first visible crack in his composure, as he turned back sharply, eyes narrowing. How does this boy know that? That knowledge wasn't just hidden, it was buried. Forbidden, he studied the boy more closely now. The human no longer looked like a fool trespassing, he looked like something else entirely. If you know this much, Carander rumbled, then you must also know that some of these stones once belonged to the Drakenver descendants. His voice grew colder. Even those with bloodline ties to the royal dragons were not enough. Their lineage, no matter how pure, has thinned through generations, their strength diluted. Even the direct descendants tried, and still. His hand motioned to the stones, his voice hardening. They ended as monuments, ashen trophies in a graveyard of failure. Then he looked at Razeal again this time, not with suspicion, but pity. For the first time, he saw not arrogance in the boy, but perhaps naivety. Had this boy really come all this way, gambling his life, thinking that he can make whatever deal with is based on this assumption? But Razeal noticed the change in Carander's eyes, that flicker of doubt, and he chuckled low and slow. Then, without breaking eye contact, he dropped the real spark. What if that person also carries the bloodline of the sun god? Time stopped. Carander, who had already begun to prepare himself to end this foolishness, froze mid-thought. His eyes widened for the first time in centuries. Even in spirit form, goosebumps raced across his incorporeal body. The very concept clawed at his ancient mind like a forbidden echo. "What did you say?" His voice was no longer calm. The IT trembled. Raziel didn't answer right away. Instead, he stepped forward slowly, his hands behind his back like a noble addressing a general. "I came to make a deal, Carander." His words now carried an air of absolute control. "I'll bring the one who holds both lineages." Carander stared at the boy, eyes sharp, scanning his face like trying to see through flesh and his soul. Was he lying? Was this some mad bluff from a dying fool? Or could it be true? Could this boy actually hold the key to ending his eternal suffering, this unending guardianship that had turned centuries into torture? Carander remained still for several seconds. The silence between them was dense, heavy with unspoken weight. Then finally, he spoke. "What do you want?" His voice was no longer cold. It was quiet, serious, and could see those words. Raziel's smirk returned, not smug, not mocking, but victorious. He didn't speak his answer aloud. "Victory," he whispered in his mind. "I want 4 things from you." Raziel's voice broke the heavy silence, calm and precise, and he lifted a single finger. "First, a pocket secret realm, bound to this graveyard by a teleportation circle. I'll tell you how to customize it later." Carander didn't even blink. He simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A tiny orb, no larger than a marble, but pulsing with ancient magic, materialized in his palm. A faint hum vibrated through the air around it, a compressed realm, etched with dimensional runes and locked with teleportation coordinates. He tossed it toward Raziel. "Easy." Raziel caught it without a word. "Second," he continued, "a stone tablet. I'll give you the inscription later. You just need to create it." Carander gave a slow nod. Still manageable. Still insignificant compared to what this boy claimed he'd bring. "Third," Raziel said, narrowing his eyes, "teleport me to the northern region of this trial land." At this, Carander's face darkened for the first time, that a low frown etched across his features. His fingers twitched faintly, a subtle expression of rising caution. "No," he said flatly. "You're pushing now." The moment those words left Carander's mouth, the atmosphere sharpened like the sky holding its breath before a storm. "I should have known," he muttered. These requests were too easy, too meaningless, almost like distractions. His eyes turned to slits, emerald irises glowing faintly. "You're trying to escape, aren't you?" There was no rage in his voice, only ancient disappointment. "You know the rules, and O1 leaves this place alive after uncovering its secret. Not unless they're chosen. Are you trying to lie to me, boy?" Raziel didn't flinch. "I'm not running," he replied, his tone calm but firm. "I have to leave the T.O. Bring him here." He took a step forward, even as his legs threatened to shake under the weight of Carander's aura. "Give me just half an hour, that's all I ask." "You want someone worthy, don't you? Then let me bring him." Carander scoffed. "If I could leave, I'd have fetched him myself." He crossed his arms, eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Why should I trust you? You don't have to." Raziel's response was sharp. He held Carander's gaze without faltering. Then, slowly, he raised his hand. "Let's form a blood-spirit contract." Carander's expression flickered, suspicion shifting in a mild surprise. "You'd bind yourself to a soul contract, just to prove this." "1 hour," Raziel said, breath steady but low. "If I don't return with the one I promised, or if the dragon heart rejects him, I'll forfeit my life." Carander's eyes gleamed faintly, ancient knowledge calculating possibilities. Raziel continued. "In exchange, you fulfill all 4 of my wishes, and during the contract's hour duration, neither of us may harm the other." Even the wind dared not move. "Host," the system's voice echoed inside his mind. Hesitant. "I don't even know what to say anymore. This is beyond insane." Carander remained still, the ancient wheels in his mind turning. This child knew far too much, too many buried truths. Yet, what if he was right? What if the boy truly could bring the one he spoke of? What if, after all these eons, the wait could finally end? After a long pause, Carrinder exhaled slowly. I'll allow the contract. Razeal grinned, victory flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand, ready to draw blood weight. Carrinder's voice stopped him cold. Tell me your fourth wish, first at 8S for your third. I'll allow it once the contract is formed. Razeal paused. Just for a moment, a flicker of something unreadable danced across his eyes. Then he exhaled slowly. The fourth wish. His voice lowered, a glint of steel hiding behind calm words. I want the poison of the Furvine Serpent. That made Carrinder blink. What? He asked, his voice rising just slightly in surprise. You're asking for the poison of a 6th rank, noble class beast. No, I mean, is that all you want, kid? Carrinder's voice was calm, but something in his tone suggested disbelief. Not irritation, just quiet confusion. For someone about to free him from an eternal duty from hundreds of years of silence, loneliness, and stone, these wishes felt trivial that a pocket realm, a stone tablet, a teleportation, and a vial of venom. He tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing. Surely that can't be everything. Razeal didn't flinch. No, let me finish the fourth wish, he replied evenly, hands clasped behind his back, as if he were discussing nothing more serious than the weather. Carrinder smirked faintly. Take your time. After all, it's your final wish. He chuckled, the sound deep and ancient, almost like stone grinding against stone. I almost wonder if you knew those things were all in my treasury, that you've practically asked for nothing which I couldn't provide. Everything so far is within my palm. But then Razeal smiled, the kind of smile, the kind that looked harmless, innocent, a smile that always came before catastrophe. Then for my fourth wish, he said, I want you to put the Furvine Serpent's poison inside the dragon heart. The air froze, that a strange silence fell over the space, as if even time itself didn't want to witness what had just been said. Carrinder blinked. Sigh. His eyebrows twitched. The tension in the air didn't explode, it stalled, like thunder building in a storm that refused to break. Say that again, he said finally, his voice steady, not angry, not scolding. Just stunned that Razeal's expression didn't change. He simply smiled a little more, as if he had asked for candy instead of defiling a divine artifact. I want the Furvine Serpent's poison injected into the dragon heart, he repeated, calm, casual, dead serious. Carrinder dragged a hand across his face, sighing as his fingers pinched the bridge of his nose. This kid, again, he didn't even feel mad. He was just exhausted by the audacity that it was like watching someone carefully climb to the top of a mountain only to jump off it laughing. I know, he muttered, not looking up. I know you're going to explain it again. He exhaled slowly, giving Razeal a tired, sideways glance. You pull stunts like this and somehow make it sound reasonable. I don't know why, but I already know you'll say something that makes me hesitate before I crush your skull. Razeal just shrugged lightly. Well, I thought I should mention, the person I'm bringing here, he's my eternal enemy, so Carrinder blinked. Huh. For a long second, his ancient mind just froze. Enemy. Enemy that you're gifting the dragon heart. To your enemy. That single thought echoed inside Carrinder's mind, bouncing between his instincts, his dignity, and the crumbling wall of logic that he stared at Razeal, searching for sarcasm, jest, madness, something. But all he saw was sincerity. Not warm sincerity. Not noble sincerity. The cold, calculated kind. The type only people like him could understand. You do realize, Carrinder said slowly, that what you're doing is something even family would kill for. Even blood brothers wouldn't share something like this. And here you are. He waved a hand vaguely, as if trying to physically catch the absurdity from the air. Giving it to your enemy? His spiritual form flickered with rising confusion, wings twitching in disbelief. Is your brain broken, child? You just spent your life bluffing for this opportunity, and now what? You want to poison the heart and give it away. He stared again. Are you trying to die? Again. He was so close to killing Razeal on principle alone. And yet, he didn't move, because in truth, it wasn't his concern. The dragon heart would choose its bearer, worthy or not, friend or foe. It didn't matter to Carrinder. His duty was only to safeguard T.O. Test, and to pass the flame when it was finally deserved. That he looked at Razeal in silence. The boy standing there like a noble schemer, hiding poison in honey. After a pause, Carrinder spoke again, his voice quieter this time. You don't hate this person that much, do you? His eyes narrowed. You do know the Furvine Serpent's venom won't actually damage the heart itself. Even in the blood circulation chamber, it can't do more than a few months' harm. At Katimo's temporary mana blockage, dull heart pain, blood flow disruption 0.3, for months maybe. Then the heart nullifies it. He studied Razeal's expression, trying to read deeper. Maybe he don't hate that person. Maybe he actually like them. He smirked in his thoughts. Maybe he is just too proud to admit it. Typical children. Say enemy when they mean I care. Had Razeal known what Carrinder was thinking, he might have vomited, out of sheer disgust. Like them, I'd rather kiss a flaming goblin, but Carrinder didn't say anything else. He simply watched. He still didn't understand the boy's game. But one thing was certain, whatever happened next would be unforgettable. I allow it, Carrinder said at last. The weight of the words carrying centuries of duty behind them, he exhaled, shoulders relaxing ever so slightly like a man who had stood guard for too long and was finally allowed to blink. I mean, he muttered under his breath. I've protected the dragon heart for eons that IT can forgive me a little for that blasphemy, right? The thought echoed quietly within him. Not truly convincing, but enough to let the moment slide. It's just a temporary inconvenience, he reasoned. The poison won't truly damage the dragon heart. Just a minor disruption. Nothing lasting. He turned toward Razeal with a tired smile, masking the subtle anxiety still churning beneath the surface. All right then, he said, voice steady. So, what do you want me to write on the stone tablet? And how do you want the pocket realm customized? His tone shifted practical now, like a craftsman discussing orders, not a guardian of one of the world's rarest legacies. But Carrinder paused mid-thought because he was suddenly staring at something that deeply unsettled him. Razeal was smiling. Not a smirk. Not a grin of triumph. And oh, it was the kind of smile a man wore when he found the woman he was ready to propose to. What? Carrinder blinked. The smile on that human's face was far too dazzling. Far too pleased. A cold chill ran up the back of the ancient warden's spiritual spine. This human hasn't lost his mind, right? He stared at the boy. Right. Razeal looked like he'd just received the greatest blessing of his life. A long, awkward silence filled the air until cough cough. Razeal finally snapped out of it, clearing his throat and adjusting his collar with practiced grace. His grin, however, refused to fade, stretching across his face with smug satisfaction. Carrinder narrowed his eyes. Something was definitely off, but he didn't press. Meanwhile, deep in Razeal's mind, host, I beg you. The system's voice trembled in his thoughts, sounding both terrified and utterly exhausted. Please tell me you're not planning to gift the dragon heart to the protagonist that I can't on my circuits, host I. Razeal's eyes twinkled dangerously as he replied within his mind, tone as casual as a nobleman sipping tea. Don't worry, system. His smirk widened. I'm about to show you how to ruin someone so perfectly, they'll thank you while bleeding. North side of the trial grounds, middle of monster territory, the winds howled faintly, brushing past thick foliage as silence ruled over the wild land. Perched high in the arms of a gnarled, ancient tree, Razeal sat with one leg dangling lazily. Concealed within a dense thicket of leaves and branches, his violet eyes flickered with calculated anticipation, locked onto the pale marble platform far below. Preparations are all set. Now, he leaned back against the bark with a soft, amused sigh. All I have to do is wait for the rat to take the bait. It had only been 10 minutes since he'd been teleported here, 10 minutes since he tricked death itself and signed a blood spirit contract with Carrinder, the eternal guardian of the dragon heart. IT should have taken even less time, honestly. But Razeal had insisted Carrinder fully customize the pocket secret realm and carve the inscription onto the stone tablet exactly as he required. Not that Razeal actually used the secret realm in the usual way. No, that he butchered its traditional purpose entirely. Most people would use a pocket realm for training, hiding, or survival, the miniature dimension, a priceless treasure hoarded by sect masters and monarchs. But Razeal, he turned it into a DMN stage. Literally. The secret realm had been condensed and anchored here, a white marble platform, suspended slightly above the ground like a sacred altar. Open on all sides, glowing faintly under the moonlight. And almost impossible to miss, even from several miles away. A gleaming pillar rose from its center, and atop it stood a stone tablet, inscribed with glowing ancient text that shimmered like firelight caught in crystal. IT was the ultimate attention grabber. No stealth, no secrecy, pure spectacle. No one uses pocket realms this wastefully. Even the system had muttered in disbelief earlier. It's basically a glowing billboard for your enemies to shoot at. But Razeal didn't care. IT needed to be seen, because what mattered was who would see it on the front of the stone tablet. Etched in majestic draconic script, a riddle burned softly with ethereal light. Where fire sleeps and silence sings, the dragon's heart beneath flame clings. Oak tread the path. Let power rise or fall in ash neath shattered skies. 1,000 cores in balance laid. Shall wake the flame where none have stayed. But woe to those who dare unfit. The pyre's feast where cowards sit. Let only strength and will remain. The weak shall die, the bold shall reign. Originally, Raziel had just wanted it to say something like, pay 1,000 elemental cores to enter the Dragonheart trial. But Carindor, being the dramatic spirit-bound warden that he was, insisted on writing it his own way. If the person is worthy, Carindor had said, they'll understand the message. If not, they're not worthy. That's all there is to it. Raziel didn't argue. Let the old dragon spirit have his poetry. Because at the end of the day, the stage was set, baited, visible, compelling. Come to the platform. Pay the price. Get a chance at the Dragonheart. That was the unspoken promise written in light and power. And Raziel knew one thing for certain: if he went directly to the protagonist, the so-called hero, and said, hey, I found something valuable, follow me, that guy would sooner stab him through the chest than listen. Raziel's reputation alone would guarantee that he was a villain in everyone's eyes, tainted, rapist, shame, not to be trusted, blah 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 bullshit. So, instead of words, he crafted a lure. Let the hero come chasing power instead of following him. Let him walk into the trap of his own desire. And when he does, Raziel muttered under his breath, his smile curling darkly. That's when the game begins. 5 more minutes later, Raziel shifted slightly on the branch, the bark rough against his palm. TCH, just how long is that bastard going to take? He muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with equal parts irritation and anticipation. Every passing second felt like another itch beneath his skin. The waiting wasn't hard. It was excruciating. His posture was tense. The bark beneath him was rough and uncomfortable, the leaves scratching at his skin. But he didn't move, that he couldn't afford to. Not yet. Down below, the marble platform stood like a temple in the wilderness, glowing faintly, beckoning. The trap was perfect. The performance was ready. Only the main actor was missing. Host, giving up the Dragonheart just to collect elemental cores. This is not worth it. Not even close. The system's tone was drenched in fatigue, as though it had aged centuries just watching Raziel operate. That relic is a mid to late arc artifact. The protagonist was never supposed to get it until at least 3 years into the story's main timeline. But we're in the beginning. This is basically handing him a cheat code and wrapping it in a pretty bow. Raziel didn't even glance up. His violet eyes were locked onto the glowing marble platform below the bait. His lips twitched. What did I ever say that getting a few cores was my only goal? A smirk crept across his face. You're still thinking too small, system. He reclined slightly on the branch, resting his back against the thick trunk. The wind ruffled his hair gently, brushing against his cheek like a phantom whisper. Calm down, I've calculated every angle, every consequence, everything. Just having the Dragonheart doesn't make someone unstoppable. At least not now. There's a reason he was meant to find it years later. Raziel paused, gaze sharpening like a dagger under moonlight. Right now, his body is weak. His mana circuits are underdeveloped. His foundation, barely stable. Giving him the Dragonheart now is like handing a great sword forged for gods to a toddler. It won't make him powerful, but he won't wield it. It'll wield him. A short silence passed. The system, unconvinced but cautious, finally responded. I understand the metaphor, but statistically, you're still giving him a massive shortcut. By obtaining the Dragonheart now, he'll accelerate far beyond schedule. My projections estimate he'll reach the strength meant for year 3 within just 1 year, maybe less. This is a dangerous variable, a reckless move. Raziel's smile didn't fade. If anything, it grew colder. Then let him reach that level, he said softly, eyes glowing with eerie calm. Because if I can't crush him within a year with a system and future knowledge of my own, then I don't deserve to win this game. The leaves around him rustled, almost in agreement, or perhaps in warning. But Raziel wasn't done. He leaned forward, tone dropping into something more dangerous, more predatory. Besides, those 1,000 elemental cores, that's just phase 1 of the operation. I won't just take a profit. His voice dropped to a whisper, cold and cruel. I'm going to suck everything dry. The system didn't respond after that. What was there to say? Suddenly, Raziel's ears twitched, footsteps, his pupils narrowed, and a slow breath slipped from his lungs. They're here, he whispered in his mind. Without moving an inch, he steadied his breath and silenced even the beat of his heart, sinking deeper into the natural camouflage of the thick canopy. Nestled high in the crown of a towering tree, he remained motionless, each leaf and shadow a shield against the approaching presence. He couldn't afford even the slightest sound, not the creak of a branch, not the brush of fabric. One wrong move, and it was over. Not just for him, but for the elaborate plan he had spun from threads of deception and foresight. His only saving grace. Aaron, the protagonist, wasn't particularly sharp when it came to sensory talents. That man was a frontline warrior brute force incarnate, the kind who charged into battle like a storm, smashing through everything in his path with strength, not subtlety. And fortunately for Razeal, his followers were cut from the same cloth blunt edges in a game that required precision. Had it been Selene, the Saintess, or Silva Fairlith with her army of whispering spirits, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Those two were like wind and silk, sensitive to even the faintest tremor in mana. Just their proximity would have ripped through his veil of stealth like fire through dry parchment. As for why he had chosen this particular spot high up in a tree whose branches stretched like skeletal arms above the monster-infested wilds. Monsters rarely climbed. Too large and heavy for the delicate balance of branches that IT was one of the few safe zones. Monsters ignored. And people, in turn, never thought to search. From up here, he had a perfect vantage. Leaves veiled him, but through the gaps he saw everything below. From the ground looking up, however, the leaves were a fortress. And then, the silence broke a chorus of distant footsteps, a soft clang of steel against steel. Voices, low but disciplined, that Razeal's eyes sharpened. Dozens, no, nearly 80 people or more were moving as one unit, weaving through the forest like a hunting pack. Some wore glimmering metallic armor. Others preferred lighter gear, but the coordination was undeniable. Knights, mages, archers, assassins, every class was present, a mobile army cloaked in lethal purpose. They moved with trained precision, in wasted motions, in mindless chatter. And at the helm of this formidable force walked two figures side by side. Point one, clad in deep crimson armor with matching long hair that gleamed under the filtered sunlight. His crimson eyes were sharp, calm, and utterly commanding. Mana radiated from him in palpable waves, the sword at his waist practically humming with pressure. Aaron Dragonweaver, Razeal's eternal enemy. The golden child of fate. The chosen 1.5 years. The last time he had seen this man, they had both been children standing on opposite ends of fate's cruel game board. Now, Aaron walked like a king in, waiting, tall and broad-shouldered, every step radiating strength and confidence. His presence was magnetic, undeniably heroic. He's grown, Razeal noted silently, eyes following the protagonist's form with a strange, quiet detachment, that a little taller, that a little sharper. The same flame behind his eyes, just stronger now. We are so different now, Razeal realized. He who was hiding on tree, weak, ANF, powerless, and him, sigh, tall like a king. He just sighed, but then his gaze shifted, and whatever fleeting sentiment had dared rise within him was crushed in an instant. But then Razeal's stomach lurched. His gaze shifted slightly, and his expression soured that a low groan threatened to escape his lips. Just my rotten luck, he cursed internally. Beside Aaron floated a figure like a moon beside a star. His stomach twisted, a wave of nausea climbed up his throat as his eyes fell on the woman walking beside Aaron. The sight alone made his chest tighten, a familiar pressure building in his lungs. She was wrapped in a white robe adorned with golden embroidery, her long hair glowing like molten sunlight. Golden eyes radiated calm, divine serenity. She seemed to exude purity, but Razeal could feel it. The overwhelming tidal wave of mana surrounding her like a divine barrier. IT wasn't just powerful, it was oppressive, Selene luminous, the saintess of the Church of Light. What is she doing here? Wasn't she supposed to be in the south? That AF-kin butterfly effect this fast? Why the hell is she here? Razeal gritted his teeth, keeping every muscle frozen. Even breathing now felt like risking death. Behind her, a procession of white-robed priests and armored holy knights followed in solemn formation. Their eyes were sharp, hands hovering near blades and spell scrolls, ever watchful. IT was clear one wrong twitch near their saintess, and they'd launch divine judgment without hesitation. Nearly half the entire entourage, maybe 50 people, belonged to her faction alone. The other half seemed to obey Aaron, and the remaining few, independent hunters and academy talents who had simply gravitated towards strength and protection in numbers. That Razeal's grip tightened around the bark. He was surrounded, and all it would take was one flicker of awareness, one accidental noise, one poorly timed heartbeat, and the saintess would zero in on him like a hawk. Just a shitty luck. Razeal had a storm of thoughts swirling in his mind, but outwardly, he remained composed. Still as the bark, he leaned against it. Twitch, no breath. Right now, the only thing he could afford to do was not get caught. But if he did, well, he'd deal with that disaster when it came. For now, he hadn't. Down below, a calm, yet curious voice rang out. If I'm not mistaken, that is draconic language, right? Selena's golden eyes were fixed on the raised platform of smooth, shining white marble. At its center stood a towering tablet, carved with mysterious glowing runes that spiraled up a pole like ancient declarations frozen in light. Yes, that is correct, Lady Selena, Aaron replied, his gaze mirroring hers. His crimson eyes narrowed, analyzing the strange glyphs. The aura around him shifted, focused, sharpened. A sharp voice broke the moment. Your Holiness, this place looks alarmingly suspicious. A woman in a pristine white cleric's robe stepped forward. Her pink-framed glasses shimmered in the sunlight as she adjusted them nervously. I studied every inch of the official terrain map, including the routes provided personally by the Platinum Knight himself. There was nothing about a platform like this mentioned. She paused, bowing respectfully. Forgive me for speaking out of turn, but I suspect this is either a trap or an anomalous phenomenon of the trial gates. I advise we avoid it. Selena turned to her with a warm, serene smile. Nyla, there's no need for constant apologies. Giving advice is part of your duty as my personal holy attendant. Yes, Your Grace. Nyla bowed lower, her expression still tense. Selena, meanwhile, was already examining the tablet again. It is fascinating. Even I have no record of the structure existing inside the trial grounds. The inscription, too. There's something odd about it. Aaron turned to her, brow slightly raised. You can read Draconic, milady. A little. I studied the basics in the Holy Library, she replied modestly. Just 2 words, she added modestly. Aaron chuckled softly, shaking his head. Just 2 words. You're far too humble. Only someone who studied obsessively could decipher even a fragment of Draconic without a drop of dragon blood. He wasn't wrong. For those born with dragon heritage, the language came almost instinctively. But for a human, learning it from scratch was nearly impossible. Yet Selena had done it. She tilted her head slightly and read aloud, amusement dancing in her voice. 1,000 cores. To reach the place where the dragon heart resides? Selena repeated, reading aloud. To be claimed only by one deemed worthy. She glanced sideways at Arion, a faint smirk curling her lips. Sounds like something that's been prepared for you, doesn't it? Arion's brows drew together as his expression turned contemplative. It's impossible for any candidate to bring foreign items into the trial gates. The gates of worth would have purged them. He finally spoke, voice thoughtful. Which means this isn't external. It must be part of the trial itself. He reached forward, tracing the glowing symbols with his eyes. The inscription was written by someone at least of King rank powerhouse, he said quietly. Possibly even Saint rank powerhouse. The craftsmanship, the mana etched into each word. This isn't a fake. It feels real. Selena gave a soft hum in agreement. There's a teleportation array embedded within the base, she noted, squinting. It's subtle, cloaked, but active. It likely leads to the next phase of this trial. Aaron's fingers curled slightly. The runes pulsed under his gaze. Suddenly, his heart began pounding. That it wasn't just anticipation. That it was fate. That voice, that instinct. Since childhood, this pull had always guided him, an invisible whisper, a divine certainty. Every time he followed it, he found fortune. And this time, it was different. The feeling inside Arion's chest, this inexplicable pull, wasn't just familiar. It was the strongest he'd ever felt in his life. His heart thundered in his chest. Each beat like a war drum echoing through his bones. The world seemed to narrow, the murmurs around him fading as the tablet's inscription glowed faintly, calling to something deep within his soul. Without hesitation, he turned. Lyold, Arion said, voice firm and unwavering. Take out 1,000 elemental cores. We're going. There was no second thought, no logic, no strategy. Only instinct and faith in it. But beside him, the red-haired Lyold looked as though he had just been stabbed through the heart. 1,000? He choked, eyes widening in disbelief. Can't 100 do the job? How about I pay the rest in installments? I'll give 50 every month, I swear. Interest-free. He clasped his hands like a merchant begging for mercy from the heavens. But one glance from Arion, just one sharp, no-nonsense glare, and he deflated completely. With a deep, defeated groan, he extended the heavy sack with both hands, his expression devastated, as if he had just handed over his soul instead of currency. Democrat, Minnesota, it all. Lyold muttered under his breath, eyes glossy with unshed tears. I was saving that for my retirement, or maybe to buy a girlfriend someday. Arion ignored the melodrama and turned toward the saintess. Lady Selena, he said with a respectful nod. Please excuse us. That I'll be heading in. I will join you, Selena replied, her voice calm, but laced with a spark of curiosity. It intrigues me. Arion blinked. You will? He hesitated. But it might be dangerous. We still don't know if it's a trap, he said carefully, the edge of concern in his voice betraying the thoughts racing through his mind. He didn't dare say it out loud. But he didn't need it. It was too obvious. If she got hurt, even the slightest scratch, the church, those fanatics, might very well tear down the entire gate of Worth stone by stone just to avenge her. If it was just danger, she could handle it. And no doubt that in fact, if she so much as cracked one of the protective amulets she must be wearing, it was almost certain that within seconds, 8, no, maybe even 9 platinum-ranked knights would crash through the gates with divine fury. And oh, exaggeration, she was by far the most protected person here. And oh, protected wasn't the word. She was practically worshipped, pampered. But Selena just smiled, that serene, radiant smile of hers that could silence storms. "Don't worry, I'll protect you all," she said softly, golden eyes glimmering, her hair catching the breeze like sunlight woven into silk. "That wasn't what I meant," Ariane wanted to say, but bit back the words out of course. The moment her words reached her entourage, priests, knights, in attendance, everyone froze for a heartbeat. Then, as if a silent command had passed through the air, they all looked at one another and nodded. And oh, one dared object. She was the saintess. If she wanted to go, then she would go. Their role was not to question, but to shield. Even from the wind, even from shadows, even from gods if needed. Their lives were nothing compared to her safety. Nyla, standing to the side, pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed deeply, already anticipating the chaos. "If even a scratch appears on the saintess's body," she muttered, turning around and raising her voice, "then every single one of us will suffer the holy punishment of agony. Remember that." Her voice echoed through the clearing like a divine decree. The non-church members, Ariane's team, and others visibly paled. One archer audibly gulped, whispering under his breath, "Holy punishment of agony." But the saintess's followers, their response was chilling. "That punishment is too light," they declared in unison, fire burning in their eyes. "If a scratch dares touch the saintess, we should all be executed instead." Ariane simply sighed, massaging his temple. If he had long stopped trying to understand these lunatics, it was like they would sacrifice their own families if someone so much as joked about the gods in their presence. And when it came to Selena, their fanaticism was on another level entirely. High above, hidden within the dense canopy of twisted branches and dew-laced leaves, Razeal crouched with every muscle in his body taut, pressure clawed at his chest. His lungs burned slightly from holding his breath for so long. Sweat slid down his temples despite the cold breeze. "Now that I'll get caught, now the dot, or now." The thought repeated like a curse. But luck, sweet, fragile luck, had not betrayed him yet. Down below, the platform gleamed like sacred marble bathed in morning light. The air buzzed with mana, its current almost seductive. He knew what it meant. He could read the scene like a book. "Tisage greedy bastard," Razeal thought, narrowing his eyes at Ariane, who was standing confidently with that ever-self righteous look of his. Of course, the protagonist would jump at the bait like a starving dog, a shiny platform with glowing runes. His sense of destiny must be tingling. People have spider sense, but this bastard have goblin senses. He watched Ariane closely. That face, that calm composure, that holy glow in his goddamn eyes. This Imrucker was born to steal. Robbing fate, stealing lives, calling it opportunity. Like it's divine. Well, that I hate him, that I swear. I hate him with every cell in my body, Razeal mentally cursed. But then again, how much can one head curse? Let them go, he thought bitterly. Let them get teleported to whatever bullshit dragon trial this is. All he needed was for them to step on that DMN platform, so he could finally breathe. 7 whole minutes. He'd held his position for 7 excruciating minutes. Even though he could hold his breath for 10, he wasn't confident in staying unnoticed for much longer. His limbs were beginning to tingle, and his heartbeat echoed in his ears. Finally, he saw that the group was moving. Ariane placed the 1,000 elemental cores on the separate raised altar. The magic responded instantly, humming with a low, rhythmic pulse. Razeal released a shaky breath of relief, but his brow furrowed. Why didn't she notice me? The saintess. Selena. He knew with absolute certainty that she was sensitive to mana.to life force. She once detected a poisoned squirrel 2 meters underground. She once sensed the heartbeat of a dying sparrow in the middle of a bathing, which was 300 meters away from her. Oh, how? Is it my luck? Is it finally returning? The thought made his throat tighten. If it wasn't for the risk of betraying his position, he might have actually cried. His luck had betrayed him for so long. The idea of it coming back now felt too good to be true. But then the platform lit up, the glowing emerald circle burst to life on the marble floor. Symbols danced, runes aligned. Mana surged. They're leaving. They're actually leaving. A grin ghosted over Raziel's lips. Victory. And then Selena. Her head slowly tilted upward. Her golden eyes locked onto his. Just for a moment, at a second. Barely enough to call a glance. But it happened. Their eyes met. Did she see me? Raziel's breath shattered. Involuntarily sucked in between clenched teeth. His chest tightened with alarm. Our eyes met. That I saw it. That I know I did. Yet she turned away, smiling gently to A.S. if admiring the leaves, A.S. if nothing had happened. No, that wasn't random. Our eyes met. That I know they did. I'm not imagining it. Panic slithered up his spine. Then, hey, there's someone up in the tree. Nyla suddenly shouted, her voice sharp as steel. Her fingers shot up, pointing directly at Raziel's perch. Mana trembled in the air, disturbed by the sudden breath he'd released. Heads turned, Arion's eyes snapped to where she pointed. Unlike the others, he didn't need to squint. His eyes, superior in clarity, pierced through the leaves, his gaze sharpened. That. Is that the shame of House Virulent? Purple Potato? His hand instinctively fell to the hilt of his sword. A pit opened in his stomach. Was this a trap? He glanced down at the glowing emerald array beneath his feet. Tension coiled in his chest. He didn't know why, but whenever he saw that face, that presence, that cursed existence, something buried inside him would boil. Hate. Pure, guttural hate. Guys, this is a Tradash. He began to shout. Swish, a flash of emerald light exploded. And just like that, they vanished, all of them, gone. Raziel blinked, then leaned back against the rough bark behind him, body trembling with the aftershock. Holy yes, I almost got caught. His heart pounded like a war drum in his ears. But then the dread came creeping in. No, she definitely saw me, I'm sure of it. His expression darkened. Wait, did she know I was here from the beginning? Raziel clenched his teeth. That crazy, disgusting, backstabbing dash. He stopped mid-thought, unable to come up with enough insults. But what the FCK is she planning now, as if she just being nice? Whoever said that? Raziel swears to put 3 no for sharp daggers in their ass. That women is the one of the people he hates passionately. That women accused him of trying to rape her. Those fuckers are finally gone. Raziel muttered, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. The tension that had coiled around his chest for the last several minutes slowly began to unwind. He exhaled deeply, breath shaky but relieved. The dense foliage around him no longer felt like it was pressing in to crush him. A faint breeze stirred the leaves above, but it no longer sounded like footsteps. Phase 1 complete. With deliberate care, he climbed down from the thick branch he had been perched on. His movements were cautious. His muscles still taut with the echo of adrenaline. As his boots touched solid ground, he allowed himself a rare moment of stillness, a breath, a heartbeat. Most of his worries were over, for now. Still, a lingering anxiety prickled at the edges of his thoughts like static. What if Arion wasn't worthy enough to claim heart? What if he failed the trial? What if Raziel had just signed his own death warrant? After all, the contract he made, it wasn't just a bluff. If the heart didn't choose its bearer, Raziel would die. Yeah, that was F-kin insane, he muttered bitterly, shaking his head. Hinge his own survival on someone else's actions. It was reckless, borderline suicidal. People might ask him later, mockingly even, do you trust the protagonist that much? Do you believe he's worthy? He'd scoff at that. But well, that would be the wrong way to put IT. IT wasn't about trust. IT was about certainty. Not in the person, but in the narrative. In the novel, the heart had always been meant for the protagonist. IT was written in a fate itself. That sacred relic wasn't just made for him, it waited for him. So Raziel didn't trust Arion. He trusted his insight. He believed in the blueprint buried within the world. The pattern only he knew. And if that blueprint still held weight, if the plot hadn't entirely derailed, then Arion would be chosen. Still, there were cracks in the narrative, subtle, shifting fractures. Some characters had already veered away from their destined paths, most notably Selena. He narrowed his eyes, thinking back. That woman. That conniving, saint-faced snake. She had definitely sensed him earlier. That moment of eye contact, a flicker of recognition in her gaze. The gentle smile she wore, a mask. And yet, she had said nothing. Why? What the hell was she planning now? Selena had already proven that she wasn't following the original script. Years ago, long before the plot's official beginning, she had already begun to deviate. Her personality, her actions utterly different from how the novel had portrayed her, Raziel remembered. There was no event in the original story where she accused him of attempted rape. Yet in this timeline, she had done exactly that, out of nowhere. And the fallout was enormous. That one false accusation twisted the entire foundation of the plot. IT Shook public opinion, his reputation, and the trust of key figures at IT was one of the major reasons why so many future events became unpredictable. The butterfly effect. She was an unstable factor, a walking contradiction to destiny. Still, whatever she was planning could wait. For now, his focus was elsewhere. His admission into the royal classroom had been secured. And why only that classroom mattered? Why is he taking so many risks to get in there? Like there's normal classroom too, right? There are many reasons, actually. First of all, because even though academies say all classes are the same, there was only one true classroom in the entire academy. The rest were illusions of prestige, places for the weak to pretend they were strong. The cannon fodders in simple words. And also, if he wanted to execute his long-term plan, if he wanted to survive what was coming, he needed to be in that classroom. Too many of his contingencies relied on that space. Too many alliances, resources, secrets, all converged there. His boots hit the grass softly as he approached the platform the hero's party had used. The area was quiet, wind gently brushing the leaves overhead. No one was around. Perfect, he moved fast to the base of the stone altar. Tucked just beneath the raised platform lay a heavy cloth sack. He grabbed it with both hands, feeling its dense weight immediately. Inside were 1,000 elemental cores. He opened it slightly and looked into it. A quiet smile touched his lips. The bag shimmered with power. Each core was polished, nearly perfect in shape, small, round, marble-like spheres of glowing color. Red, blue, green, yellow, each orb pulsed with restrained elemental energy, whispering promises of power. These weren't just rocks. These were third-rank elemental cores, each one harvested from a monster slain in battle, a 1-to-1 ratio. One monster, one core, and they were invaluable. Elemental cores were crystallized manifestations of a creature's elemental affinity created when a monster evolved or was born in prolonged exposure to a specific mana type. Fire, ice, wind, earth, lightning, light, etc. They were used in every major profession. Blacksmiths infused them into weapons. Alchemists used them to balance volatile brews. Magicians refined spells with them. Knights used them to reinforce their bodies. Aurors, priests, spirits, tamers, even engineers and farmers had found uses. Artifacts, mana fuel, structural stabilization, construction, medic, agriculture. They were everywhere. And more importantly, they could be absorbed. That if you possessed elemental affinity and compatibility with a specific core, you could absorb it, increasing your own mana capacity, elemental alignment, and the purity of your energy. But it wasn't easy. The compatibility had to be natural, innate. You couldn't fake affinity. Not unless you wanted to end up a twitching corpse. These cores were born in monsters, lodged where their hearts should be. Extracting them without destroying the core required finesse. Razeal admired the shimmering orbs for a long moment. There were 4 distinct colors of elemental cores inside the bag, each one shimmering faintly in the filtered light. Razeal crouched beside it, inspecting the contents with narrowed eyes. Fire, wind, water, and earth. He muttered under his breath, recognizing the most common elemental types at a glance. Of course it'd be these, the universals, the easy ones. These 4 elements were widespread across the continent, found in every nook of terrain, dungeon, and ruin. Their abundance didn't make them weak, not at all. In fact, if wielded by someone with high compatibility, they could become terrifyingly powerful. But rarity brought prestige. Elements like lightning, wood, ice, or light, those were the elusive ones, hard to find, even harder to master. You couldn't simply stumble into a lightning-type beast in the woods. Still, as rare as those elements were, they didn't always translate to value. Cores were only useful to people born with an affinity for them. Without that, they were just shiny, glowing marbles with no purpose. Well, can be used in other ways, but those processes are rare to found. So, yet in some places, rare elemental cores sold dirt cheap because there was no one to use them. In others, their price skyrocketed, especially if someone in power needed that particular element. It was a strange and tricky economy. The cores in Razeal's bag shimmered with gentle pulses of color, like the breath of something sleeping. The light was faint, expected. After all, these were only common-ranked elemental cores. He exhaled, pulling one out. Still 1,000 of them. He eyed the smooth, round core in his hand, no bigger than a marble. Each glowed in its respective color, a crystallized drop of elemental essence. They were divided into broad categories: common rank, 1st to 3rd tier; professional rank, 4th to 6th tier; legendary rank, 6th and 7th tier; mythical rank, 8th tier; unranked, a mysterious 9th tier, so rare it defied classification. Naturally, the higher the rank, the more potent the mana and affinity it contained. The advantages gained were proportional. Stronger elemental attunement, increased purity, more efficient mana control. Razeal, however, simply clicked his tongue in annoyance. These are all light faction aligned, he muttered. Of course they are. Useless, completely and utterly useless to him. Because of the system's DMN curse debuff, he couldn't absorb any element belonging to the light faction, and all these elements are of light faction that he scowled. Am the rucker of his system. I heard that, host. The mechanical voice chimed his head with smug satisfaction. Razeal ignored it and pulled out a special bag from his waist pouch issued by the Academy itself. Avoid cheating. Candidates weren't allowed to bring their own storage tools into the trial. These regulation-issued bags had limited capacity, only about 1 square feet, and were handed out before the test began. Their purpose was to ensure every core collected came from the field. He dropped the shimmering marbles. Inside, watching them vanish into the dark inner space. 1,000 cores. That's all they left behind. So stingy. He scoffed, shaking his head. Would have killed them to leave a few more. Still, there was one silver lining. Any student who passed the trial was allowed to keep the cores they collected after the instructors had counted and verified them. That a standard reward policy. And the math, a single third-ranked elemental core, goes for around 10 gold coins. He did a quick calculation, his heart thumping in rhythm with every imagined clink of coin. 1,000 cores, a T10 gold coins apiece. That was 10,000 gold coins. His lips curled into a greedy grin. People didn't understand what that kind of money meant that a middle-class family 3 meals a day. School tuition, house maintenance, clothing, everything could survive a whole month on a single gold coin. And he had 10,000. That was generational wealth. That was power. IT was also the minimum price. 4th-ranked cores, the entry level of the professional tier, started at 10,000 gold coins each. From there, prices skyrocketed based on demand, elemental rarity, and the strength of the creature it came from. Razeal's eyes gleamed with golden fire. I'm about to get rich. Just as he closed the bag and slung it over his back, a low, guttural growl rumbled through the air like thunder scraping against stone. Razeal froze. His lips twitched, the bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Very slowly, he raised a hand to his face and dragged it down. Just my Fkin shitty luck. The growl deepened. Something heavy shifted behind him. Don't tell me, he whispered to himself. Don't you Fkin dare tell me there's a monster behind me now. His heartbeat spiked, his breathing halted, his fingers tightened around the bag strap. Everything had been going perfectly, absolutely, stupidly, wonderfully perfect, and now, He exhaled through gritted teeth, barely keeping himself from screaming. Why the FCK, why now? A shadow loomed over him. Whatever it was, wasn't small. Razeal stiffened the moment he heard the low, guttural growl ripple through the air behind him. A jolt ran down his spine. His muscles locked up, but his instincts screamed at him to move. Slowly and very carefully, he turned his head over his shoulder. And there it was that a black, hulking hound stood just meters away in open ground of forest. Its body was low to the ground, coiled like a spring. Muscles rippled beneath a semi-metallic exoskeleton, the plates glinting faintly with a dark, gunmetal sheen. Faint wisps of smoke curled from its maw, where dagger-like teeth gleamed like polished steel. Its eyes were pitch-black, depthless voids that looked less like organs and more like twin abysses staring straight into him. Great, Razeal muttered under his breath. Just my Fkin luck. He took a silent breath, his heart rate beginning to spike, but his face remained composed, barely at a third-ranked monster, a firehound. They weren't rare, nor were they usually worth panicking over. But this one looked like it had lived through too many fights and walked away from all of them. IT had the scars to prove it. Its paws were wreathed in small tongues of crimson flame, crackling faintly each time they pressed against the forest floor. Despite that, it had approached in total silence, eerily. So, that was what made firehounds terrifying. For a low-tier monster, they possessed a remarkable gift for stealth. Their bodies made no noise, their presence almost undetectable. IT was like death wrapped in silence. Razeal narrowed his eyes. A big dog with murder issues, he murmured. Lovely. But even with all that danger, he couldn't help but recall a strange quirk of this species. They were prideful, stupidly so. Firehounds, unlike most beasts, never attacked their prey from behind. IT was some absurd instinctive code of honor they followed. They always waited for their prey to turn around, demanding a face-to-face kill, as if their ego required acknowledgement before they ripped you apart. That why. I'm not dead yet. Razeal slowly, deliberately turned to fully face the creature, both of them locked eyes, that he could feel the tension hanging in the air like a blade over his throat. The beast crouched lower, nostrils flaring, Lips curled in a snarl, he reached subtly into the inside pocket of his tuxedo coat, fingers curling around the hilt of a small dagger hidden within. He didn't draw it. He knew what would happen if he did. The hound was watching, IT was waiting. One wrong move would trigger an immediate lunge. And Razeal didn't like being lunged at. System, he hissed mentally. You've got that damned rules of the wild thing, don't you? Got anything useful to help me deal with this hellhound? A mechanical ping echoed in his mind, followed by the system's calm, annoyingly chipper voice. Yes, host. Activating Wild Survival Rulebook. Rule number 1. Don't approach anything bigger than you. You'll be easy prey. Rule number 2. Don't approach anything smaller than you. They definitely don't have friends, or they're venomous. Rule number 3. Don't approach anything the same size as you. They'll think it's a fair fight. Rule number 4. Don't APR dash. Just shut up. Razeal snapped under his breath, face twitching. Shut up, you useless piece of shit. Understood. Muting wisdom. He rolled his eyes. Figures, when I need something actually useful, you're out here giving me dumb animal proverbs. The firehound growled again, paw shifting half a step forward. Razeal tensed. His breath came low and slow, a cold film of sweat coating the back of his neck. Every instinct told him to run. Every lesson told him to wait. And every curse he'd ever known stacked itself inside his mind, reserved exclusively for this very moment. Guess I'll have to deal with it myself. As always, he muttered grimly. His grip tightened around the hilt of the dagger inside his coat. On the other side of the trial ground's graveyard of forgotten stones, swish, a surge of emerald light flared across the cracked earth, briefly illuminating the desolate, uneven terrain. The flash faded as quickly as it came, leaving behind a group of stunned figures, now standing in the middle of an unnaturally open space, an eerie contrast to the rest of the trial zone, which had been overrun by jagged boulders and ancient, weather-worn stones. Arion staggered forward half a step, immediately unsheathing his greatsword with a sharp shchinke. Its edge gleamed faintly in the remaining afterglow. Esset, he cursed under his breath, scanning the strange area with narrowed, sharpened eyes. We were teleported. I didn't even sense that guy. How the hell did I miss it? Around him, nearly 80 candidates stood, dazed and rattled, each trying to comprehend the shout of warning before the teleportation. Their group formation had broken during the warp. Weapons were half-raised, stances uncertain. Only instincts kept them from panicking. Where are we? One of the archers muttered, glancing around warily, an arrow already knocked between her fingers. Nyla adjusted her glasses, calm but visibly tense. Her normally cool expression had tightened. Graveyard of Forgotten Stones, she answered. It's a desolate area inside the gates of Worth that we teleported directly to west. A sudden voice boomed through the stony silence, a deep, rugged, almost amused growl that echoed like thunder bouncing off the stone walls. That bastard kid made a deal to send one person, and now sent me a whole Dementor group? The voice carried unrestrained power. IT didn't shout, but it struck through the air like a shockwave. Arion spun, sword raised, locking eyes in the direction of the voice, and then froze. His breath caught in his throat. Standing just ahead was a towering figure, easily 7 to 8 feet tall, cloaked in a translucent green aura that made the air around him shimmer. His body, though spectral, was built like a war-forged titan, broad shoulders, thick limbs corded with unnatural strength, and long, curved horns rising from his head like the crown of a prideful dragon. In his right hand, he casually held a massive, jade-colored blade, a dragon-forged greatsword so majestic it seemed to hum with power, even in silence. A saint, Arion murmured. His voice trembled, the words nearly caught in his throat. His knuckles whitened on the hilt of his sword as he suppressed his instinct to bow or run. He didn't need anyone to tell him what this being was. He knew. The aura alone gave it away. Only those of saint rank possessed that kind of overwhelming, suffocating presence. His noble upbringing had trained him to recognize it on instant off-course. Behind him, the group collectively recoiled, as though a massive predator had suddenly revealed itself. Weapons were raised, some stumbled backward, others froze completely. The squad of elite candidates surrounding Selena immediately stepped forward, weapons gleaming, placing themselves between her and the looming entity. The tension in the air snapped taut like a drawn bowstring. Selena herself didn't move, but a single bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. Her golden eyes were locked on the figure in front of them, wide with both recognition and disbelief. I expected something grandeur, she whispered, almost to herself. But this is insanity. Now that's more like it, Carrender said with a satisfied nod, arms folding over his broad chest. Finally, some normal reactions. That lunatic who came before you. Huh. He was just crazy, that's all I can say. His other hand rose, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as his gaze settled on the red-haired boy standing at the front of the group. So, you're the one that crazy bastard sent here, huh? Carender's voice held a strange mix of curiosity and condescension. A slow, predatory grin formed on his lips. Without another word, he leaned in, ignoring the wide-eyed children around him as though they were nothing but shadows. His attention honed completely on Arion, his piercing eyes studying every inch of the boy's face. Arion felt his throat tighten. Senior, he stammered, the word coming out dry. Uncertain, he didn't understand what this spirit meant, or what kind of test he had already walked into. And then it struck that a wave of pressure, raw and suffocating, descended from above like a mountain crashing down on their shoulders. IT wasn't visible, but everyone felt it. The very air grew heavy, humming with ancient power. Most of the students staggered where they stood. Their legs shook violently, teeth clenched as if gravity itself had turned hostile. Some dropped to one knee. Others gasped for breath as though the air had turned a molten lead. But not Arion. Though he felt the weight press against his chest and spine, though sweat began to form at his temples, he stood his ground. His body tensed, but he didn't fall. The pressure, though immense, was something he could endure. Unpleasant. Yes, but manageable. He noticed something else. Selena. She too remained firm, her back straight, an expression unchanging, as if Carender's aura was nothing more than a breeze. A faint shimmer flickered in her eyes, her mana instinctively reacting, forming a barrier around her without conscious thought. Her unique construction, like his, was different, resistant. Among the sea of trembling bodies and stifled cries, only two remained unfazed. Carender noticed it too. His eyes glinted. Interesting, he mused. Two of you. That bastard really knew what he was doing, didn't he? The pressure radiating from Carender wasn't of brute strength or explosive power, it was the weight of his existence. The raw authority of a higher life form that had transcended mortality. IT wasn't a show of force, it was dominance etched into the very air. If he had released his aura with true killing intent, everyone here would have been reduced to ash, crushed under an invisible storm of spiritual might. Even so, the tension was suffocating. Most of the students looked pale, their bodies trembling, as though their very souls were shrinking under the presence of the saint. Eyes widened in horror, lips pressed shut to suppress screams. Some clutched their weapons, while others couldn't even raise a hand. Arion and Selena remained standing, though their expressions were far from calm. Their bodies held, but their thoughts reeled. This was beyond anything they had imagined that a saint, a high-ranked saint-level existence. Right here in the middle of the trials, Selena's heart pounded violently in her chest. Arion's fists clenched at his sides, nails digging into his palm. Carender, observing the two that still held their ground, raised a brow, intrigued. Huh, seems that bastard didn't lie after all. His voice was deep, grating with age, but carried the vigor of a battle-hardened soul. You, red-haired one, you've got the blood of the sun god flowing through your veins, don't you? And definitely dragon weaver, aren't you? Arion blinked. For a second, he thought he'd misheard. Carender stroked his bearded chin thoughtfully, his glowing eyes narrowing. The dragon aura on you. It's not quite royal blood, but still astonishingly pure for a human. For dragon blood so diluted by generations to remain this potent. It's impressive. His fingers tightened slightly on the hilt of the magnificent green-bladed weapon resting on his shoulder. He's truly gifted. That brat might have been right. If this boy receives a dragon heart, he may very well awaken the path to the royal dragon lineage. The evolution might truly be possible. Carender's expression shifted, an old burden in his heart stirring with rare hope. Perhaps he had finally found a worthy one. Arion's thoughts, however, were in chaos. What? Sun god bloodline? How does he know about that? His eyes widened as the weight of the revelation hit him. His lips parted in shock, but he quickly reined in his expression, forcing a neutral face. Still, his pupils trembled slightly, betraying his thoughts. Is there a leak in the family? A spy? No, only the elders should know. Unless this spirit had been watching secretly. But even as panic brewed beneath the surface, Arion remained composed. He knew that panicking now was SSS-rank. Before him stood a saint-level powerhouse, that if he lost his composure, he could lose much more than just answers. He didn't need to question now. It's better to keep mouth shut about this stuff also. People are around, he thought, looking crowd around who seems like we're busy with their situation must have not heard right. Forcing a respectful tone, he stepped forward and bowed slightly. Sweat trickled down the side of his face. "Senior," he said, voice controlled but respectful. "Forgive our intrusion. We were teleported here through the sacred tablet circled. I wasn't aware someone of your status would be present. Had I known..." Carrinder waved a massive hand casually, interrupting him. Yeah, I know," he grunted. "That's not important that you're in the right place. In fact, you're meant to be here." He leaned forward slightly, a strange gleam in his eyes. "You're in the right place, that you've earned the right to take the test. I have judged your capabilities. I allow it. To final test to see if you're really worthy of the dragon heart." The words hit Arion like a thunderclap. Arion's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened, this time unable to hide the glow of surprise and excitement. But before he could react, Carrinder continued, his voice softer, almost fatherly. "And you could just call me Elder, that you're of dragon lineage, after all. The dragon heart. It was real, the IT actually exists. It really wasn't a scam." Also, the tension in his chest loosened slightly, and he exhaled slowly. More importantly, Carrinder had allowed him to call him Elder. That was no small gesture in Dragonkin culture. That was an acknowledgement of kinship, a bond. Even if distant, it meant the saint recognized him as one of their OW and so long as I don't make a fool of myself. He won't harm me, that he's not hostile, at very least. "Understood, Elder," Arion replied, bowing his head with renewed reverence, his voice steadier now. More composed, his heart still raced. But at least it wasn't from fear anymore, it was excitement. On the other side, Selena remained completely silent, standing just off to the side with a calm but careful demeanor. Her eyes were calm, but sharp. She didn't say a word, nor did she intend to. She knew better than to speak here. Dragons, especially saint-ranked ones, were prideful beyond reason, unless you were of their kin. Opening your mouth was the fastest way to get turned into cinders. They were volatile, temperamental, and easily offended. IT was unwise to challenge them, or even question them. Not to say then having weird mood swings and several anger issues, Selena's reasoning screamed at her to stay still and let Arion handle this. He was the one with dragon lineage. She had no intention of stepping on a landmine. And so, the tension thinned slightly, but the intensity remained. "Elder," Arion spoke, his voice now more composed. Carried by a touch of confidence, he had calmed down at least outwardly. The initial shock of meeting a high-ranked spirit had settled, and he now tried to act with the dignity expected of someone from a prestigious bloodline. "Is there truly a trial here?" Carrinder didn't reply immediately. He simply stared at the boy with an unreadable look before answering with a nod and a low rumble in his voice. "Yes." He then narrowed his eyes, the seriousness in his tone becoming unmistakable. "But listen well, boy, this is no mere test. Fail, and none of you will leave this place. Not by force, not by plea. The moment you stepped here, you agreed to the rules I set. Even if you carry the blood of dragons, even if you're kin, I will not show mercy. Everyone's fate here depends on you." The air around him grew heavier, not with killing intent, but with the pressure of divine conviction. A statement bound by oaths and ancient purpose. "You must have read the words I carved into the sacred tablet, yes?" Carrinder asked, folding his arms over his massive frame. Arion blinked, his throat dry. That calm he had gathered a moment ago, it started to fray. If a saint says this is serious, then it's not just serious, it's a death sentence if failed. No one can leave this place now. Behind him, the group that had barely begun to relax now tensed again. Beads of sweat gliding down foreheads, a low murmur of unease spread like wildfire. Selena's expression hardened, her eyes sharpened, her lips pressing into a line. "If it comes to it, I'll use that," she thought, her hand instinctively brushing against the rune seal hidden beneath her gloves. But she didn't act yet. Not without cause. Not in front of saying it's better if things didn't came to that. "I understand, Elder," Arion finally responded, his voice low but resolute. He bowed respectfully. "I will do my best not to disappoint you." Even if he didn't have the full picture, he could at least respond with grace and honor. Carrinder gave a simple grunt of approval and turned. "Good. Then follow me." As his towering figure moved forward, the very stones ahead of them giant. Ancient sculptures began to tremble and shift aside on their own. The earth rumbled as though responding to his will, revealing a narrow stone path hidden beneath. Arion instinctively turned to look back at the group, worry flashing in his eyes. Carrinder, without turning, raised his voice. "You all stay here." The words weren't a request, they were a command, and one that shook the group down to their cores. His finger then pointed directly toward Arion, and then toward Selena. "You boy, and you girl, you both come." His golden eyes briefly flared. "If the boy fails, the girl shall be tested next." A stunned silence followed. The others nearly gasped aloud. Even the Saintus guards looked as though they wanted to object, but none dared to speak. Selena met Arion's gaze. She gave a slight nod, letting out a slow sigh. This was happening. Saintus, Nyla called out, her voice trembling, uncertain. Selena turned her head over her shoulder and replied calmly. Stay here. That's an order. I'll be fine. But I said I'll be fine, that I'm well protected. She replied with soft finality before stepping away from the group and walking beside Arion, following Carinder. The moment they reached the spirit's side, Arion asked a lingering question that had been clawing at his thoughts. Senior, was that altar in the northern field your creation? The one that demanded 1,000 elemental cores as offering? His tone was cautious. Suspicion still lingered in his heart. Carinder paused, his brows twitched. Then he sighed. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his voice suddenly filled with awkward frustration. No, that ridiculous altar wasn't my doing. And the fee of 1,000 elemental cores. He looked genuinely embarrassed. That was that DMN rude kid's idea. The same one who convinced me to prepare for your arrival in the first place. Huh? Arion blinked, utterly baffled. Even Selena, usually composed, narrowed her eyes sharply. The thought began to flicker at the edge of her mind. Carinder caught their reactions and chuckled dryly. Judging from your expressions, I take it you haven't met him yet. He shook his head with clear exasperation. Well, I'm not surprised. With a personality like his, it's a miracle anyone can tolerate being around him. Arion furrowed his brows. Elder, forgive my bluntness, but who are you talking about? His patience had reached its end. Well, I don't know his name, but it was that crazy kid, Carinder began, his voice holding an amused undertone. I can't tell whole story, so I will translate his words for you. Carinder said. In easy words, that lunatic said he knows someone worthy enough, someone he believed in so much, that he brought them here just to claim the dragon heart. Well, I didn't trust him, but again. He gave Arion a dry look. But judging by the fact that you're standing here, maybe he wasn't entirely full of nonsense. There was a brief pause. Carinder chuckled softly, shaking his head, his ancient golden eyes gleaming with something akin to nostalgia. I must say, for someone so arrogant, rude, and disgustingly brash, he sure seems to care a lot about you to offer someone a chance at the dragon heart. That's not something done lightly. You must be very close friends, or something strange relationship with him. He glanced at Arion, he paused, then scratched his chin as if recalling something odd. He even called you his greatest enemy, but somehow still insisted you were the only one deserving of it. Huh. Strange lad. His words made no sense, but his conviction was so DMN loud I could feel it shake the pillars. Carinder added with a smirk. I think his personality is just disgustingly poor at expressing what he truly feels. There's a strange softness in the way Carinder spoke now. A.S. though, after centuries of solitude, he had finally found someone he could speak freely with. The words kept tumbling from his lips, unfiltered, unstoppable. S finally found his kin to freely speak with. If Razeal could hear him now, he'd probably die laughing. This old dragon must have lost his mind, he would say most definitely. For me? Arion blinked, stunned. Who? Who could possibly do something like that? Some very complicated expressions appeared on his face, his heart thudding louder with each passing second. You don't know. Carinder looked genuinely surprised, his brows arched high, as though that answer had blindsided him. I thought you would know immediately when I said that. Selena, who had been listening silently all this time, suddenly leaned in slightly, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Who might this kind soul be? Only angels can do this, right? She was intrigued to say the very least. It's the boy, with long royal purple hair, that he was here just a while ago. He tilted his head, frowning slightly. Didn't I mention it? Ah! Arion practically screamed, his brain short-circuiting as the realization struck. His mind raced flashes of memory, clicking in his mind, remembering that a figure in the trees, hidden in the tree leaves top above, just before he got teleported as waiting for them. His voice cracked. Razeal? That bastard. His jaw dropped. An invisible explosion of question marks seemed to erupt around his head. He looked like he had just been told the sky was green and gravity no longer existed. Why the hell would that guy do this? Gifting me a dragon heart. That's insane. Even Selena's jaw dropped, her mouth agape in complete disbelief. She blinked several times, then rubbed her ears as if trying to make sure she'd heard right. What the foo dash? She bit back the rest of the curse but couldn't hide her shock that a saintess wasn't supposed to speak like that. But this moment didn't care about titles. Razeal. Razeal Virulent, she hissed. Giving someone a dragon heart. Has the world turned upside down? Carinder raised an eyebrow. Ah, so that is his name. No. Elder, there must be a misunderstanding. Arion interjected quickly, waving his hands. That can't be him. And didn't you say once someone enters this place, they can't leave? I've seen that guy outside, so it's definitely not him. And that person, Arion continued rapidly. Purple hair, yes, but that person, he would never do something like this, not in a million years. His voice cracked slightly, overwhelmed with denial. The sheer absurdity of the thought made his brain itch. Carrinder blinked, then raised a finger casually. Oh no, I'm sure it was him. Don't worry about the no leaving this place. Part 1 made an exception. You wait, what? Arion nearly stumbled backward. That Carrinder's smile was easy, almost too casual. Ah, yes, normally I don't break rules, but in his case, we signed a blood spirit contract. Arion's pupils dilated. Selena instinctively took a step forward. A what? The dragon said, entirely unbothered. We signed a blood spirit contract. That boy, he was insanely confident. He gambled his life, set conditions himself that he'd personally bring the one worthy of the dragon heart here in 1 hour, that you would pass dragon heart test and earn it, if he failed to these conditions. Carrinder paused dramatically, then tilted his head with a smile. Hey, D simple. He paused, his lips curling into a rare, genuine smile. Carrinder chuckled again, the sound deep and reverberating like thunder on a mountain peak. It was heroic. Even for someone like me, prideful and ancient, I couldn't help but be impressed by that boy. There was silence. And then Arion? He did wah-wah-way it. The saintess screamed. The air trembled at her outburst. Selena's expression was a perfect picture of absolute, earth-shattering shock. Her eyes were wide, glimmering with disbelief. Her mouth hung open, trembling slightly. He what? Her voice cracked in half, as if her brain was refusing to process the words. He bet his life on that. For Arion, he did what? He finally asked in a whisper. Finally wrapped up these DMN chapters. Pulled an all-nighter, it's literally 2 a.m. Huge shout out to Mac_Joe, 257, thank you so much for the golden tickets. Seriously, support like that is the only thing keeping this author alive right now. Thanks for reading, everyone. Don't forget to drop Power Stones and golden tickets. They mean the world, and keep the grind going. Her voice cracked mid-sentence, slicing through the air like a whip. Her expression was frozen, eyes wide, breath caught somewhere between shock and fury. He bet his life on that. For Arion, Selena's disbelief hit the air like thunder. Her voice trembled, half outrage, half confusion, as if her brain itself refused to process the information. He did what? Arion finally asked in a stunned whisper, his tone low, nearly inaudible. His mind had officially stopped working. It was like someone had upended a bag of punctuation in his head, 1,000 question marks flying in all directions. The elder lying? No, that doesn't make sense. Why would a saint, not to say dignified a dragon saint, lie? But then again, why would that guy, that bastard, do something like this? He was still reeling when Selena moved. Without warning, the saintess who'd been standing at his side turned and grabbed him by the collar. Ashu! His voice broke, eyes going wide. His entire body stiffened as if struck by lightning. His head snapped toward her in disbelief, mouth falling open. Selena's sweet, noble, angelic Selena was now inches from his face, her golden eyes burning like twin suns dipped in ice. What are you doing? He didn't even get to finish the question. If you fail to get recognized by this dragon heart, or whatever else it, her voice dropped several octaves, slow and quiet and venomously cold. I'll kill you before the dragon does. Her grip on his collar tightened. Arion blinked, his brain short-circuited. What the hell? Why would she of all people act so rude, and so suddenly? Wasn't she the gentle one? The saintess, the composed light in darkness? And what about those cursing words? Is Saintius of Ebb allowed to? Still, her words hit him like a slap to the soul. He stared at her, stunned, not afraid, but absolutely bewildered. That wasn't just anger in her tone, it was something else. Something deeper. He frowned, trying to make sense of her sudden, murderous declaration. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Wait a minute. Is she saying this because of that purple-haired bastard's contract? Because if I fail, he dies? But then, that didn't make any DMN sense. She should be the one who hates him the most. Hell, she ruined his life. Why would she care if he paused? No, there had to be more. He looked at her, really looked at the trembling edge of her lip, the way her breath caught ever so slightly. Wait, could it be was she worried? About him? The thought made his heart skip a beat. And oh, no way. She wasn't like that. She wasn't the type to care. She was a saintess, yes, but not sentimental. She always maintained distance, control. But still, was she just too awkward to show her concern properly? Was this her twisted way of saying, don't die? His heart thumped a little harder. That's almost sweet, But almost immediately, logic hit him again. No, in a way, that's just wishful thinking. He shook the thought off. Selena was never the sweet type. If anything, she might be. Is she worried she'll die if I fail? After all, this woman has never been normal. Maybe she's just pissed off from the stress or whatever this whole thing is. Yeah, that must be it, he mumbled internally, sighing. I was overthinking. She's just scared for herself, of course. He gave her a tired look. Weird women's. I never understand them. He scratched the back of his neck, trying to shrug it all off. I didn't even ask her to come. I told her I'd go alone. She insisted herself. And now she's angry at me? Still, he smiled a little, forcing some calm into the moment. He let out a tiny sigh, trying to play it cool. Why, yes, you're saintist. I won't fail. Don't worry. Arion replied awkwardly, trying to gently lift her hand off his collar with a sheepish smile. But before his fingers could even touch her hand, don't touch me. Her tone sliced again. She released his collar herself, but not before giving him a tiny shove. He stumbled slightly more from shock than strength and hastily straightened himself. His pride took a small hit, though he looked around, very relieved there weren't many people nearby. Maybe she's just mad because of the situation, he told himself, trying to smile again, brushing his long red hair back with one hand. Definitely a mood swing. Better not provoke her any further. Then, as if to confirm his suspicion, Selena raised the very hand she'd used to grab him and cast a soft golden glow over it with other hand. That a purification spelled. Arion's lips twitched. His smile cracked. He looked away, the second-hand embarrassment almost too much to handle. Did she just purify herself after touching me? Meanwhile, Carander rubbed his chin with a small, amused grin. The old dragon saint didn't say a word. He could have easily commented on the girl's sharp tone, her lack of reverence for the dragon heart, or her casual attitude around him, a spirit of saint-level power. But instead, he simply nodded to himself as if watching a drama unfold in real time. Better to leave it alone, he thought. This girl feels oddly troublesome. Then he clapped his hands lightly. Well then, if you both are quite done, shall we proceed? Carander arched a brow. That crazy bastard might actually die if we delay too long. And while I wouldn't mind, we did sign a blood spirit contract. It'd be impolite to let the fool die over your teenage dramatics. Selena whipped her head toward Arion with a glare. Then move your legs. What are you waiting for? Walk faster. Igriegajis. Arion hurried forward, his dignity in shambles, practically tripping over his own feet to keep up. As they walked, he muttered in his head. What the hell is wrong with this woman today? I've never seen her like this. While on the northern side of the chamber, Razeal stood still, his eyes locked with the beast's burning gaze. System, he murmured silently, keeping his posture composed. Show me my stats again. Host, Razeal alignment, true villain, unredeemable, villain rank, F infamy rating, 0, worm among giants title, none sin resonance, 0% attribute strength, F, agility, F mana, MPF, endurance, F, will, negative mental, SS charisma, S luck, negative potential rating, undefined, analysis inconclusive, threat level, negligible, embarrassing as always. The system added dryly, as if unable to help itself, that Razeal's eye twitched. Did it really have to add commentary every single time? Still, something felt off, his brow furrowed. Wait a minute. Wasn't my mana negative before, like Will? He asked mentally, suspicion creeping into his thoughts. Correct. However, the residual mana you absorbed within the system's internal space has finally begun to affect your neural pathways, that you've had sustained exposure to dark faction mana, and this allowed your intelligence attribute to stabilize. Razeal's fingers twitched slightly. Final the desire to scream in cathartic joy bloomed in his chest, but he exhaled through his nose instead. Now wasn't the time. He was still in the middle of a potential death match. With composure returning to his features, he stood straighter. The firehound remained across from him, snarling, sparks falling from its breath like embers from a forge. All right then, let's see what I'm really up against, he whispered. System, show me this dog's stats. Name, Firehound rank, 3rd rank beast species type. Elemental beast, lesser flame type. Physical only, affinity. Fire/heat danger level, relative to host strength extreme behavior. Aggressive/territorial/prideful attribute strength. D agility, C mana, MP, E endurance, D mental. F the moment he saw the list, a vein throbbed near Razeal's temple. He blinked, then blinked again. This flaming mud outclasses me in every measurable way. If looks could kill, the system interface would have been vaporized. Strength, speed, even endurance, intelligence. Is this some kind of sick joke? He shouted internally. His eyes narrowed, gaze darkening with quiet frustration as his fingers slowly curled into a fist. I am the protagonist of my own story, he muttered under his breath, voice almost tremulous with resentment. And I'm getting outranked by a dog. Technically a firehound. Lesser elemental variety, but yes. North side. Open forest Razeal stood still silent, unblinking and fully guarded. His gaze was locked onto the monstrous hound before him, a beast cloaked in heat and menace. The atmosphere between them was heavy, like the moments before a thunderclap. System. He spoke internally, voice calm but tightly controlled. What's the primary attack method of this thing? Response, predominantly physical. Sharp claws and nails imbued with extreme internal heat, averaging 800 degrees C. Its teeth maintain a consistent surface temperature between 700 to 1000 degrees Celsius. Additional attacks include headbutts, charged leaps, and body slams extremely lethal due to its hardened, blade-like exoskeleton. Razeal's thoughts churned, yet his focus never wavered from the hound's searing gaze. The two locked eyes like predators sizing each other up, waiting for the faintest twitch. The beast wasn't lunging while it was waiting. Waiting for him to draw his weapon, then pounce. And its bite force? PSI reading. Average recorded, 7,638 PSI. Razeal's eye twitched. At that level it could tear through a grown man's leg like it's warm butter. And my pain tolerance, after everything I've endured, it better be maxed out by now. Pain tolerance, SSS-rank, 166,362/1 trillion, the hell? He nearly snapped. I was tortured from inside out by that crazy woman in this. What kind of scale are we using here? But there was no time to argue that he grit his teeth, shoving his irritation down his throat. Later, focus now. He slowly exhaled and let his tension settle. Then, from beneath the folds of his sharp tuxedo coat, his hand emerged gripping the dagger. He didn't draw it in any conventional manner. The blade was reversed in his grip, the tip pointed toward the ground, his wrist tilted down, fingers coiled with an eerie calm. His stance didn't scream, ready. It whispered trap. The hound twitched. Its entire frame, tensed like a drawn bow. Razeal's hand slid the dagger free in the most subtle motion imaginable, and the hound moved. Boom! The ground cracked beneath its leap. It lunged, speed blurring past the eye. Razeal saw the blur, his body not fast enough to react, but his mind already knew that it would go for the obvious target, the dagger arm. He didn't resist. Instead, he extended his arm forward deliberately. Bite it, bastard. The hound's massive jaws clamped down to crunch. Agony exploded. His tuxedo sleeve burned instantly into ash, revealing scorched flesh beneath. The beast's blistering hot teeth pierced into his skin, sizzling through muscle, digging down until clink. Something halted the bite. The hound's fangs ground against an unnatural resistance beneath his flesh, a dense, inhuman alloy layered over bone. Its jaws couldn't close fully. It was like biting into molten steel. Still, blood burst from the torn flesh, spraying in a crimson arc. Steam hissed off the wound as the seared meat bubbled. His upper arm was bathed in blood, the scent of burnt iron heavy in the air. And yet Razeal didn't flinch. His eyes remained cold and locked, because the real counter was just beginning. Razeal's gaze didn't waver. His eyes remained sharp, fixated on the beast locked on his right arm. The hound's jaw trembled slightly, muscles tightening with primal force as its superheated fangs sank into flesh, steam rising like breath from hell. The pain wasn't gone but dulled, numbed into something distant, but still a faint signal buzzing from a broken wire, a tingling reminder that his body had been injured, but not overwhelmed, but as if only to remind him. Though it was nothing for him of ebb if he could have felt the pain he'd been through, hell, literally. And just as he expected, it worked. The dagger slipped free from his bitten hand, not from weakness, but by design. His left hand flashed into motion, catching the falling blade mid-air by the hilt. In the same motion, Razeal twisted, his body pivoting with unnatural grace and precision to a clean, fluid arc like a dancer mid-performance before the cold steel of his dagger plunged into the soft, exposed underside of the hound's neck. A low, guttural growl escaped the creature, confused and pained, its body jolting. But Razeal was merciless. With a brutal twist of the blade, he carved deeper into its throat, severing the pulse of life. The hound shuddered once, violently, and then collapsed, dead weight slamming into the forest floor with a dull thud. Its jaw unlocked, teeth unclenching from his arm, as if even in death, it obeyed his will. Blood soaked through his sleeve, dripping steadily from his elbow. Still just a dog after all. Razeal exhaled calm. Almost disappointed, he wrenched the blade free, flicking it to the side with a sharp snap of his wrist. The hound's dark blood sprayed in a narrow arc across the dry leaves and cracked roots. Wasn't that hard, he muttered, his voice low, almost conversational, as he looked down at the corpse. Then to his own arm-shredded tuxedo, seared skin, and a fresh trail of blood. The sight would have shaken a lesser man. But Razeal merely sighed. "Host, why don't you fight like a villain is supposed to? That was barbaric. You hurt yourself before your enemy did." The system's voice echoed in his mind, as if sighing through digital static. "I would have if you weren't so useless," Razeal replied coldly, casually binding his right arm with a silk handkerchief from his pocket. "This was the most efficient way to win. If I fought head-on, I would have taken more damage. Unexpected injuries aren't exactly in fashion. And what if there were more monsters? Your method would have left you vulnerable." "There aren't," he said simply. "The trial time is already up, and if there were more monsters, I would have figured something out." A beat passed. "I call it, using my brain." He paused, his expression sharpening into irritation. "Also, I'm really glad I didn't put all my trust in that obsidian agony skeleton of yours." "What do you mean?" He said, tightening the knot of the handkerchief with one hand. "Mind explaining why the sharpest, most painful material in existence did nothing just now? I expected the hound's bite to trigger the agony reflex. Instead, nothing. The hound's fangs never reached the obsidian skeleton itself. Hosted, I suppose I didn't explain properly, but the structure has partially integrated with your body. Some layers of your skin have mutated, hardened, mimicking the outer shell of the obsidian material. That micro-thin, covering 0.000001 millimeters, to be precise, absorbed the damage." Razeal's eye twitched. "So what you're saying is, the trick I thought was genius, letting it bite me, so the pain would trigger a berserker state, was pointless?" "Completely." "Brew," he groaned, rubbing the side of his head with his left hand. "And here I was planning to rip the skin off my knuckles next time, just a punch with full agony boost. Why luck really is cursed." He exhaled through his nose, then crouched down beside the beast's corpse. "Whatever. Let's claim the prize." His dagger slid into the hound's chest, finding the gap between the thick exoskeletal ridges. A few seconds of searching, and then a faint click as steel struck something solid. He pulled it free, now holding a crimson, marble-sized orb between blood-slick fingers. "A fire elemental core. As expected," he murmured, eyes reflecting the gentle, pulsing glow within the gem. 10 more gold coins. GG. He whistled softly to himself, shaking his head in a mixture of awe and annoyance. Other kids have to kill 100 of these just to get into the academy. Literal hell. He turned, already planning to climb the nearest tree and wait out the remainder of the trial. But then he froze. Something stirred in the air behind him. A sensation. Not hostile, but resonant, familiar, powerful. Slowly, Razeal turned his gaze back toward the hound's corpse, his brows furrowed. His eyes drifted to the wound he'd made in its chest, a pulse not visual or physical, but something he could feel instinctively. "I'm feeling something," he whispered. "Weird, but good." His fingers flexed slightly, eyes narrowing. "What is this feeling?" Razeal narrowed his eyes. There was again that weird, strange pull, an intoxicating allure, faint but persistent, crawling under his skin like static. It came from the hound's corpse. An aching pull twisted in his chest, urging him forward. Toward the hound's corpse, he stepped closer, slowly, his boots making faint crunching noises on the grassy ground. The scent of burned fur and coppery blood lingered thick in the air. His gaze never left the hound's bloody body. Then, with practiced precision, Razeal crouched beside the body and pressed the blade back into the ruined chest deeper this time. He carved through muscle and bone without hesitation, cutting toward the center of that strange resonance humming at the edge of his perception. A soft click. And then, embedded deep within the remains, he found it. His fingers reached inside, curling around something smooth, cold, pulsating faintly like a dying heart. He pulled it. Out. A core. Pitch black, perfectly spherical, about the size of a marble. Dark violet threads coiled within it like veins of lightning, swirling with malevolent energy that felt more alive than inert. Also, just holding core was giving him weird sensation. It felt cold at first, but that wasn't all. There was a deep, pulsing resonance spreading through his palm and traveling up his arm. He could feel it not on the surface, but inside himself, deeply, like two threads of the same origin had just connected. He frowned, staring at it. A monster core. "Strange," he muttered, frowning, trying to make sense what is happening to in the novel. He remembered clearly monsters actually contained two cores. Point one was the elemental core, located where their hearts should be. The other was the monster core, buried deeper at the center of their chest. Only the elemental core had value .as for the monster core. It was considered utterly useless .as if the world itself rejected it .as if it didn't belong .it was known as the waste product in this world. Monster. Cores were described as crystallized concentrations of a monster's life essence, that a chaotic blend of instinct, hatred, and wild energy, nothing stable, nothing usable. Always dark in color. Black, murky crimson, or sometimes a deep, sickly violet. Often with strange, swirling red or purple threads running through them. They formed naturally in magical beasts, usually right in the center of their chest. But even with how important they were to the beasts themselves, this world had no use for them. And yet, they were crucial to monsters. These cores weren't just a weakness, they were also a strength. Monsters could consume them to evolve to the next rank. They could absorb them and gain the characteristics or traits of the beast. The core came from .it was one of the secrets to how monsters grew stronger over time, revealed in mid-last novel. But for humans? No, for nearly all other creatures. They were worthless. Why? So many reasons. Incompatibility with the natural system of this world, for one, not. Scholars, researchers, or even divine healers could determine what kind of energy existed inside these cores. .it was unstable, wild, completely non-mana, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't even detect a trace of identifiable mana, or if it even was that. Attempts to extract that energy failed. Attempts to refine it failed. Attempts to study it in depth often ended in disaster. The cores were volatile. Mishandling them during experiments could cause them to explode, sometimes catastrophically. Because of this, most people avoided them entirely. .it wasn't worth the risk. But if a high-ranking core was found, it was sometimes hidden or locked away. Not because anyone could use it, but because if another monster ate it, they might gain a huge boost in strength. Or worse, trigger a rank evolution. If it didn't explode, that is. They were strange, dangerous, unpredictable objects. Maybe they weren't truly useless. Maybe the people of this world just lacked the methods. With no institutional knowledge, no refining techniques, and no recognized ways to repurpose them, most researchers had already given up. To them, monster cores were anomalies, not resources or weapons, just cursed relics of unstable magic. More like how people started to see rocks on side of pathways. But as Razeal looked down at the core in his hand, he felt different. The resonance, the way it pulsed and vibrated faintly, he could feel it echoing with something inside him. Something that shouldn't be. Possible .it wasn't just humming, .it was calling to him. For a moment, Razeal could swear he felt warmth spreading through his veins from the core. If it was beneficial, if his dark genius, his cursed talent, was resonating with it. Whispering that it belonged to him, that it could be used by him, that it was meant for him. System, bother explaining what is happening, he asked, his voice low, eyes still fixed on the strange stone in his hand. Even in the whole novel plot, these monster cores were never brought to use. I didn't have any idea either, host, the system admitted, but after deep analysis, all this time you hold that core, I've come to a conclusion, and it's pretty surprising actually. This core contains dark mana. Mana that is entirely unaffiliated with the white faction spectrum, which means it's a dark faction item. Really? Razeal's eyes flickered, a faint spark passing through them. But didn't you confirm that in this world, there's nothing of the dark faction I can use? You said this world is completely aligned with the white faction. That wasn't that the reason I could never absorb mana, never use aura, not even progress in swordsmanship. Yes, host, I did say that, but you should remember something important. Writing a fantasy world is exhausting, I won't lie. With every chapter and location, I find myself stuck, thinking, Democrat, Minnesota, I have to pay attention to this tiny detail too. Every little thing needs to connect with future plot lines. That IT can't just go off track and become nonsense. Honestly, I have tons of ideas I want to explore, but the real challenge is keeping everything balanced. Even the smallest detail needs to be planned out so it ties into what's coming next. And hey, thank you all so much for reading. I'm not asking for much, but if you're enjoying the story, please consider sending some power stones or golden tickets. Those rankings are literally what keep authors going. We start our day just staring at the screen, hoping for a notification, hoping we climbed up the ranks. Sigh. Took 4 or maybe 5 hours to prepare this whole concept, this chapter and next one. Even though it was in my head, but gotta put in words is hard. Yes, host, I did say that. But you should remember something important. The monster's origin was never revealed in the novel's plot. Even at the end, all we knew was that there were different channels, dimension rifts, gates, forbidden areas, and such, always kept mysterious. They were only described as dangerous places filled with all kinds of monsters, almost endless in number, and sometimes capable of breaking into civilian areas and causing chaos if not handled properly. But they also brought opportunities and profit. So, naturally, I wasn't aware back then either. But now, after deep thinking, I can guess whatever places these monsters came from, their originations must contain dark mana and dark-type energy. And these monster cores, they can be beneficial for you, just like elemental cores work for others. This also explains why people in this world have never been able to identify this energy. They're all born of the white faction. They literally cannot perceive this hidden, formless dark mana due to its very own unique nature. Razeal stood there, absorbing the system's words in silence. His expression was unreadable, but his thoughts raced like a storm inside his head. After what felt like a long moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. So, you mean like how others get advantages from elemental cores? I can get something similar from monster core? His voice remained calm and measured, but there was a flicker of expectation in his eyes. He was clearly deep in thought. Perhaps now, he need to alter some of his plans. Yes. Though I can't yet predict what kind of benefits you'll get until you try it, I can confidently say this energy is not harmful to you. In fact, I believe your talents are already resonating with it. Yeah. Razeal murmured, staring down at the core, its dark, eerie glow almost hypnotic. I can feel it. It was such a small thing, sitting in his palm, yet it gave off a strange, almost primal sensation, like it was alive, calling to him. System, show me my talents again. The ones making this resonate with me? Why, yes. AS of now. 2 of your talents are resonating strongly. 1. Dark Resonance, Affinity, automatically absorbs and resonates with dark, cursed, forbidden, or evil energies. Can learn dark spells or skills that no one else can. Monsters and corrupted creatures may mistake the holder of this talent as one of their own, or even submit. Point 2. Absolute Dark Genius. If you say the second most talented dark user, no one dares to claim first. Unparalleled comprehension, affinity, and adaptability to all dark faction-related paths. Dark Genius and Dark Resonance. Razeal read the descriptions quietly, processing them. The second one, Absolute Dark Genius, was obvious that he didn't need to think much about it. But the first one, Dark Resonance, that was what mattered now. It says, automatically absorbs and resonates with all kinds of dark energy. Razeal's eyes narrowed slightly, fingers curling just a little tighter around the core. So, he paused, eyes still fixed on the sphere, pulsing faintly with darkness in his palm. Does that mean I can directly absorb the dark mana inside this core? Make it mine. No methods, no rituals, nothing like what mages and experts used to draw from elemental cores. He asked, voice low, cautious, but burning with an underlying edge of restrained anticipation. Totally. The system responded with rare certainty. In fact, most of the methods used by practitioners in this world only allow for partial extraction. Basic to intermediate users can barely absorb 2% to 35% of the core's energy. To high-tier techniques, those reserved for nobles or duke houses, might raise it to 50% or 60%. Even then, those techniques are extremely rare and heavily guarded. You should remember, one of the protagonist's greatest cheats was exactly this. He could absorb 99% of elemental core energy because of his divine bloodline, specifically the sun god's legacy and the purest strain of dragon bloodline. But you, host, you're even more special in this context. Your talents don't require a method. They bypass the entire need for it. You will absorb the core automatically, in no efforts or cost. And not partially, but entirely. 100% of the dark mana contained within the core will become yours. Razeal blinked. Then he slowly, mechanically nodded, expression stone cold. But deep inside, he was screaming, roaring, finally, F-kin. Finally something that was truly his, not denied, not locked, saying you can, it's light faction. Something meant for him. Yet he kept calm, because Razeal Virulent had long mastered the art of silent celebration. Still, he glanced back at the skill descriptions burned into his mind, letting his eyes drift down until they landed on a specific line. Monsters and corrupted. Creatures might mistake the holder of this talent as one of their own or submit. His gaze narrowed, brain clicking quickly through the implications. So, as the skill says, he murmured, and considering monsters like this carry dark cores, and like you explained before about dimensional rifts and unknown origins. He exhaled. Doesn't that make them part of the dark faction? So then why did the monster attack me? Shouldn't it have, recognized me, been submissive, friendly? He asked with a flicker of anticipation, maybe hoping he'd found one more cheat, something to make things even sweeter. I have no concrete answer. The system admitted, tone more reserved this time. But I can guess that IT could be due to the monster's extremely low intelligence, or perhaps your strength is still too low. Maybe you didn't trigger submission conditions yet, or, and this is plausible too, maybe these monsters aren't purely of the dark faction. Not completely. Hybrid origin, maybe. These are only assumptions, but all of them are valid. TCH, Razeal clicked his tongue softly. I see, I see. He sighed internally, shoulders relaxing a little. IT wasn't going to be that easy. Guess he was getting ahead of himself. Even so, today he had touched something he never expected, something powerful, something real. For the first time in 16 years, he felt like he'd been given a key to a locked door, that he needed to move carefully. This wasn't the time to rush. So, should I absorb it? He asked finally, voice neutral disguising the internal fire building behind his eyes. Your choice. The system replied flatly that IT was distancing itself, clearly not wanting to be responsible in case things went wrong. And that, in itself, made Razeal pause, but only for a second. Well, whatever, let's try it, he muttered under his breath. Not like he could stop himself now. All this time while holding the core, his body had been screaming, trembling, hungry for it, like an addict denied a fix for too long. But Razeal had restrained himself, clamped down that urge, until now, after the system's explanation, he had context, and gave himself the permission. Now he could act. System, or do I absorb it? Just let your body do what it's trying to do already. The system's voice was calm, but almost reverent now. Learn that feeling. Follow it. Your body is starving for this. It's finally found the source after 16 years of thirst. Razeal's eyes fluttered shut. He let go. The restraint that had been clamping down deep inside him loosened, and all at once it surged. Suddenly, the core in his palm responded. A faint hiss filled the air. From the core's surface, inky black gas began to leak smoke-like, sinister, alive. That IT curled and spiraled upwards in delicate tendrils, dancing like it had a mind of its own. Then it moved. The smoke slithered into his palm, as if pulled by some unseen force, like a vacuum had opened up inside him, drawing it in. Razeal's fingers twitched, and then the sensation hit cold. Intensely cold, like ice water flooding beneath his skin, rushing up through his veins. His entire arm went numb for a heartbeat, then pulsed as the mana shot upward, invading every inch of his bloodstream. IT traveled through his shoulder, shot across his chest, and settled low in his stomach area, right below his sternum. His breath hitched. He wouldn't lie, not even to himself. It felt like euphoria, like his very soul had been set on fire and cooled in the same instant. The sensation was intoxicating. Pleasure. Power. Relief. IT felt like a divine itch being scratched for the very first time. He could have groaned. IT felt right. Then ding. A notification slammed into his consciousness. Congratulations, host. You have absorbed a D-grade monster core, 3rd rank. Dark mana successfully absorbed. 100%. New affinity unlocked. Shadow affinity, very light. Congratulations, host. You have absorbed a D-grade monster core, 3rd rank. Dark mana successfully absorbed. 100%. New affinity unlocked. Shadow affinity, very light. Host mana. MP. Stat has been updated. From mana. F-E+. Congratulations, host. You have finally upgraded your mana stat. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed with an eerie finality that Razeal's breath caught for a moment as the digital panels hovered before his eyes. A thin grin crept across his face. Good, he muttered, fingers curling as a faint pulse of dark energy flickered over his palm. The status window confirmed at F to E+ that he had actually done it. For the first time since he had awakened in this cursed world of white mana, his mana stat had risen. Finally, a breakthrough. Even if small, but the satisfaction didn't last long. Something wasn't right. A frown tugged at his brow as he studied the floating notifications again, instincts flaring. Something was off. Eyes narrowing, Razeal tilted. His head. System, he said aloud, tone sharp. On what basis did my stat increase? Specify your confusion, host. You said I absorbed 100% of the core, right? And that beast was a 3rd rank monster, classified as D-grade. I remember clearly it had D-grade mana listed in its status panel. His voice turned colder, more calculating. So why did my mana only rise to E+ instead of straight to D? A brief pause followed. Then the system answered in that familiar neutral tone. You are correct, host. Under ordinary circumstances, absorbing a D-grade core would elevate one to D-grade mana. However, due to unique talent, the amount of mana required to advance each stat is 10 times greater than that of a normal being. Razeal's eyes twitched. Wait, what? He muttered. 10 times? How was that a talent? That sounds more like a curse. The system responded as if it hadn't noticed the rising fury in his voice. It is not a disadvantage. Host, although it requires 10 times more mana to rank up, Your internal mana pool, the very vessel that contains your energy, is 10 times larger as well. This increase in capacity will allow your body to retain higher purity, greater density, and an eventual affinity for complex mana manipulations that lesser beings can never comprehend. Raziel ran a hand through his hair, exhaling deeply. So, I hold more mana than a regular D rank, but my stat just says E+. Correct. You now contain more mana than a standard A rank would possess, even approaching D grade in volume. However, until your vessel is completely filled, your stat classification will not update. A slow realization dawned that he wasn't weak, that he was just built differently. I see. He muttered, voice lower now, more thoughtful. So this system isn't just about numbers, it's about potential. He gave a faint smirk. All right, guess I'll play the long game. But then his gaze shifted to the other notification, the one that had made his heart skip the moment he first saw it. Shadow affinity. Very light, very surprising, even for me. Host at IT seems that just as elemental cores grant mana and strengthen a matching elemental affinity, monster cores can do the same. Raziel blinked. Huh, affinity? He stared at the floating notification, eyebrows furrowing. Wait, shadow is an actual affinity. His lips parted slightly, confusion flaring in his chest. I've never read anything like this in a novel. And then, another thought slammed into him. Hold on, didn't you say elemental cores can only strengthen existing affinities? That if someone doesn't already possess a matching attribute, the core would be useless? Yes, host, that is correct. Raziel's breath hitched, heartbeat accelerating. Then, this notification unlocked. You're saying I already had this affinity? It wasn't granted by the monster core, just awakened. There was a long silence before the system finally responded. Affirmative, host. You have always possessed shadow affinity. To IT was simply locked dormant. Raziel stood frozen. His mind reeled, piecing things together like shattered glass falling into place. All this time, he'd carried this hidden power, never knowing. And yet how could he have known? In a world dominated by the White faction, where all elemental affinities were monopolized by the holy spectrum earth, fire, water, wind, ice, lightning, wood, light, every single one of them aligned with the White. And he had been told he couldn't use any of them. Damn it, Raziel muttered, an almost childlike awe breaking through his usual calm. So many surprises today, and I thought I was just collecting some monster core scraps. He looked down at his hands, still faintly tingling with residual mana. This affinity, host, belongs to the Dark faction. Shadow is one of the elemental affinities unique to IT. In fact, it is considered one of the higher ranking elements among its kind. Raziel's eyes widened. Wait, the Dark faction has its own elemental affinities? Why the FCK you never told me? He had never even considered the possibility. His chest tightened, all along, while he was mourning his inability to wield fire or ice or lightning. The truth was far deeper. He had his own elements. System, you said I had the shadow affinity locked inside me. So. He took a breath, his voice rising with anticipation. Do I have only this? Or are there more? For once he felt hopeful, hungry to know. Could it be that the monster he killed, just by pure, blind luck, happened to have the same affinity as him? What are the odds? No, then scoffed. No, never mind. With how essent my luck is, that probably was the only time an affinity-matching monster ever crossed my path. If I only had one affinity, I'd probably never found that affinity monster in life. Unless you possess the absolute genius talent of the Dark. Naturally, you are compatible with every elemental affinity of the Dark faction. Everything stopped. Raziel stared ahead blankly for a moment. What? Then he threw his head back and laughed loud. Ha ha ha. Finally this DMN bullshit talent is actually doing something. Guess he finally gone crazy. He almost jumped on the spot, barely stopping himself. For once, the title genius didn't feel like some cursed sarcasm slapped onto him by fate. IT felt real. System, list them out. What dark affinities do I have? He demanded, heart pounding. But the system fell eerily silent for a moment. That I cannot do, host. If you wish to discover them, you'll have to absorb more cores. Point one by one. Raziel's eye twitched. What the FCK system? Apologies, host. Some knowledge is restricted. If you seek answers, enter the system space and consult a villain within the valley. That function exists for a reason. Raziel let out a long, frustrated groan. God damn it, it's always like this with Yo. Just as Raziel was about to hurl more curses, a flash occurred. He was suddenly teleported, pulled outside the gates of Worth. The time for the trial was up. A ripple of distorted space twisted around Razeal's form, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared outside the massive gates of Worth. He staggered slightly on impact, catching himself just before his boots fully touched the floor. TCH, damn, he muttered, brushing imaginary dust off his coat. Time's already up. His gaze flicked upward toward the setting sun, casting a bleeding orange hue across the field of survivors. The warmth of it contrasted harshly with the cold reality around him. All around, one by one, others began appearing in pulses of glowing light teleported, just like him, dumped outside the trial grounds with no fanfare, no applause. Some stumbled forward with haunted eyes. Others limped, bloodied, limbs wrapped in hasty bandages torn from their own clothes. Mud, ash, blood, despair. The air reeked of iron and exhaustion and silence. Dead, heavy silence, only broken by murmurs like ghosts lingering in the wind. I only managed 23 cores. FCK, a boy hissed under his breath, his hands shaking as he tried to count the bloody bags strapped to his hip. I almost died in there, and I didn't even pass. Has anyone seen my brother? Red scarf, green shirt, hey? Anyone? A panicked girl called out, voice rising in desperate pitch as her eyes searched the crowd, but found no answer. Razeal stood there quietly, observing. He didn't say a word, but his eyes caught everything. The trembling lips, the muttered curses, the rage, the disbelief, and worst of all, the numb acceptance. Most of them failed, as expected. After all, the test wasn't difficult, it was brutal, designed to break even those labeled as genius. Razeal exhaled slowly, watching as another candidate collapsed to their knees beside a tree stump, clutching a torn arm and sobbing quietly. And no one helped, and no one could. Killing a single third-rank beast is already an achievement, he thought. That alone would earn you recognition in a guild or mercenary group, that you'd be D rank minimum. Maybe even C, depending on how clean the kill was. He narrowed his eyes at a boy vomiting into the grass, barely able to stand upright. Most people spend years just trying to reach that level of strength. Some only get there in their late 20s, maybe early 30s if they're lucky, especially if their talent's mediocre. And yet here stood dozens of youths, most barely past 16, bloodied but alive, each one having taken down at least one third-rank beast. By normal standards, they were monsters in their own right. Every single one of them has the potential to go far, he mused. Rank 4, maybe even 5 if nurtured properly. That's no small feat, and yet he glanced at towering gates, dark and unfeeling. They came here willingly, gambling everything. For what? The advantages of joining Academy off course. He clicked his tongue, disapproving. Greed, he thought, the greed to rise faster, the desire to leap over years of hard work and resource starvation. That's why they came, even knowing the risks. He tilted his head, and some of them didn't leave alive. Only one third-rank monster. He whispered, that's manageable. But 100. He shook his head. That's F-kin insane. He inhaled deeply, then let the air out slowly through his nose. Some people will blame the Academy for the deaths, he thought. Call them heartless, sadistic, say they could have used better testing methods, safer ones. After all, they do have the means, like just giving teleportation tokens. He let his gaze drift toward the tower beyond the gates, where spectators watch from their high stand with wine in hand and smirks on their lips. But they won't change. They won't. And they have no reason to. He understood why. Because the cruelty of the test served a purpose, a warning and off course a filter. This trial doesn't just measure talent, he realized. It sends a message. Only those willing to risk their lives belong inside Worth. He imagined what the test would look like if it were made safe. No death, and no feared, and no risk. If that were the case, the whole F-kin world would swarm here. Every weakling with a dream. Every hopeful with nothing to lose. Worth would be flooded with mediocrity. But now people would think twice, thrice. The blood on the floor ensured it. This wasn't a school. That IT was a proving ground, not a forge. And if you couldn't survive the flames, you were discarded like scrap metal. That Razeal's lips curled slightly, cruel, but undeniably effective. Because of this one ruthless rule, the quality of participants had skyrocketed, and more cannon fodder to flood the academy halls, and more arrogant fools here to waste instructors' time. Only those confident in their strength dared to step forward. Those who believed they could survive. That IT made everything easier for the academy. Less chaos, manageable numbers, and no sympathy, no mercy, just cold clinical selection. Razeal shook his head faintly as his eyes swept across the Colosseum, watching the scattered crowd of survivors. They looked nothing like the eager hopefuls who had once stepped inside. Some were limping. Others had wrapped bloody cloth around themselves in a feeble attempt to stop the bleeding. Faces were pale, eyes hollow. There were sobs in corners, people looking for lost companions, some calling names that would never be answered again, that he turned away, his expression unreadable. Slowly, he made his way toward one of the assessment station's small desks set at every corner of the massive coliseum. Perhaps 40 or 50 of them, each manned by a solitary instructor. Simple, functional, fast. Designed to process and verify the results of the trial without wasting time. Efficient, he thought, the other candidates hadn't noticed yet, still caught in their personal storms, tending wounds, mourning companions, or basking in relief that they had made it through. Reaching one of the desks, Razeal stopped in front of the seated instructor and placed his spatial bag on the table with his left hand. His right arm was still injured. Blood ran in slow, dark trails down his fingers, dripping silently onto the stone floor. The instructor glanced up, narrowing his eyes at the sight of him. There was a flicker of surprise. There perhaps he hadn't expected Razeal to make out alive. But he said nothing. Silently, the man took the bag and placed it into a small, square, white container. The pod lit up instantly, pulsing with a soft blue glow as arcane inscriptions shimmered across its surface. Razeal didn't look away. His gaze remained fixed on the device. Verification pod. He mused inwardly that IT wasn't just for show. The pod not only confirmed the authenticity of the bag and tied it to the unique candidate number, it also scanned and counted the monster cores within, automatically and precisely, no need for manual inspection, no risk of cheating. The instructors didn't even get to see the results. All the data was transmitted directly to the head assessment instructor, the vice headmistress, and even the headmaster himself. There would be no mismatches, bribery, or manipulation. Just numbers, cold, clean truth that IT was transparency in its purest form, that a brutal but fair system. Just like the trial itself. Razeal chuckled to himself. After all, who knows if head instructor or principal wants to pass someone? The instructor checked the reading, gave a brief nod, and returned the bag to him. You've passed, he said without emotion. Wait for the vice headmistress to announce the end of the trial and the top 3 rankings. That was all. Razeal took the bag without a word, slinging it over his shoulder once more. His movements were slow, measured. He turned and walked to a distant corner of the Colosseum, choosing to remain apart from the others. Silence wrapped around him again like an old friend. His gaze dropped to his hand. Resting in his palm was the last monster core he had taken just moments before the teleportation had dragged him out. Now, it had turned completely transparent. The once dark hue was gone. Vanished perhaps because he had fully absorbed a monster core, supposed to look like this after being absorbed. Razeal wondered, frowning slightly. The smooth, round crystal glinted faintly in the light, like a glass bead. IT looked beautiful now. Pristine, almost sacred. Host, you haven't forgotten the danger, right? Villy's voice echoed in his mind, slightly hushed, but laced with urgency. I don't want to disturb your moment of rest, but after the announcement, you'll have to step out of this Colosseum at the very least. And when you do, there will be a direct attack from the Church of Light. Not to mention that warden you pissed off before the tria. A pause, then the warning darkened. With your current strength, you will totally die. Razeal's lips curved into a faint smirk. He didn't even blink. I know. He raised his eyes, watching the golden banners flutter high above the arena, the announcement yet to come. Don't worry, Villy, he said calmly. I've got it all planned. I'll walk out of here, and no one will dare lay a hand on me. Villy didn't respond, at least, not with words. If the system had a face, it would have been grim, suspicious, maybe even a little scared, because from everything Villy knew, every scrap of data, every calculation, it simply couldn't see a path forward. There was no logic to Razeal's claim, an route of escape. An possible scenario where a half-injured person, outcast fresh from trial, soaked in blood, and still weak from overexertion, could survive a direct assault from the Church of Light. Much less walk away untouched. And yet, he was confident. No. System wanted to say host is being very arrogant, but then again, he is supposed to be villain. Hey everyone, author here. Exciting news, we're officially going premium starting today. To show my appreciation for your support, I'll be releasing bonus chapters based on the following. 50 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter, 20 golden tickets equals 1 extra chapter, gifts equals extra chapters. Depending on the gift's value, thanks for reading, and let's keep the journey going strong. So Villy, Razeal spoke. Inside his mind, eyes half-lidded, boredom bleeding through his expression as he sat hunched in a shaded corner of the arena. What exactly does that shadow affinity do, and how the hell am I supposed to use it? A moment of silence passed. Then the familiar, emotionless voice of the system echoed back. Why ask when you already know the answer, host? Razeal's eyebrow twitched. My authority over affinity-related data is restricted. If you wish to learn about shadow affinity and its applications, you must access the system space and consult with the villains. I'm confident they will have all the answers you're looking for. Figures. Razeal sighed internally, shaking his head as if he'd known this would happen all along. He leaned back slightly, blood from his still injured arm pattering softly onto the ground near his feet. The crimson trail had lessened but hadn't fully stopped. Pain was dull now, but present like a silent reminder of everything he'd just crawled through. 10 minutes had passed since the instructor had told him to wait. 10 minutes of doing nothing but watching, Razeal thought, his gaze drifting across the bustling Colosseum. Candidates moved about with frantic purpose. Some were sprinting toward the exits, unwilling to face confirmation of failure. Perhaps they knew they didn't meet the quota. Others were arguing, laughing, or tending to injuries. Cores were being counted, bags returned. The energy in air was tense but vibrant, the aftermath of survival. And slowly, steadily, the crowd began to shrink. More and more people left the grounds, some in groups, some alone. Many faces were heavy with disappointment, but they carried their weight with the kind of silence that only near death could bring. Eventually, the filtering was complete. Only those who had passed remained. The once crowded arena now held barely 700 candidates, scattered in small groups. Despite their injuries, despite the exhaustion still weighing down their limbs, most wore quiet smiles, the kind that came not from pride, but from relief and belonging, and from the flicker of dreams that felt finally within reach. Bright futures, glorious prospects. All of them were now part of an elite. You could see it in their expressions, the shared understanding that these people would one day be generals, leaders, famed mages, or elite nobles. The socializing had already begun. Connections were being formed. Words exchanged with gravity. They weren't just making friends. They were securing alliances for the future. Razeal observed it all with passive interest, unmoving to they've already started playing the next game. He thought. He didn't move to join them. He never would. He had no need for friendships. Not yet. Not here. And just as the social warmth was peaking, a sudden sharp, commanding voice sliced through the Colosseum like a blade. Attention, candidates. The air froze. Every head instinctively turned toward the raised platform at the far end of the arena, but a figure stood there, tall and poised, cloaked in a flowing violet-silver robe, threads shimmering faintly with ethereal embroidery under the afternoon sun. Her very presence demanded silence. Vice Headmistress Selvara, but Razeal's eyes narrowed. I would like to extend my congratulations. Her voice was smooth, controlled, neither warm nor cold, but balanced in that delicate in-between that made her impossible to read. Her gaze swept across the battered survivors below, her sharp silver eyes pausing only for brief seconds on different faces, measuring, weighing, judging. You stand here because you survived. A beat passed. You earned that survival. Not by luck, cheating, or any accident, but by clawing your way through a trial meant to break you. And you didn't break. Razeal noticed several around him straightening instinctively, as if responding to an unspoken challenge. Some even clenched their fists in pride. From this moment on, you are no longer wanderers, no longer hopefuls or nameless candidates. You are now, officially, students of Arkenvale Academy. A ripple of breath swept through the crowd, at a few gasps, at a few tears held back. And the smiles, they widened. Razeal's face didn't change. Selvara continued, her tone shifting only slightly. What you endured was a reflection of the world outside. Brutal, unfair, unforgiving, and yet you passed. Good. Because that means you might just be worth the resources we're about to spend on you. That last line stung a few smiles off faces. Razeal's lips curved slightly. But it wasn't a smile. That's how it is, he thought. Blunt. Honest. Unapologetic. The Academy wasn't here to pamper anyone. You were a calculated investment, and nothing more. Vice Headmistress Selvara let her gaze sweep once more across the small sea of survivors, battered, bloody, but unbroken, standing with pride. Then, her voice rang out again. Calm, crisp, yet beneath it lay an almost imperceptible weight like a steel blade, wrapped in velvet. Starting tomorrow, your formal instruction begins. Murmurs flickered through the crowd, excitement stirring beneath the surface like a restrained tide. But before that, I would like to announce the privileges you've already earned, rewards granted simply for passing the trial. The air seemed to hold its breath. Every student, regardless of the future results, will receive the following. Her eyes sharpened as she began. 103rd rank elemental cores per month tailored to your preferred elemental affinity, from rare to common, no exceptions. Gasps that a few candidates couldn't help but exhale sharply. Even some of the noble-born widened their eyes in disbelief. For a commoner, a single rare elemental core could equal months of wages. This was wealth and power in its rawest, most consumable form at a total of 1,000 gold coins, literally at very least, that a middle-class family can live for 1,000 months with that. Free access to Tier 4 of the Grand Library containing knowledge across every major magical discipline. Spellcraft, enchantment, alchemy, elemental theory, mana control, cursecraft, summoning, and more. A ripple ran through the students. Knowledge was power, especially for those whose families had never had access to such elite-level theory. For some, this was more valuable than gold. Monthly resource packs, potion sets, mana recovery elixirs, low-tier artifacts, ritual scrolls, all provided at no cost. A stunned silence. Eyes flicked sideways. Whispers began to rise. Access to training chambers reinforced to withstand Tier 6 magic. More heads turned. Some students audibly gasped. That was the kind of facility even major noble houses couldn't afford to construct. One-on-one evaluation sessions with advanced instructors every 2 months. More whispers. Medical care at no charge, including limb or organ regrowth up to Tier 3 loss. A single injured student sitting near the front dropped to his knees, covering his face with a trembling hand. Free meals, housing, uniforms, clothing tailored specifically to mana compatibility. Some began nodding in disbelief, as if trying to convince themselves this was real. Full education coverage, combat theory, history of mana, beast lore, noble etiquette, war strategy, magical ethics. A few of the more scholarly students couldn't hide their enthusiasm, eyes lighting up like stars. But Selvara wasn't finished. Her next words froze even the most jaded of hearts. And your immediate families, if applicable, will be placed under the direct protection of the Academy. Their housing, education, and safety guaranteed. A wave of stunned silence blanketed the arena. Then it broke. Cheers, gasps. Some students clutched each other. One girl fell to her knees, sobbing quietly, repeating the words, "My brother. He'll be safe now." Even a few noble-born tilted their heads in grudging approval. Some clapped softly, respectfully. This was it. This was why people gambled their lives for Arkenvale. They hadn't even fully stepped into the Academy yet, and already the weight of what they'd gained eclipsed their imagination. Selvara gave them a moment to breathe. Let the storm of gratitude run its course. Then she raised a single hand, and silence returned like a curtain falling. Yes, these are baseline rights, compulsory benefits you receive just for surviving. Regardless of your background, regardless of your power level, these are yours. She paused. No special treatment. No favoritism. The Academy honors its word. Silence. This time, it was thick with awe. And then, with a shift in her stance, her voice grew colder, sharper, like frost spreading across warm glass. Razeal silently chuckled at her words. These F-kin politicians, he thought in his head, but the word rang like thunder. If any of you believe this is not enough, if your greed, your hunger, your ambition still claws at your chest. She tilted her head slightly, her expression unreadable. Then work for more. She shrugged, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Become stronger, climb faster, take more. A crackling energy pulsed through the air, now charged and electric. There is still more? Damn, commoners were shocked at richness already. Other students clenched fists, some breath faster. One boy near the back whispered, "That's what I'm talking about." The path forward is open to all of you. Contribution points will determine it. From tomorrow, your instructors will explain how to earn the missions, academic excellence, research, combat merit, or service to the Academy. Your opportunities to rise are endless. Her final words fell like a challenge branded into the air itself. There is no C-A-P-N-O ceiling. Take as much as you can carry. Razeal yawned. These sly foxes, he didn't know whether to laugh or respect it. After all, manipulation has already started. And then, Selvara's voice rose for one final decree, this time, laced with a note of challenge that ignited the battlefield instincts in every soul present. Arkenvale Academy is open to every advantage you can take. Want more? Earn it. Vice Headmistress Selvara raised a single hand, graceful and composed. The magical sigils hovering above the stage flickered, then dimmed in a soft pulse of fading light. Like a command woven into the very air, silence fell. Not forced, natural. If the entire Colosseum held its breath. Her voice rang out again, crisp, clear, refined, like a bell cutting through the aftermath of battle. Before we end today's ceremony, I would like to recognize a special class of students. The shift in tone was subtle, still formal. still distant, but now threaded with something deeper. Not excitement or emotional, but recognition and approval. There are those among you who did not merely pass the entrance trial, but shattered its expectations. A few brows furrowed, more heads tilted ever so slightly. 35 candidates have successfully qualified for entry into Arkenvale's royal classroom. Each of these individuals acquired a minimum of 1,000 elemental cores during the trial. The silence didn't break, IT cracked. Murmurs surged forward like a tide breaking through stone. Mouths opened, eyes widened. Tension rippled across the arena like a rolling quake. Royal classroom? 35. Wait, did she say 35? A beat later, disbelief followed like lightning after thunder. How's that even F-kin possible? What are they, monsters? Collecting 1,000 cores? Was that even possible? Even among those who had trained their whole lives for this nobles, warrior science, descendants of famed bloodlines, there was visible unrest. Some students stared down at their bags, suddenly feeling the weight or lack thereof. 102.137.106. Not even close, a heavy silence fell over a boy with clenched fists and shallow breath. He held his spatial bag tightly, jaw locked. Exactly 100 cores, just enough. 1 lucky kill away from rejection. And now, hearing this, it made his hands tremble. Selvara's voice, in contrast, was undisturbed, like iron smooth beneath velvet. The royal classroom is a tier above all other divisions. Its members will receive access to resources and instruction unavailable to the general student body: classified spell formations, Tier 5 dungeons, legacy techniques, and direct mentorship from high instructors. She spoke like it was routine, but the weight of those words wasn't lost on anyone. Eyes snapped toward her. Even those trying to keep a calm face found their throats are wide. IT wasn't just the perks. IT was the implication these 35 were now untouchable. And then her tone dropped lower. And perhaps the most important part, which many of you may already know, but it bears repeating. Her gaze swept across the stunned crowd, neither gloating nor kind, simply truthful. The royal classroom does not follow the standard 8-year progression. There are no fixed grade levels and year-by-year advancement. All students first year, fourth year, or 8 study side by side to in the same hall. A few students exhaled audibly. 1 even muttered something under their breath. Try not to look too rattled. Selvara didn't pause. If you're strong enough, if your contribution points are high enough, you can graduate in 1 year. She let that truth hang in the air like a guillotine blade suspended, and one laughed. They knew what graduation from Arkenvale meant, and family name or noble blood could ever match that status. Among the crowd, postures had changed. The air was heavier, but more focused. Students gulped not from fear, but reality setting in. There would be no easing into greatness. Selvara allowed the tension to settle before continuing. And now, her voice sharpened again, slicing through the dense fog of anticipation that had settled over the crowd. The top 3 achievers among this elite group. The atmosphere tightened like a coiled spring. Dozens of gazes snapped to attention, some students subtly straightening their backs. And off to the side, away from the noise and shifting stares, Razeal watched, silent. Unreadable, he wasn't interested in the names, he already knew them. Rank 3, Aaron Dragonweaver. 1, 023 cores. Rank 2, Selena Luminous. 1, 101 cores. A few audible gasps this time. Not from shock, but from the sudden awareness of how close those 2 scores were. Mere dozens apart. And then Selvara paused, a heartbeat of silence passed, a breath held by hundreds. And first, the entire courtyard seemed to lean forward. Silva .705,005,562 elemental cores. The silence that followed wasn't dramatic. IT was primal. IT struck the courtyard like a void collapsing in on itself. Every sound, every movement froze. The reaction wasn't confusion. IT was feared. A spatial bag slipped from a student's numb fingers and hit the marble floor with a dull clink. Another boy, expression pale and hollow, whispered, "That's not human." The girl beside him nodded slowly, face drained of color, as if some invisible truth had just been branded into her skull. Even the nobles, those who had walked in with heads high and eyes sharpened by generations of supremacy, wavered, but a few stiffened. Others stepped away from the elven girl, standing silently near the edge of the formation. She hadn't moved. She didn't need to. Silva's presence burned now. Not because of what she did, but what it meant. She hadn't just won. She had buried them. Even Razeal, seated in the far side of the crowd, lowered his gaze slightly, a thin bead of sweat trailing down his temple. He already knew the numbers, but knowing it and witnessing its weight hit the world were different beasts entirely. Selvara's voice returned calm, precise, merciless. The rest of you struggled to gather 100, and she brought back over 700,000, more than all of you combined several times over. Her voice softened just enough to be heard clearly. This is the difference between passing and ruling. The words didn't echo, they carved themselves into the bone. Then her tone shifted again, steel laced with cold finality. Let this serve as a reminder. Power is real. Power speaks. And in Arkenvale, only power determines your worth. She raised a hand once more. The sigils that had hovered above her burst into brilliant light before fading into smoke, as if seared from the air itself. To those of you still standing, congratulations again that you've earned a place among monsters. But never forget, some monsters are still far beyond your reach. The tension never left. Selvara turned then, cloak rippling faintly with her movement, and stepped forward once again. And now, before we officially close the trial ceremony, one final decree. Etch it in your memory that IT will not be repeated. Her voice had sharpened into something else now, not iron, judgment. Within Arkenvale Academy, combat between students is permitted. The words rippled through the crowd like thunder, wrapped in silence. You are free to challenge the TO scheme, TO duel, TO humiliate, even to break bones, if you so desire. Some students sucked in quiet breaths, while others let out low chuckles, nervous or thrilled. None could tell. No instructor will intervene. No hand will protect you. In this academy, conflict is curriculum. Strength is privilege. Then she stopped at a heartbeat, then another. However, Selvara's voice fell like a blade from the sky. There's one absolute line. Killing within academy grounds is forbidden. Violate this rule, even once, and you will not face trial. Her next words dropped like death. You will be erased, obliterated, regardless of background, regardless of family or name. Her gaze swept the sea of faces once more. That is the only law etched in stone. Everything else is permitted. Then quietly, but every syllable rang like scripture. Power is privilege. The strong take. The weak serve. If you want more, become more. Inside these walls, respect is not given to IT is taken. And only one language is understood: strength. She lowered her hand. Finally. Welcome to Arkenvale. Now you may all leave. Say your goodbyes to your families and friends. Tomorrow morning, report at the academy gates. The vice headmaster's final words hung in the air. That's it. Good luck. And with that, her form shimmered, then vanished, leaving only silence and the echo of finality behind. The students below didn't wait. Like a dam breaking, murmurs and voices burst into the air. Excitement, confusion, fear, disbelief, all bleeding together into a chaos of overlapping emotions. Some began to move immediately, reuniting with families at the edge of the field, while others simply stood frozen, still trying to make sense of what they had just heard. 700,000. That's not even possible, even if you went 20 years into the future. She must have cheated, or she's some divine race. There's no other way. They whispered in disbelief, not even bothering to lower their voices, because how could anyone process that number? 100 was considered a success at 8,000, an elite. But 700,000? It didn't just feel unfair. IT felt wrong, like the laws of reality had been bent for one girl. And then there were the rules. Everyone had heard rumors, whispers about how brutal Arkenvale's academy grounds were, how they encouraged violence. But to hear it, delivered so coldly and clearly from the vice head herself, that was something else entirely. You could feel it, the pressure settling like a storm cloud over the field at a weight that didn't lift even after she left. They knew now survival wasn't guaranteed. The only thing that gave them some comfort was the healing division in the distance. Green light began blooming like fireflies across the broken marble. Teams of robe-clad healers moved quickly between the wounded, their chants soft hands, glowing, soothing both flesh and mind. Voices calm, reassuring. It's all right that you're safe now. You did well. Just breathe. The staff in the Academy's elite healing unit were trained for this, not just to mend bones, but to stitch hope back into the students who would need it most, and they'd be seeing these healers again. Often, because in Arkenvale, pain was part of progress. Every time a fight broke out, those injured would be treated immediately. Without that, the brutality of their progress would be slow, too slow to match the expectations set upon them, that a system where every student would get beaten, bloodied, bruised, and the only way to reclaim their pride was to beat back the one who bested them. But once they did, someone even stronger would come along. And then again, and again. That was the cycle. And the Academy didn't care how many times they broke, so long as they got stronger. In fact, it applauded it. Anything that doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That phrase wasn't a motto here. The IT was a doctrine. And yet, amid all this motion and recovery, one student still sat alone. Razeal, still seated quietly in the far corner of the Colosseum, shadows curling around his posture like second skin. Watching, not one healer approached him. Not even one glance. Not to say help. They passed it by like he didn't exist, because they must have been ordered to ignore him. Guess I won't be getting any healing help in Academy. How predictable. Racism. Razeal chuckled softly under his breath, shaking his head as he watched green robes flutter by him, never even glancing his way. And also from afar, he caught movement in the distance, his eyes locked with a lone figure, the warden. Still there watching. Eyes locked on him like a predator awaiting weakness. That same smug expression still painted on his face, casual, but beneath it, a sharp gleam of hunger, a killing intent so suffocating it distorted the air around him. That it wasn't even hidden. How petty do you have to be to try killing a 16-year-old while smiling like that? Host, it was you who provoked him in first place, System added, but Razeal chose to ignore it. He only sighed, shaking his head. Then a voice came. System, everyone is leaving now. I can sense killing intent. It started to radiate from the entire Colosseum, all directions. I'll aim at you. What's your plan? Will you run or are we dying? Razeal's gaze didn't shift. He remained seated, left arm resting on his knee, eyes half-lidded, as if he were merely bored, not surrounded by people who wanted him dead. Then he smiled. Don't worry, System, he said, voice low. They'll be here soon. As if summoned by those words, the soft echo of footsteps began to sound across the marble floor, measured, deliberate, too synchronized to be casual. The murmur of the crowd grew louder, then instantly shifted into silence as a large group made its way toward him. People stepped aside, parting instinctively to give them a clear path, and no one dared to interfere. Students looked on in disbelief, their eyes widened. Whispers scattered like dry leaves caught in wind. Saintess, someone murmured, barely audible, reverently staring at the woman walking in front, her golden hair flowing like divine silk in the wind, catching rays of the setting sun and turning them into halos of grace. Her expression was unreadable, cold as steel, serene as a blade mid-flight. Aaron, that's Aaron Dragonweaver, from House Dragonweaver. Even the Duke's son came down from the VIP stands. What are they doing here? The crowd rippled with confusion and alarm. These weren't just spectators. These are the Empire's future pillars, its chosen elite. What business could they possibly have on the lower grounds? And then, the realization struck like thunder. They were walking toward him, toward Razeal. They're gonna that guy? Do you think they'll attack him? Right here inside the Colosseum? That rapist? Someone whispered with a mix of disgust and fear. Yeah, I think that's it. There's no way the Saintess would let him live. But didn't the Vice Headmistress intervene earlier? Even stopped the Holy Knights. She warned them, said the Imperial Princess was here. Would they still attack him? Idiot. Of course they would. The Academy might be neutral, but don't forget Selena is not only heiress of Duke House now, she's also a Saintess now. And Aaron, he's the future Duke of House Dragonweaver. Three of the strongest factions of the Empire, standing together. Even the Imperial Princess wouldn't dare stop them. The Academy has to allow it. But still, why not wait until he leaves the grounds? Why cause unnecessary friction with the Academy over someone so insignificant? He's called the shame of the virulence for a reason, that he wouldn't even be able to run if they attacked. Now, he's pathetic. Don't say that name, another student hissed, eyes wide in panic. Sweat trickled down his neck as he looked around, only calming once he saw no one else had heard. You want to disappear? He's not part of that family anymore. If anyone heard, they'll think we are disrespecting the Duke family. Wait, if he's still here, doesn't that mean he passed the trial? Impossible. He couldn't have, right? I mean, there's no way someone like him. But doubt had already taken root. Dozens, then hundreds of hushed voices tangled into a web of theories, each more absurd than the last. Speculations, fear, denial like maggots feeding on a bloated corpse of certainty. Amid it all, Razeal remained unmoving. Then he rose, slow. If the weight of the world on his shoulders was nothing more than air, he stepped forward, 1 foot ahead, then stopped his gaze, steady point, 2 sides at a breath's distance apart, and more than 2 steps separated him from the approaching storm. Aaron Dragonweaver, Selena Luminous. Behind them, a disciplined procession of nearly 80 elite students, each one who have passed the trial, each one deadly. They stood in perfect silence, their expressions unreadable, waiting for whatever judgment the two at the front had come to deliver. Farther back, the Holy Knights remained frozen in place, held at bay by the Saintess's direct command. They didn't like it. Their hands twitched against their weapons, Every instinct screamed at them. To move, to protect their divine vessel from that abomination. But they didn't. That piece of blasphemy is standing before their saints, and they couldn't, because she had ordered them not to. Their jaws clenched, their pride bled, but they obeyed. Aaron stared at Razeal, his lips parted slightly, but no words came. His brows furrowed, and something flickered behind his eyes: conflict, doubt, hesitation. The image of the dragon's spirit resurfaced in his mind. The word spirit spoke, echoed repeatedly. Inside his head, talking about Razeal like a heroic figure, a passionate, generous person, but too tsundere to admit. Blah, blah, blah. So many things Arion almost had thought illusion that dragon spirit like this purple potato, but all in all, they didn't know what to believe anymore. Selena, standing beside Aaron, said nothing either. Her gaze lingered not on Razeal's face, but his arm, his right arm, completely ruined, disfigured, charred beyond recognition, that a bite wound inhumanly large tore through. Flesh and sinew. Blood dripped freely despite the white handkerchief tied tightly over it, now dyed entirely red. And yet Razeal didn't flinch, didn't show even a flicker of pain. Like the arm wasn't even his, like he couldn't feel the pain that Selena's golden eyes narrowed. But her face betrayed nothing in emotion, in pity, in disgust. She simply stared calm and unreadable, yet not absent a S if measuring something. Razeal, finally, looked up, their eyes met. And then he smiled at a smirk that bloomed like sin incarnate across his lips. That it wasn't forced, wasn't even intentional. That it was instinctive, natural, dangerous, charming, and beautifully villainous, totally looking like a villain. That it wasn't that he wanted to smile like that. The expression was simply a result of his natural talent. He couldn't help it, even if he tried. Razeal came to a sudden halt. His gaze slowly settled on the two figures standing ahead, the protagonist and the heroine. That a calm smile tugged at his lips, noble yet unreadable, the kind that concealed far more than it showed. His plan was dangerous, risky even by his standards, but it would work. That it had to work. Just as he lifted one foot to move, ready to initiate the sequence, an arm, uninvited, wrapped itself around his shoulder from the side. That Razeal's body froze mid-step. That a soft, cheerful voice came along with it. "Hey, friends, you didn't miss me, right?" The sudden intrusion broke the tension like a slap across still water. Razeal turned his head slowly, eyes narrowing. That a face came into view, Riven. That infuriatingly sweet smile on his lips, as if they were lifelong companions just reunited. That same friendly grin, teeth gleaming, as if nothing in this world could ever bother him. The divine clown, the trickster, the comic relief of this world. Without waiting for a reply, he lifted his left arm, his only good one, and shoved Riven's arm off his shoulder. Like one would brush off an insect. His eyes, however, drifted downward, a subtle shift in expression, just a flicker of realization. But Riven, as always, didn't mind. He just kept smiling. His eyes twinkled with mischief that almost seemed genuine. Almost. "Come on now," Riven said, undeterred. "That's no way to treat someone who has no evil intentions toward you. Yet." But suddenly he shifted his gaze to Razeal's arm, his right arm. The one still drenched in blood, dripping onto the marble like a ticking clock of mortality. Riven blinked once, then dramatically covered his mouth in mock shock. "Friend, you're injured? Don't you feel pain, and no one's healed you yet?" He looked around, theatrical concern plastered across his face. His voice rose a little, addressing no one and everyone at once. "Anyone, any kind soul here feel like maybe doing something about that? No healers around?" Silence, and one stepped forward. But the healing unit? They only turned away. If the very air around Razeal was cursed. If healing him would infect them with the same darkness they all pretended not to fear. Riven turned his head next toward the large group of elites standing behind Selena and Aaron. They stared, unmoving, like frozen statues carved from resentment and disdain. Even Selena, at the center, didn't move. Her expression unreadable, emotionless. She glanced around, her lips set in a flat line, but she said nothing, cold, distant, willing to let whatever happened, happen, and one stepped forward. Not from her group, not from the hundred surrounding them. Only cold, unmoving stares met Razeal, judgmental, condemning, distant. Like he wasn't a wounded person, but an abomination, that a smudge on their perfect world. That Riven's smile didn't falter. If anything, it grew warmer. He looked at the church's people within group next. "Surely the faithful would not let a wounded soul suffer, right?" he asked sweetly, tone laced with barbed irony. His head tilted with feigned innocence, lips curled into that same damnably kind smile. He raised his eyebrows at them. as if inviting a moral display. None came. Suddenly, as can't take it anymore, one among them stepped forward. Nyla. Her expression was twisted with something deeper than disgust. Rage, holy conviction, and the smug pleasure of moral superiority all mixed into one. Poisonous blend. She looked at Razeal like he was filth smeared across sacred ground. No one helps monsters like him. She hissed, her voice loud, scathing. We have every right to choose who receives our blessings. Her eyes locked onto Razeal's side, profile burning, unblinking, filled with hatred. And as for this thing, she said, voice rising, he can die of all I care. The Empire would be better for it. Honestly, I hope he suffers. Her lip curled as her gaze met Razeal's bloody figure. If anything, I hope he dies painfully now. Her words echoed across the space like fire snapping in dry wood. The silence that followed was colder than frost. And oh, one spoke. And oh, one stopped her. Not even Selena. She stood there silently, eyes half-lidded, cold and unfazed. Her gaze flicked briefly to Nyla, not in judgment, not in approval, simply watching, letting her do as she pleased. Riven looked from them to Razeal, then spread his arms out in theatrical acceptance, as if announcing a cosmic joke. I guess everyone hates you, friend, Riven said with that ever-pleasant smile, tilting his head as he turned his face back toward Razeal. The words were said lightly, like a passing joke, but they hit harder than any insult. Razeal stared back at him, his expression unreadable for a moment, but only for a moment. Razeal didn't answer right away, he just stared at Riven, and inside his blood boiled. Who the FCK made this guy a god? Trying to humiliate me. With these cheap theatrics? Is that it? He pointed a blood-slicked finger directly at Riven. I'm warning you, Razeal said. His voice dropped into a whisper only they could hear, cold as death. Don't call me friend again, that you'll regret it in future, that I promise. Direct threat to God. Maybe this looks like mindless behavior, Razeal thought, aware of how his outburst might be perceived, but it isn't that I know exactly what I'm doing, that I know exactly what he is. His gaze bore into Riven's eyes. Gods don't need reasons after all. That they want you dead, you die. First meeting, first breath gone, and oh explanations. But if they let you live, then there's a purpose behind it, that a reason they haven't erased you yet. Razeal's pulse was steady, his breathing calm. And the fact that I'm standing here alive means only one thing: Riven doesn't want me dead. Riven just grinned wider. He showed his teeth like a predator pretending to be playful, but didn't said anything. But Razeal wasn't done. He turned his head sharply, eyes burning now as they landed on the priestess. And you, he said, his tone dropping several shades colder, fingers shifting from Riven to Nyla. Did I ask for your help? His voice rose with disdain, each word cutting deeper than the last. Why are you acting like I begged you? Becoming overly righteous all of a sudden. Even if you had offered your so-called divine healing, I would have spat in your face. He took one step forward, gaze unflinching as it met Nyla's. I don't want help, especially not from any of you. His lips curled downward, the disgust on his face raw, unfiltered, and venomous. You all disgust me. His eyes swept across the crowd behind her, each person, each face. I'd rather die than be touched by any one of you. Oh, you hear me? A wave of muttering rippled through the spectators. A few flinched, others scowled. But Razeal didn't blink, didn't even breathe heavier. He meant every word with the kind of icy, noble detachment that came from someone who'd already burned everything behind him. Nyla's face darkened. For a split second, she actually looked like she might attack. Her foot shifted forward, her hand curled into a fist, but she was stopped. Selena, who hadn't said a word, simply raised a hand and placed it calmly on Nyla's. ARM-N-O words, N-O warnings, just presence. That alone was enough. Nyla froze mid-step. The hand she had raised to strike or speak dropped back down, halted obediently. And Razeal, despite the storm inside him, noticed something subtle. His outburst wasn't just anger. That familiar twisting in his chest, the violent pulse rushing to his head, it wasn't natural. His trait, absolute arrogance, had flared. Tea latched onto his fury like dry wood to fire, worsening everything, blinding him, feeding it. TCH, Razeal grit his teeth. I need to control it. I'm getting overwhelmed like this again, and just because of something this small. Sigh. He exhaled slowly, trying to bury the urge to lash out. Another breath. Fkin system. He cursed inwardly, his jaw clenched tight. Always stirring the worst in me at the worst moments. Aaron shifted where he stood. His jaw clenched. He had been silent all this time, trying desperately to understand what the hell was going on, trying to piece together everything. The trial, the monster, the dragon's words, and the boy standing before them now. He took a step forward, as if to speak, to finally ask the one question burning in his chest, but he never got the chance. Because before even a breath could escape his mouth, a hand reached out. Light, delicate, measured, and gently, without a word. It wrapped around Razeal's extended, injured arm. His blood-slicked fingers froze mid-air, still partially extended from when he'd pointed at Nyla. The touch stopped a mid-motion, soft, but impossible to ignore. He looked down. Selena. She had moved forward, just a single step. And in that moment, with all eyes watching, she cradled his battered arm in her palms carefully, reverently, as if holding something precious. Gentle, holding his hand in her other delicate, soft hand, without caring about blood. Getting on her hand, the silence around them deepened, like even the Colosseum itself forgot how to breathe. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Let me heal it," she said, "since no one else wants to." Her tone was flat, so quiet it nearly vanished, but the intent behind was unmistakable. Her lips pressed into a thin line, unreadable, and her golden hair shimmered faintly beneath the sun. She didn't look up at his face. She only looked at his wound. And in that moment, she wasn't the saintess or the heir to a noble house. She was just a girl trying to reach out. But Razeal's expression twisted, his brows furrowed sharply, his breath shortened, and his gaze ice-cold and sharp as obsidian snapped to her at last. Without a word, he yanked his arm back. Hard. The force tore his arm from her gentle grip, blood flicking into the air like red petals falling between them. "Don't fkin dash, touch me." His voice was low, controlled, but there was fury barely caged beneath the surface, fury edged with pain that wasn't physical. From the beginning till now, he hadn't spared her a single glance. Not once. He had looked at everyone, mocked, glared, even smirked, but not her. Not her, just because she didn't matter. Because if he looked at her too long, his composure might shatter. Maybe he would just FCK everything up, and that he couldn't afford. Selena met his eyes then, calm, soft, and gentle. "I just want to help," she said, softer now, and angered, and pride. Just the faintest trace of something else, regret, maybe doubt or something close to it. But Razeal only stared back at her like her voice offended the air. "FCK off. FCK off." The words left Razeal's lips like a curse spat at the heavens. His voice, low but cutting, echoed across the Colosseum, slicing through the tense air like a blade. And then silence, a deafening, oppressive silence, fell over the massive arena. Every spectator, from the lowliest commoner packed into the upper tiers to the nobles seated in their gilded balconies, froze as if time itself had stopped. Faces turned pale. Mouths hung open in stunned disbelief. The entire Colosseum seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. Did he just say that? Did he truly just use that kind of language? And to her, of all people, the saintess. Jaws seemed to crash into the floor from the sheer audacity of it. Wide eyes and trembling hands were everywhere. Even the wind dared not stir, as if the world held its breath, terrified of what might come next. How could someone be this reckless, this mad? Was he simply resigned to death? Had he decided that, since his doom was inevitable, he would unleash every last shred of rage bottled inside him? That thought ran wild through every mind, like a wave of horror spreading through the crowd. They had already declared him dead in their hearts. Now, his words had sealed it. They said even thinking unkindly of the saintess was a sin severe enough to warrant death. And yet here was Razeal, glaring at her with defiance in his eyes, his voice dripping with venom. Not just thinking, but speaking, shouting his blasphemy aloud for all to hear, and not in the shadows where cowardice might shelter a man, but here, under the open sky, before thousands. And still the question gnawed at them: why? Why did the saintess even try to help a man like him? A man who once tried to force himself upon her. If there were anyone in this world she should hate, it should be Razeal. She, of all people, should have turned her face away in disgust, let him bleed out on the sands without a second thought. But no, that was what set her apart. That was why she was the saintess chosen by the divine. When others would turn away in revulsion, she stepped forward with open hands. When all others refused, she alone dared to step forward, offering her healing light to even the most vile. Her mercy was boundless, her forgiveness limitless. Her nobility shone like the sun at its zenith, warm, blinding, pure. And so she had stepped forward, past the hateful glares of the crowd, past the whispered protests of those who could not comprehend such kindness. She had reached out to him, this man who had once sought to ruin her, and she had offered to save him. That only made Razeal's defiance more monstrous in the eyes of the onlookers. Their anger boiled over. How dare he? A woman who had every right to hate him, who had descended from her pedestal of purity to heal him even after all that, and he repaid her with such foul disrespect. Rather than fall to his knees, grovel for forgiveness, and thank her for her divine mercy, he spat in her face with his words. The crowd could hardly contain themselves, fists clenched, teeth ground together. If the saintess gave the word, there was not a man or woman there who would not leap forward to end Razeal where he stood, to rip him apart for this final, unforgivable insult. All held their breath, waiting, watching. What would she do now? What would the saintess' reaction be to this betrayal of her grace? Their eyes flicked from Razeal to the saintess, expecting fury, or at least sorrow. The very air grew cold, heavy with tension so thick it could choke. Arion, standing apart from the seething masses, felt his gaze sharpen. His heart raced not from outrage like the others, but because he noticed something no one else had. His keen eyes caught the moment. His breath hitched. She had taken Razeal's hand. His mind reeled, remembering. How had she reacted when he had dared to touch her hand, no tried to? The disgusted look on her face. The way she had immediately cleansed herself, as if his touch had stained her. His heart had burned with shame, his pride shredded. And now, she held Razeal's bloodied arm, his gore-stained hand, as if it meant nothing but if his filth was beneath her notice. The blood smeared her own pale skin. But she didn't even flinch, didn't try to purify it away. A hot flush of embarrassment prickled at Arion's neck. It wasn't as though he cared. Why should he? She was nothing to him. And yet, watching this, seeing how she had recoiled from him and now stood calm and unbothered at Razeal's side, it stung that it made his skin crawl with awkwardness, made him want to look away from the scene unfolding before him. Still, he said nothing. What good would it do? This wasn't his battle. This wasn't his place. Better to stay silent. Better not to be drawn into this storm. For a fleeting moment, sorrow glimmered in the saintess' eyes, a soft, almost imperceptible sadness that those around her, blinded by their fury, utterly missed. But in that heartbeat, Razeal's coldness, the raw loathing in his gaze, cut deeper than any blade. His words had been brutal, but it was his eyes, those eyes once filled with light, that pierced her gentle heart. "Sorry," she said at last, her voice quiet, heavy with 1,000 tangled emotions. Her gaze met his, and in those luminous eyes danced a storm of confusion, regret, and aching memories of what once was. But Razeal said nothing. His silence was louder than any insult. His eyes, hard as frozen steel, bore into hers without warmth, without mercy, without a flicker of the boy she might have once known. The chill of his hatred reached her to the bone. Quietly, with grace that did not falter, she stepped back as if the warmth she had tried to offer him was suddenly drained away, vanishing like the sun swallowed by storm clouds. The radiance that made her the saintess seemed to dim, even if just for a breath, as she retreated. Without another word, she returned to Arion's side. The weight of her grief followed her like a silent shadow, unseen but heavy upon her shoulders. Arion stood dumbfounded, his thoughts swirling in confusion. His eyes darted to her clenched fists, her slender fingers trembling, ever so slightly. The blood of Razeal still stained her palms, and though purification was but a thought away for her, she had not cleansed it. His blood remained, dark against her pale skin, a reminder of the moment she reached out, and how bitterly she had been rejected. Why had she apologized? The question flashed across Arion's mind like lightning. She had touched him, that man, and then she apologized for it. His heart beat uncomfortably fast, his mind filled with unspoken questions as he stared at her clenched hands and the sadness she tried so hard to conceal. The saintess had always been strong, unshaken, yet now she trembled. He's changed so much, she thought, closing her eyes for just a moment, remembering the Razeal of long ago, the warmth that used to shine in his eyes, the light that had once made her heart ache with kindness. It was gone, snuffed out. She reopened her eyes, now empty of visible emotion, her face serene and unreadable. Whatever storm raged within her, no one could tell. The crowd, still burning with anger, ready to leap onto the sands and cleanse this blasphemer from existence, even at the cost of their own lives, froze. Confusion spread among them like wildfire. Why had the saintess apologized? Should she have? The thought barely formed in their minds before they all settled on the answer they wanted to believe. The saintess is so pure, so innocent, that she backed down because she touched him without his permission. Thousands of misunderstandings bloomed in their hearts, each one painting the saintess in an even more divine, more virtuous light. None saw her inner struggle. None understood the truth that to them. She was flawless. her kindness untainted even in this bewildering moment. They didn't know what to do now. The anger, the certainty of action, drained from them. They stood frozen, glancing at one another in silent confusion, waiting for anything to tell them what came next. But Razeal? Sorry. The word echoed in his mind. Bitter and mocking, that all she has to say. His fury burned hotter. Disgusting. The mood he'd found moments ago, the thrill of awakening a new system function, the realization he could finally touch mana at last, was shattered, ruined by this encounter. She had come and twisted his mind into knots, stolen whatever peace he had carved out for himself in this cursed moment. Host, it's all right. Calm down. Focus on your plan. We are still under very fatal threat. This is no time for these games that you're letting your emotions spill out. Usually you control them better. You could have gotten yourself killed with that outburst. Remember, if you want to be a good villain, you need control. That I'm disappointed in you. Please, keep that in mind. The system's voice rang in his mind, its words long, its tone failing to soothe him. Villain? Villain my ass, Razeal's mind roared. I'm human too. Do you mean it? I have feelings, I have rage. I'll say what I want, to whoever I want, whenever I DM in, well, feel like it. Don't talk to me about villain rulebooks or your twisted philosophies. His thoughts raced, a storm of fury directed at everything the Saintus, the system, the gods, the world itself. This woman F-kin ruined my life, shattered it, left me crawling in the mud. And now you want me to smile, to talk to her like I don't despise everything she stands for. His chest heaved with silent anger. She asks to heal me, reaches out, pretends at mercy, and I'm supposed to hide my hatred? No, if I die here, so be it. But I'll make sure they all know how much I loathe them. I will never pretend, never smile at them, never speak false kindnesses. If I die, it will be as myself. They will see the hate burning in me. His fists clenched at his sides. Though outwardly he remained a statue of cold indifference, his face, still and expressionless, masked the storm raging inside. The system's words continued to linger, irritating him, feeding his fury. And don't act like you're above blame. He seethed inwardly at the system. You failed me. Your buffs were worthless. I'm standing here because of me. Not you. Not some god. Not anyone that I survived through my own will. And no one has the right to tell me what I should or shouldn't do. The system, hearing every thought, felt the weight of his wrath, but it did not respond. It had said enough. And so Razeal stood, his body still as stone, seething beneath that mask of frozen indifference. His heart pounded with suppressed rage, but outwardly, not a flicker showed. Then, as if casting off the fire consuming him from within, he slowly let out a deep, calm breath. His shoulders eased ever so slightly, and then it came a cold, dangerous smile curling at the corner of his lips, but a smile that sent a chill through the air more than his earlier outburst ever could. His gaze shifted, moving calmly across the faces around him, one by one. His eyes met theirs, the furious, the hateful, the disgusted. And in every set of eyes, he saw it. Hatred, pure, unfiltered hatred. Not a single soul looked upon him without it. He could feel it, thick and suffocating, as if the weight of their loathing might crush him. But not once did fear cross his eyes, not for even the briefest second. If anything, their hatred only fed the fire in him, only sharpened the edge of his resolve. His cold gaze defied them all, as if daring them to act. Everyone hates me, I guess. Razeal cracked his neck, the sound loud in the tense silence. His smirk widened as he looked upon them. These masses of fools, these blind sheep, stupid sheep, he thought, disdain dripping from every syllable in his mind. They don't even see beyond their own delusions. Leave it, he told himself, pushing back the boiling emotions. No point wasting more time on this. It'll only worsen my mood. His mind shifted, focusing at last on what truly mattered. It was time. The plan needed to begin. It last. His gaze settled on Arion, that who until now had watched, confused and silent, was startled to find Razeal's eyes on him, sharp, unblinking, cold as winter. Razeal raised his left hand slowly, deliberately, and pointed straight at Arion's chest. That icy smile stayed on his face, but now a hint of amusement glimmered there too. How was my gift? Did you like it? He asked, his voice soft, almost mocking, a grin stretching across his face. The words hit like a hammer. Arion stiffened, the last of his doubts shattering. It was him. It really was him. The strange, powerful heartbeat in his chest, the source of the strength surging through him. The dragon's heart that now pulsed with life. It was Razeal's help after all. Selene, who had remained at Arion's side with that eerily composed, emotionless mask, couldn't hide the surprise flashing in her eyes. Did he really give him the dragon heart? Her mind reeled at the thought. But why? They've despised each other since they were children. Why would he do this? She couldn't make sense of it, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't guess at Razeal's intentions. His actions made no sense that Arion's own heart raced, not just from the power burning inside him, but from a storm of questions swirling in his mind. He swallowed hard, his voice tight. Why? It was the only word that escaped him, a single question. His brows drew together in a frown as he tried to piece together what Razeal was playing at, but Razeal didn't answer. Instead, he beckoned with his hand, fingers curling slightly, as if saying, "Come closer." Arion blinked, hesitating for just a breath. Then, with no real concern, he took a step forward. He could feel that this man, no kid before him, was no threat to him. Not now or ever. Arion was stronger, far stronger, and even if Razeal meant harm, Arion knew his protector stood ready in the shadows. If even the slightest trace of killing intent surfaced, they would intervene in a heartbeat. "What is it?" Arion asked, his tone cautious but not fearful. He was now just a step away from Razeal, close enough to see the faint smirk, the sharpness in his eyes. "Good," Razeal said quietly, nodding his head once as if pleased. And without warning, Razeal moved, his left arm swung in a sharp, swift motion, the PAK. The sound echoed loud and clear across the stunned arena as his palm struck Arion's cheek, a slap full, deliberate, and precise. Arion didn't move. His eyes closed for a second from the force of it, but there was no pain and no bruise, only the sting of disrespect, only the sharp bite of humiliation. Gasps rang out across the Colosseum. The audience, already teetering on the edge of confusion and outrage, now stood frozen in complete shock. What had just happened? What madness was this? "I challenge you," Razeal said, his voice carrying in the silence, "to a duel of honor, for a heartbeat." No one moved, and no one breathed. Faces turned to one another, searching for sense in this madness. Even the system, always so quick with commentary, was stunned into silence. "System, I challenge you," Razeal said, his voice carrying clear and unshaken in the heavy silence of the Colosseum, "to a duel of honor. System, are you F-King crazy host? After everything you went through, after all the hell you survived, just to throw it away like this?" The system screamed inside his mind, panic lacing every word. But Razeal didn't so much as flinch. He didn't even bother listening. He knew exactly what he was doing. He understood better than anyone the dangerous edge he now stood upon, and the best way to survive it was this. And how would this save him? A duel of honor, I end this empire. That phrase was sacred, woven deep into the history, the culture, the very soul of the land. From the humblest commoner to the highest noble, all respected its ancient right out of practice older than any empire, any bloodline. When men had conflict, true conflict, they settled it through the duel of honor, where strength and courage decided the victor and the gods bore witness. And in this empire, the strong held privilege to always, and one could deny a challenge without admitting their own weakness. To refuse without reason was to forfeit face, to be shamed as a coward. The rules were clear. Each duel required terms at a price. Both sides must agree on what was at stake. And it could be anything: gold, land, pride, life itself, that a winner took all. And once agreed, the duel was sacred. To deny it, to attack outside its bounds, was to dishonor oneself before the empire and the gods. In these modern times, few invoked it. Pride could be bruised in other ways. But now here, Razeal had drawn that ancient line in the sand, and none could ignore it. The Colosseum fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes fixed on the two figures at its center, a breathless hush settled over. Thousands. Arion, slapped moments before, cracked his neck, the sound sharp in the still air. His crimson hair fell around his shoulders as he ran his fingers through it, as if brushing aside the slap, the insult, as nothing. His gaze turned to Razeal, cold and measured. 1,000 thoughts warred within him. He didn't fully understand it. Why had Razeal gifted him that chance? Why had he led him to the dragon heart? Opened the portal, convinced the ancient dragon spirit itself, even signed blood spirit contract. But then again, what did it matter? In the end, Arion had faced the trial. He had proven worthy. He had claimed the dragon heart. He hadn't been handed to him on a silver platter. Razeal's role, perhaps just for those 1,000 elemental cores, the obvious price. And the slap? Yes, it was disrespect. But to lose his composure before the entire empire would be a greater humiliation than the sting of a palm. "What do you want, filthy pig?" Arion said at last, his voice low, cracking his neck again as he regarded Razeal with frost in his eyes. His pride burned, but his expression stayed calm, his body language noble, collected outwardly. Inside, his blood seethed, his heart thundering in his chest as the dragon heart's power flared within him. Demanding he return the insult, Razeal's smile widened, soft, almost innocent, as if he hadn't just called down a storm. The curse on Arion's lips? He let it slide, unbothered for now after all. This kid gonna pay far high price. I'll forgive the slap, Arion continued, lifting his chin slightly, because of the indirect help you gave me the dragon heart. Whatever your motive behind it was, but for this duel of honor, you know the meaning, the price, the weight of what you ask. He tried to project the image of a noble heir, a calm and righteous man above pettiness, but inside his pride clawed at him. The dragon's blood, the dragon heart had all demanded satisfaction. That Razeal's smile did not falter. He had expected this. He knew Arion too well. That pride fed by his dragon lineage, swollen now with the power of the dragon heart, and sharpened further by the sun god's blood that ran in his veins, would not allow him to step back. Arion might spare a life, but he would never surrender his pride. Not for anything. Not even if it cost him his life. That was the nature of the so-called protagonist. Razeal had always known it, and he got to use that to his advantage. The crowd held its collective breath. The heir of a duke house had been slapped, publicly challenged, that a duel of honor invoked, and all knew none could refuse. None could raise a blade against Razeal outside the duel. That would be weakness. Dishonor for Arion himself, now indirectly. That was why he still stood there alive. And Arion. Now he had no choice. To reject the duel would be to shatter his dignity, to lose face before the empire, before the gods, before the very dragon spirit that now burned within him. The moment hung heavy in the air, the silence of the Colosseum deafening as Razeal's challenge echoed through it. And then, as the meaning of Arion's words caught up with them, the admission, the truth laid bare. The crowd collectively reeled in shock. That a dragon heart. The revelation hit them like a thunderclap. Arion had admitted it himself. He, the heir of the duke's house, carried within him the legendary dragon heart, something that was the stuff of myth and dreams. And not only that, but Razeal. Razeal had played a part in him receiving it. Eyes widened across the stands, mouths parted in stunned disbelief. The air seemed to thicken with the weight of that truth. The drama unfolding in front of them had taken a turn none could have imagined. What the FCK is happening, that was the thought written plain on every face. First, the mad boy had appeared, reckless enough to walk in a certain death just by setting foot in this place. His chances of dying? 100%. Everyone had thought in one survived such foolishness. Then he challenged the warden, a figure stronger than even a grandmaster swordsman who literally stopped Radiant Knight easily. His chances leapt to 110%, if such a thing were possible. Then, as if seeking his own destruction, he spoke rudely, even insultingly, to the saintess, the woman of mercy, the one untouchable by even unspoken blasphemy. His odds of dying now, 500%, they joked in their heads, and now he had walked up to the heir of a duke family and slapped him across the face. The chances of dying, 10,000%. There could be no other outcome, and one could save him now. His death was inevitable, as certain as the sun's rising. And yet, how many times have they thought the same thing? Again and again, Razeal seemed to push the boundaries of certain doom. Again and again, he defied what should have been fatal, if nothing else. Many silently agreed. The boy had a talent for dying with style. When death finally claimed him, it would do so in a way no one would forget. On the sidelines, Riven let out a low whistle, a smirk playing at the edge of his lips. So this is what it's like to have the ability to regress? He muttered, eyeing the number floating above Razeal's head, 9,314 deaths. The number, of course, was a complete misunderstanding in Riven's mind. As far as he was concerned, Razeal was simply someone who had already died thousands of times, now throwing his life around recklessly for fun, venting frustrations, trying to die once more. Humans and their powers, they never know how to handle them, Riven added, shaking his head, entirely misreading the situation. Selena, standing beside Arion, opened her mouth, as if to speak, to stop this, to say something, but then closed it again. The tension between the two men was thick, palpable. Her fingers twitched at her sides, betraying the storm she hid behind her emotionless face. And yet, despite the slap, despite the insult, Arion's protectors had not moved. Not one shadow stirred, not one blade was drawn. Why? Because there had been no killing intent in Razeal's movements. None. That slap had been slow, deliberate, its purpose not to harm but to insult. Any one of them could have stopped it. Arion himself could have dodged it, blocked it, broken Razeal's arm if he wished, as how soft Razeal looks. But he hadn't. He let the slap land. Willingly. Perhaps because, deep down, he needed a reason, a way to balance the scales. Razeal had helped him, however indirectly. Opened the door to the dragon heart. Led him to his greatest strength. Arion's pride wouldn't let him simply thank him. And oh, this was better. Be why taking the slap. By enduring the insult, he could cross out the favor, erase the debt. And now, by accepting the duel, he could reclaim his honor, publicly settle what had begun between them. His protectors, trained to the highest discipline, waited in the shadows. They did not act, because their master had not ordered it. They did not question. Their task was to protect Arion from death, not to intervene in matters of pride and honor. Until he commanded otherwise, they would remain still. And so the Colosseum watched, silent and breathless. Thousands waited for what would come next, knowing they were witnessing something that would be remembered for generations. Name your terms, Arion said at last, his voice a low growl beneath his calm mask, his fists clenched tight at his sides. His pride was burning, but his face showed only the icy calm of a man too proud to show the storm raging within. Let's end this farce. Razeal's smile widened so much so that it nearly twisted his face, the grin stretching with a dangerous, unhinged energy. His eyes gleamed as he met Arion's cold gaze. I want the holy promise, Razeal said, his tone soft but cutting, his grin now almost deformed in its boldness. The words had barely left Razeal's mouth when the entire Colosseum seemed to freeze. The atmosphere turned to ice. The breath of thousands was stolen, as if the air itself had been snatched away. A deadly silence spread over the arena. Even the wind seemed to hesitate. Holy promise? Arion's heart skipped a beat, his composure faltering for a brief second. His eyes narrowed. He almost staggered under the sheer audacity of the request. I know you have it, Razeal continued, his voice laced with a mocking kind of certainty. That wild smile stayed fixed on his face. Give it to me. The crowd stared, stunned beyond words. Holy promise, a divine favor bestowed only upon those deemed worthy by the Church of Light itself. A single wish, a promise from the Church that anything, absolutely anything, would be fulfilled as long as it did not harm the Church or its doctrine, an oath backed by faith, history, and the will of the God of Light. Deity was said to be a gift that originated in the age of myths, a tradition born from the God himself, sacred beyond measure, honored by all who believed. And Arion had earned that promise 4 years ago, when he had risked everything to save the Saintess from a calamity that could have destroyed not just her, but the Church itself. As reward, as thanks, the Church had given him the holy promise, one wish, to be claimed when the moment came. And now, Razeal wanted to take it. Razeal, of course, knew the truth, knew it wasn't anything divine to owe him. It was nothing but one more piece of the ridiculous luck that clung to Arion like armor. The plot armor of the so-called protagonist. Heavenly luck, absurd fortune, the kind that let men like Arion glide through life blessed by the universe itself. But now Razeal would strip it away. He would make Arion give it to him. With his own hands. The crowd could barely process what they'd heard. The sheer audacity, the blasphemy of asking for such a sacred gift as if it were just some prize to be won. Some trinket on a gambler's table. In '01. In all the long, storied history of the Empire, in all the lands beyond, had ever dared to think this way, let alone speak the words aloud. Gulp. All around the arena, the sound of thousands swallowing hard echoed faintly, and '01 knew what to say. And '01 dared guess what this mad boy truly wanted, what scheme burned behind those cold eyes. Arion opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. He shut it again, his mind whirling, stunned by the weight of the demand. The holy promise was not just valuable, it was priceless, sacred. The idea of placing it as a wager in a duel was obscene, like something similar to putting your wife on a bet that it's not about the worth, it's just that she doesn't deserve to be treated in such a disrespectful way. Razeal raised his eyebrows at him, mockery in his gaze. Are you afraid? His voice dripped challenge, daring him to say yes. Arion took a slow, deep breath, willing the storm inside him to calm. His heart pounded, his blood ran hot, and yet he would not retreat. His gaze met Razeal's, steel for steel, that a flicker of wildness entered Arion's eyes. If this fool wanted madness, he would not back down. His pride would not allow it. He stared at the boy before him, this boy who stood without a flicker of aura, without even the faintest touch of mana. No contract marks, no strength that could be seen, just flesh and bone. Did he really believe that by naming this wager, he could force Arion to give it up? Did he think to grasp victory with words? Holy promise? Arion thought, the fire in him rising, that it's not going anywhere. He wouldn't lose, that couldn't lose. Not to him. The boy before him was nothing. Just a F-kin, weak fool. Besides, he had more strength now than ever before. The dragon heart beat within him, raw and powerful. Its energy surged through him in waves, making his whole being hum with life. Two sources of mana now coursed through his veins, the ancient dragons. Gift and his own, fused, their purity greater than before. His aura had already risen in quality, and the true magic of the heart hadn't even begun to unfold yet. He could feel that he was destined for greater heights. There was no one who could match him now. The crowd waited. The tension crackled in the air like lightning before a storm, and Arion's pride made its choice. All right then, let's do it. Arion's voice cut through the charged air, and now he bore a grin just as crazed as Razeal's. His eyes locked with Razeal's, fire meeting fire, pride meeting defiance. But what do I get? You gotta give me something worth enough, right? His voice dripped with challenge as he tilted his head, the grin on his face, strained by the fury, barely kept in check. The words had barely left Arion's mouth when the entire Colosseum gasped as a shudder ran through the stand to sound like the collective heartbeat of thousands, stopping for a moment. If Razeal's demand had been blasphemous, Arion's response had taken it even further. Now both of them had spat in the face of the sacred. Not only had Razeal dared to put the holy promise on the line, but Arion had agreed to wager at reducing the sacred gift of the church to nothing more than a bargaining chip in a duel. Far off near the shadowed edge of the arena, a radiant knight, dressed in gold armor that gleamed faintly under the sun, tensed. His hand slid to the hilt of his sword, his eyes blazing as his fingers curled tightly around it. The insult, the dishonor, the sheer audacity of what had just been spoken, all while the saintess stood silently near these two. His duty screamed at him to punish this disrespect, to defend her honor, to cleanse the ground of this filth. But before steel could leave its sheath, Selena raised her hand, graceful but firm, stopping him without a word. Her senses had already reached out, as sharp as the coldness that had settled in her gaze. She had felt how the moment the knight had twitched, 20 greater killing intents had locked onto him, ready to strike. Silent, hidden, waiting, he couldn't even sense their positions. But Selena had, and she knew if he had drawn, he would already be dead. The radiant knight straightened at once, his fingers relaxing on the hilt, his eyes shutting for the briefest moment as he mastered himself. He fell back into stillness, a statue hidden in plain sight, positioned where none would think to look, his entire focus now on Selena. Every breath she took, every smallest gesture his life was hers to protect. He had been ready to act, because silence in the face of such insult would be cowardice, and cowardice would be a stain upon him, upon the church, upon his oaths. He would not have let that happen. And if in dying someone touched the saintess without his protection, let the world burn. The next meeting for those sinful people be in battlefield of holy war. But Selena's voice came, cold and steady. I allow it. Another gasp louder than before, rolling across the stands like thunder. Her words shocked the crowd so deeply that even those seated in the high balconies, nobles, envoys, watchers of great importance, stood from their seats without realizing, their eyes wide with disbelief. The saintess herself had allowed this travesty to continue. Selena's face showed no emotion, but inside she burned with frustration. What are you doing, Razeal? She thought. Why do you keep offending everyone, again and again? What? The actual FCK he is trying to do? She couldn't see it, couldn't understand his mind. And even Arion. Can't he see what he just did? Was he trying to start a war? But Selena knew refusing would ignite something even worse. The fire would spread far beyond these two boys. Better to allow it, to contain it, than to let it spiral into chaos. Good. Very good, Razeal said, his grin wide, his eyes bright with satisfaction. The pieces of his plan were falling into place. Exactly as he intended. So easy to play these kids, Razeal thought, the amusement in his mind hidden behind that wild smile. All pride, all emotion, no control. Just push the right buttons. Arion's composure cracked at the sight of that smile. His fury surged, but he kept his voice steady, or tried to. Don't make that ugly grin. Tell me, what will I get in return? His lips curled in disdain, his pride demanding he take something. Or you try to ignore it. Maybe greed's close your eyes and you can't see. You're too greedy. What do you even have to give me anyway? I heard you're homeless, kicked out, no family, no name, nothing. His grin was forced now, eyebrows twitching despite his effort to seem calm. The insult burned his throat, but he couldn't stop himself. This boy had dragged him into a pit of dishonor. Arion had been given no choice. He couldn't back down, not without shattering his dignity before all these eyes. He lashed out, tried to degrade, to humiliate. Words he would never have spoken in any other moment. Words beneath him, spilled from his mouth now, born of anger and desperation. The crowd stood frozen, caught in the storm between these two, and the duel of honor loomed, inevitable, inescapable. But then again, any flicker of remorse Arion might have felt was gone in an instant. After all, didn't this wretch deserve it? A man kicked out by his own family for disgusting reasons, disgraced and abandoned, wasn't it right that he be reminded of it? Again and again? Arion's pride burned too brightly for guilt to linger. Razeal, his grin still etched across his face, opened his mouth as if to fire back, but then for the briefest heartbeat, his smile faltered, his lips pressed together, his eyes narrowed. Dark with something sharp and dangerous, a flash of fury, of pain, crossed his face so quick, so fleeting that most would have missed it, but not Arion saw it. And that flicker of emotion was like a triumph. Arion chuckled, his voice low and mocking, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Looks like I pressed a sensitive nerve, didn't I? Finally, the boy who had mocked him, who had acted mad and untouchable all this F-kin time, had shown a crack in his mask. The first slip, the first sign that beneath the wildness, there was something to hurt. The crowd, silent and tense just moments ago, caught the shift, and, as if released from a spell, they began to chuckle soft, cruel laughter rippling through the arena. The boy who had defied them, insulted them, mocked their faith, he could be wounded after all but a moment of shared victory, and they seized it. But Selena stood still at the edge of it all, head slightly bowed, her face shadowed beneath the fall of her pale hair. Her hands trembled, so faintly at first that none noticed until she gripped one with the other, trying to stop the shaking. She said nothing, her lips pressed tight, and no one knew what storm raged in her heart. And Razeal, he simply shrugged. The laughter of the crowd washed over him, and he let it. His smile returned, his voice cool and unbothered. "Who cares?" he said, his tone nauseatingly light, as if their mockery meant nothing. His eyes scanned the arena, calm, detached. "Yeah, you're right. I don't have a home, I don't have wealth, I don't have anything worth offering at that level." The crowd chuckled louder now, savoring the admission. But how about this? Raziel's grin sharpened, his eyes gleaming with reckless resolve. "I'll offer you my royal bloodline essence. You can't tell me that's not worth it, right?" The arena froze. The laughter died on every tongue, choked off in collective shock. And then the exclamation, but it wasn't from Arion, it came from Selena. "What?" she gasped, the word escaping her lips before she could stop it. Her eyes widened in horror, genuine horror, her hand flying to her mouth as if she could pull the word back. But the trembling in her gaze, the terror that filled her eyes, it was plain for all to see. Razeal didn't look at her, didn't even seem to register her existence. His focus stayed locked on Arion, as if Selena's horror, the weight of her reaction, meant nothing to him. Arion himself stood stunned, his breath caught, his heart seemed to miss a beat. "Are you serious?" he asked, voice low, his shot-clear teeth swallowed hard, his pride momentarily overtaken by disbelief. Royal bloodline essence. The words alone carried unimaginable weight. Every person had blood, noble or common, high or low, but the bloodline essence. That was the very core, the purest root of what made a bloodline unique, the heart of its power, its talents, its gifts. Yes, everyone had it. Even the lowliest commoner carried bloodline essence, but extracting it, offering it was something else entirely. Given willingly, bloodline essence could be received by another, granting them the very abilities, the talents, the potential of that lineage, a true gift of power, a true passing of legacy. But why then? Why didn't the strong simply take it? Why weren't the streets littered with the corpses of the weak, their essence stolen by force? Because it couldn't be done by force. That was the law of nature. The rules set by the gods, or the world itself, no one could take another's. Bloodline essence, unless it was given freely. And even when given, the rituals, the costs, the dangers of merging essence were immense. Only the rarest, boldest souls dared it. And why the shock? First of all, Razeal didn't just contain any bloodline, he was born of the pure virulent family, bearers of the highest grade of bloodline, a true royal grade lineage. He was of the direct line, a true descendant of that exalted blood. If anyone were to receive that bloodline's essence, they would rise as an ultra genius, a prodigy blessed by the heavens themselves, a talent on par with the imperial family. The kind of genius that could be counted on the fingers of two hands across the entire world. Yes, Razeal was useless, extremely talentless in every way, But that had nothing to do with his bloodline. His blood was flawless. The problem was something else, something within himself, something that blocked him, made him incapable of practicing magic, aura, or forming contracts with spirits, or beasts. Honestly, he was completely unworthy of the royal blood he carried, but the blood itself remained pure, potent, and unmatched. And the second reason for their horror, the truth that sent cold dread down every spine. Removing one's bloodline essence meant death. The bloodline essence wasn't just power, it was life itself after all. That was why the entire Colosseum stood frozen, unable to even breathe properly. What Razeal had offered wasn't just a price, it was a death sentence, though not much. Shocked that kid is playing with his life, that IT was rather feeling normal weirdly enough. Arion stood in deep thought, his mind racing. Actually, this isn't even a bad idea. His heart pounded with rising ambition that in any normal situation, getting a royal bloodline's essence would be utterly impossible in no family, especially one like the Virulence, would ever allow such a thing. To even speak of it would be enough to spark war. After all, you couldn't just kill someone and take it. The donor had to willingly offer it, a nearly impossible feat, and if someone even dared to suggest taking a royal bloodline essence, that person's entire family would bring down destruction in retaliation. The IT was taboo, sacred and untouchable. But this was different. This boy wasn't virulent anymore, that he'd been cast out. Erased, the family wouldn't care. They wouldn't move a finger. That's possible, Arion thought, his pulse quickening. That's actually possible to have a royal bloodline essence transplant, and all without consequence. This was no longer a simple duel. This was a chance to gain what no one else could ever dream of. A slow, eager smile spread across Arion's face. The temptation was too great. The risk? None. The reward? Beyond anything he'd ever imagined. This was worth it. More than worth it. The value was beyond measure. The holy promise he wagered seemed like a small price now, compared to what was being offered, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and once in many lifetimes, the chance to possess a royal bloodline's essence, to take that power for his own, to fuse it with his already mighty potential, to ascend beyond what anyone could have foreseen. His heart raced, his pride burned hot. This would not just restore his honor, it would elevate him to heights even he had never dreamed. He opened his mouth, about to seal the deal, about to say the words that would bind the duel, when a voice cut through the air. Little brother, maybe you should come ask your elder sister for whatever you want. Why go through all this? The words floated down, deceptively gentle, but the chill beneath them was sharp enough to freeze bone. The voice trembled ever so slightly, as though its speaker fought to keep her tone soft, but it was clear that gentleness was forced, impossible to truly maintain in this moment. Younger brother, maybe you should come ask your elder sister for whatever you want. Why go through all this? The voice floated through the air soft, almost tender, but beneath it lay a chill so sharp it seemed to cut through bone. The instant it reached the ears of those present, the entire Colosseum fell silent, but a cold, suffocating silence. It was as if the world had stopped breathing. Faces froze, eyes widened. Terror crept onto every expression like a shadow swallowing the light. Even Arion, who had been mid-sentence, stopped as if struck. His mouth hung open, the words dying in his throat. A bead of sweat slid down his temple as his eyes shot wide in shock. In a way, he thought, his heart thundering in his chest. Click, click, click. The clear, steady sound of boots on stone echoed through the hush, each step louder than the roar of a crowd. The audience's heads turned, drawn as if by an invisible force, toward the source of the sound. And then they saw her, a figure cloaked in both elegance and menace. Her wild royal purple hair cascaded down her back like a river of silk, catching the light with every sway. Her matching eyes burned with wild cold fire, as if they saw everything, missed nothing. To her hip rested a sword, its hilt dark, its edge rumored to have tasted blood countless times. Draped over her shoulders, a deep purple cape flowed behind her, and her black dress clung to her form like a shadow given shape. Nova Virulent, the eldest daughter of the Virulent Duke family, the one they called the Raven Princess of Virulent. The temperature of the entire Colosseum seemed to plummet at the mere sight of her. The weight of her presence pressed down on everyone like a storm about to break. With every measured step, click, 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 the tension grew thicker. People didn't need to be told what to do. They parted before her path as if driven by instinct, by fear. Some dropped to their knees, bowing so low their foreheads nearly touched the stone floor, not out of respect, but out of sheer terror, or just trying not to look at her. The kind of terror that makes one's blood run cold. The kind of terror born of knowing what she was capable of. Everyone knew what kind of woman she was. Nova virulent who slaughtered without hesitation for even the smallest slight. Disagreement. Death. Disrespect. Death. She bathed in blood at the faintest provocation. She didn't even glance at them. Her gaze never wavered, piercing, locked onto one face from the moment she appeared. Razeal, as if she could see no one besides him. She stopped before him, close enough that he could hear the faint sound of her breath. Her eyes traveled his face slowly, deliberately, as if studying him, searching for something only she could see. Sister Nova. Selena's voice broke the tension for a moment, a whisper laced with surprise. Even she hadn't expected Nova to descend, but Nova didn't look at her, didn't acknowledge her at all. As if Selena wasn't even there, as if no one else existed in this moment but the boy standing before her. Razeal, for his part, didn't return Nova's gaze. His eyes remained on Ariane, steady, cold, as if Nova herself wasn't even here. Nothing but air. Go on, Razeal said quietly, his voice carrying through the heavy silence. Are you accepting the duel or not? His gaze unwavering on Ariane, who stood awkwardly as if caught between two storms. Ariane blinked, as if waking from a nightmare. His body felt stiff, weighed down by the storm of emotions crashing over him. His voice faltered as his eyes darted between Razeal and Nova. I asked this a joke. His gaze seemed to plead. Do you not see who's standing here? Sweat beaded along his brow. His mind raced. Did she just call him younger brother? But hadn't Razeal been cast out? They even had humiliated him, kicked him from the family, and now she calls him brother. His throat felt dry, sweat gathered at his temples. What's happening? I just called him homeless moments ago. Now this, is my luck getting bad? And that tone of hers, gentle. Is this the same woman who whipped him in public 1,000 times with that iron-spiked whip? Who tore him apart in front of everyone in the name of teaching him discipline? How could that same person speak so softly, so gently now? Don't tell me she's serious about calling him brother. If that is I'm so fked up. Ariane didn't understand. And worse, he didn't know what to do. The air grew heavier, the silence deeper. The onlookers, faces pressed to the ground in terror, felt their hearts racing. Sweat dripped onto the stone beneath them. Did that boy just ignore Nova virulent? The thought ran through their minds, and fear gripped them tighter. It wasn't Razeal's action that terrified them, but it was what they knew would follow. The consequences of ignoring her. Nova virulent, the girl who had once slaughtered. The heir of a marquis, simply because he'd joked in private that he'd been with her. The girl whose wrath was legend, whose blade needed no reason to taste blood. Literally is called psychopath. And this boy had the audacity to act as if she wasn't even there. The entire Colosseum seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the storm to break. But Nova didn't move. She stood frozen, her tall figure casting a long shadow over the ground, while Razeal acted as if she wasn't even there. No words came from her lips for what felt like an eternity. Her royal purple eyes stayed locked on him, filled with emotions too tangled and dark for anyone to read. It was as if she stood trapped within a storm one only she could feel while on the outside. Her gaze seemed calm and composed, but deep inside a wild, uncontrollable madness churned, hidden beneath the surface. Even the faint, almost imperceptible tremble of her slender fingers betrayed the truth. She was far from at peace. Every so often her eyes flickered to his right arm, where blood streamed freely from his wound. But still, she said nothing. Finally, her voice broke the heavy silence, soft, yet heavy with meaning. And then, finally, her voice broke the tension. Are you ignoring me? She asked, looking down at him, towering over him. 6'1". She stood tall, and with the heel boots she wore even taller. Razeal, at 5'10", only reached just above her chest, and that too, thanks to the extra inches gifted by the cursed obsidian skeleton that strengthened his bones but cursed his life. Her full sea-sized breasts were literally just around his face's level. But Razeal didn't spare a single glance at her. His entire focus remained fixed on Ariane, as if Nova wasn't there at all, as if she was nothing but air. All she could do was stare at his side profile, unable to catch his eyes, unable to break through that wall he'd put between them. Are you? Or you know? Razeal's voice cut through, his words meant for Ariane. Not for her. He ignored her completely, as if whatever she said didn't even reach his ears. But the clenched tension in his jaw, the way his eyes darkened with growing hatred, told a different story. Ariane felt his throat dry up. His heart pounded. He was in no position to answer as a smart man he was. He kept his mouth shut, his eyes looking elsewhere. Anywhere, but at Razeal or Nova. The tension was unbearable. Nova stared at Razeal's behavior, let out a soft sigh, and slowly reached out. as gently as she could. She placed her thumb on one of his cheeks, her fingers on the other, and turned his face forcefully to look at her as if desperate to make him see her. "Now you don't even want to look at your sister?" she said softly, her voice trying for casual, though it wavered. She didn't know what the right words were, how to cross the chasm the years had carved between them. "Don't touch me." Raziel's roar came like thunder from deep within. His left hand flew up, striking at hers, trying to knock it away, to stop her fingers from touching him. But his palm smacked into her arm, and it was like hitting solid iron. Her slender arm didn't budge, didn't even flinch. The jolt ran up his muscles, the sickening realization that she hadn't changed, that she was still that monster of strength. Nova didn't react to his strike. She didn't care. Instead, her gaze locked on his at last, those eyes she hadn't seen in 5 years, and what she found there made her breath hitch. Hate. Raw, unrestrained hate and revulsion. His words, his gaze, they pierced her deeper than any blade ever could. Still, she kept staring, unable to look away. "So you hate your sister now?" she asked, and even she didn't know why she kept calling herself his sister, repeating the word like a charm, as if somehow reminding him of their bond would change anything. But she needed to say it, needed to believe it mattered. Raziel's lips twisted, his brow furrowed in disgust. He struggled against her hand, but her grip held firm. "I don't have any kin sister," he hissed, his voice low and filled with venom. He stepped back, trying to pull himself free, knowing brute strength wouldn't make her let go. Feeling him try to escape, Nova's fingers instinctively tightened, as if trying to stop him from leaving. But Raziel didn't care. He felt nothing but revulsion at her touch. With one forceful yank of his head, he broke free, his skin scraping against her grip. But because of that small, desperate motion, blood began to seep from the places where her fingers had held him too tightly. The moment she saw the crimson beads rise on his skin, Nova's hand recoiled, as if burned by the sight. Realizing what she had done, Raziel pulled back, the anger in his eyes undimmed. Selena took an anxious step forward, instinct urging her to intervene, to say something, anything, but she froze. The memory of how Raziel had reacted before stopped her in her tracks. All she could do was glance at Nova, silently begging her to be gentle, to tread carefully. Nova didn't even notice Selena's movement. Her attention was entirely consumed by Raziel, the blood on his face, the look in his eyes that stabbed at her like a blade. Slowly, she lowered her gaze to her trembling fingers. The dark stain of his blood on her pale finger. "I made him bleed again, huh?" The thought echoed through her mind. "Just how much does he hate me? Where were you all this time?" Nova finally spoke, moving her gaze from her bloodstained hand back to Raziel. Her voice was steady, even carrying a touch of strictness, as if trying to ignore the blood trickling down his cheeks and focus instead on the storm of questions that had plagued her for so long. There was no softness, no tremor of vulnerability in her tone, only the cold authority of a virulent noble who demanded answers. Raziel wiped at the blood with the back of his hand, his expression as cold as ice as his eyes, locked onto hers. "Why do you even care where I was? And why should I tell you anything at all?" Nova's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why did you run? You received your punishment, harsh, but deserved. We paid the price for your wrongdoings. It doesn't make sense." Her voice softened just slightly at the end, as if she were voicing a question that had haunted her endlessly, one she'd never had the chance to ask. But tone was cold, precise, as if she were reciting facts that disgusted her to speak aloud. For a brief moment, a flicker of pure anger flashed through Raziel's eyes at her words. But he drew in a slow breath, forcing himself to calm. To keep the rage from spilling over, he wouldn't give her the satisfaction. "Why does it matter?" His voice was low, bitter. "I did what I wanted. You gave me punishment because you thought I deserved it. Fine. And I did what I thought I deserved. But tell me, did I run off with anything of yours? Did I take something that belonged to you? No, because I never had anything from you people in the first place." He shrugged, as if the weight of it all meant nothing. Nova went quiet, her violet eyes searching his face as if trying to find the boy she had once known somewhere beneath that cold mask. His eyes told her one thing clearly. "You just hate me only. You're being childish, unmature, and overly dramatic. This hate you carry, it's over your own mistake. You can hate me, hate Mother if you want, find it, but don't twist what happened and don't stand here pretending you were some noble victim, that we did what was right." Her voice was firm and cold, to say the least. "Also remember, we did what was right. You tried something heinous, disgusting. You know our family's laws. Kicking you out was necessary. The other punishments, they were necessary too. And don't you forget we paid for your sins. Oh, you have any idea how much the family sacrificed for you?" She was very cold with her words. She took a small breath, steadying herself, then continued in that cold, icy, explaining tone, as if hoping he would finally listen. And in the end, what did you do? You ran away. Not a word. Not even a thank you to Mother? Or to me? And don't you dare act like we abandoned you. Yes, in ties to the family. But that didn't mean we wouldn't have cared for you, that we had power enough to ensure your food, your clothes, at the very least. You chose to disappear yourself. Nova's tone was strict, almost lecturing, but beneath it all, it was an explanation, as if trying to make him understand them. Her words echoed, hanging heavy in the silent Colosseum. Raziel stared at her, expression unreadable, until suddenly he snorted, the sound breaking the tension like glass shattering. And then came the laughter. Ha 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 ha. It started low, but grew louder, sharper, almost mad. He pressed his palm to his face, laughter spilling from between his fingers. His voice rang out, filling the vast space. Echoing across the walls of the Colosseum, it was the laugh of someone who'd long since given up understanding, a sound full of bitterness and pain. Nova just stood there, watching him. Her face was calm, face expressionless, just silent. The more he laughed, the deeper the disappointment carved into her. He hasn't learned anything, she thought, shaking her head, the weight of regret settling heavily on her shoulders. Selena flinched at the sound, instinct urging her to reach out, to grab his arm, to do something, but she stopped herself. Her hand hovered for a second before she drew it back, fingers curling into a fist. She turned her gaze aside, unable to bear the sight of him like this. She closed her eyes tightly, as if that might block out the sound, as if that might make it all go away. If only she could close her ears. 2. Raziel laughed in his head, the sound mocking and hollow, even a little like funny. Childish, dramatic? The words echoed, and he almost pitied their stupidity. Thank them. Thank the people who judged me without a shred of faith, who punished me like I was some animal. Do I not even have the right to hate them? He thought as laughter finally broke, spilling out into the silent Colosseum, sharp and mocking. The sound rang out, but then he stopped just as abruptly, his smile curling into something cold. I see. Slowly, he clasped his hands together and made a small, mocking bow toward Nova. Just leave me alone, I'm good on my own, that I don't have parents, I don't have any family. And, as someone just kindly pointed out, I'm homeless, also. His voice dripped with venom, but his smile stayed, wide and chilly, but looking happy in a weird way. Oh, and consider this, whoever you were looking for. He's dead. Consider me an orphan now, that a very happy one, at that. Best decision I ever made, really. He spread his arms, as if inviting the world to witness his freedom. I'm a rapist, a despicable, disgusting person, right? I'm not even worthy of saying thank you to the people who helped me. His voice twisted the word with cruel sarcasm. It's better if everyone stays far, far away from someone like me. Isn't that what you want? He shrugged, the smile fixed on his face like a mask, both hands raised in false cheer. Nova stood there, staring at him. His words, his smile, they weren't Raziel's. Not the boy she had once known. It was like the person she'd grown up with, the person she'd tried to protect, had truly died. Only a bitter ghost remained. She let out a slow sigh, shoulders heavy with disappointment. His voice, the way he called himself an orphan, it made her fingers twitch involuntarily. And that tone he was using felt very weird to her. If it had been anyone else, she thought, anyone else speaking to me like that, they'd be 8 feet under the ground by now, or fed to the ravens. But here she stood, doing nothing. She didn't even threaten him. She didn't silence his mocking tongue. And that, more than anything, showed just how much she still cared. Why can't he see that? Even a little. Her voice, when it came, was quieter, strained. Where were you all this time? She asked, eyes still fixed on him, trying to hold together her cold mask. Mother, and we tried so hard to find you. But before she could say more, it was Selena who stepped forward then, eyes full of conflict, wanting to stop this harsh exchange. Sister Nova, she whispered, uncertain. She looked between them, helpless. She knew better than anyone, better than Raziel could, know how much Nova had changed after he disappeared, how much she had tried, how hard she had carried this burden. Her relationship with Nova was like that of a younger sister to an elder sister, and Selena could see the hurt behind Nova's harsh words. But Nova raised a hand, stopping her. Her gaze never left Raziel. It's all right, Selena, that I know what I need to say, and what I need to do. Her tone was cold, strict, the Raven Princess speaking now, but inside she was holding back an ache she couldn't show. I think it's time you showed a little sincerity, Raziel, that a little maturity. Just look at what's happening. If I hated you, if I truly wanted you gone, do you think we'd be standing here? Do you think I'd have bothered? She pointed at Selena suddenly, her finger sharp like a blade. Look at her. She was your best friend once, wasn't she? Or have you forgotten? The one who stood by you, who believed in you. And you tried to force yourself on her. Do you even understand what she's been through since you ran away? After what you did, she still remembered what you were to her. She still cared. And do you know what it was like for Mother, for me? Picking up the pieces, keeping her safe, care for her. Help her heal from that kind of trauma? Nova shook her head slowly, disappointment. Shadowing her face, her voice stayed cold, but cracks formed beneath that icy surface. And even after all that, she tried to help you just moments ago, and all you can show is hate for her, for me. Tell me, Razeal, tell me how this isn't childish, how this isn't disgusting. What do you see when you look at yourself in mirror? Razeal said nothing. His smile stayed, hollow as ever. He stared at her as if none of her words mattered, as if her disappointment meant nothing. As for Selena, he didn't spare even a glance at her, didn't give her a second of his attention. He just stood there, his hatred like a shield, his scorn his only weapon. Didn't I already say? Razeal's smile twisted his voice. I'm utterly disgusting. I don't deserve friendship. I don't even deserve to be near decent people. Who knows? Maybe just by talking to them, by looking at them, I'll dirty them too. His eyes glinted with bitter mockery as he spread his arms wide, as if daring anyone to deny it. And I don't know why you're trying to meddle with me, he added, his tone cutting. I don't remember having any relationship with you, or with anyone here. DOI. His smile was hollow, his words sharp as blades meant to push her away. But inside, his thoughts were spiraling. FCK. What the hell is she still doing here? His heart pounded, masked beneath his cold smile. She wasn't supposed to be here. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. To FCK. He sighed inwardly, forcing his breathing, steadied him. Why whole plans wrecked now? Because of her. I in the original work. She was never supposed to be here. Yes, she had to attend the trial ceremony. The Imperial Princess was joining the academy, after all, and the head of household ordered Nova's presence. But she always left early, as soon as formalities were done. Once the princess left, Nova left too. That's how it should have been. But she's still here. Razeal had calculated that maybe 20% chance she'd stay, but he hadn't expected this. Not this cold, dangerous woman standing in front of him, throwing his plans into chaos, a miscalculation, not a small one, but enough to ruin everything. Still, that didn't change anything. His plan would work. IT had to assure her she wouldn't kill him, not if things went as planned. But then again, Nova was known for being bloodthirsty, unstable, a bit of a psychopath, even in the original novel. Right now, standing here in front of her, Razeal knew his chances of dying were over 70%. Why am I here? Why walk into this death trap? Because he had no choice. Maybe it was gambling. It was gambling, betting his life on the table. And now, standing here, he wasn't going to curse himself. There was no point. Just his F-kin cursed luck. He somehow knew this FCK going to get F-ket up. Honestly, he thought bitterly, if someone offered me a choice between becoming a saint right now, or just getting rid of this cursed bad luck, I'd choose to erase this F-kin bad luck without even thinking. That Nova's voice broke through his thoughts, repeating his words back to him, low and cold. Meddle with you. She shook her head, expression sharp as steel. You're the one throwing your life away. That if I hadn't stepped in, you might as well have written the day to your own death. That I thought maybe I'd give you a chance to live, since once again you are my brother. Her tone stayed cold, strict, as if it was all she knew how to be. The venom in her voice wasn't hate, it was the weight of her position, of the authority she carried. Gentleness wasn't something she could do. I was never going to die anyway. Razeal rolled his eyes, his voice bored, dismissive. He wanted to be done with this, he wanted to leave. But he couldn't not until he got what he came for. That coward Arion still needed to agree. And Arion, the so-called heir of the Duke family, the coward didn't even dare glance in Razeal's direction. Not since Nova appeared. If terrified, she'd kill him just for looking to so much for the pride of the Duke's heir. Razeal thought bitterly, if that bastard had even a drop of courage, I wouldn't be standing here dealing with this mess. Disgusting people. Nova's eyes narrowed slightly, her voice cool and unyielding. Never going to die, you say? Let me guess. What were you planning? Trying to goad him into agreeing to a duel of honor? Her words cut through the tension like ice. Because by the rules, a duel of honor can't be fought the same day. There's always a preparation period, a week to 1 year. And you'd have chosen the longest possible. A year or 2 months, maybe something like that. That way you could live a little longer. Her gaze bore into him, sharp as daggers. Because with his backing his honor on the line, so one could touch you. Killing you would be a direct insult to his family, so of course he'd beg everyone to leave you be. And none of these people you pissed off today would want to risk making enemies with a Duke's heir, would they? They wouldn't dare, not unless they want to make an enemy of the Duke's house. And so what? You buy yourself a few more months to breathe. She shook her head, disgust and disappointment mingling in her eyes. Maybe trying to run away in the middle. Nova yawned, her voice laced with cold indifference, as if the entire situation bored her. But all in all, I can say this: you'd be dead, whether it was today or that day. Her words, delivered so casually, revealed Razeal's plan in full. She hadn't needed to think too hard. As the chief head of the secret intelligence force that operated solely under her command, this kind of scheme was child's play for her. Nova was one of the strongest characters in the world, so seeing through Razeal's plan wasn't even worth breaking a sweat. Razeal wasn't surprised. The moment she'd appeared, he'd known she'd piece it together. Even if she hadn't hit every point, she'd grasped at least 35 to 40% of what he had been aiming for. Around them, the crowd gasped. The weight of understanding seemed to hit them all at once. This was what that kid had been plotting. People realizing how dangerously clever the plan was, that a few smarter spectators, maybe 4 or so, nodded, impressed despite themselves even nodded, seeing that Nova's analysis was right. The plan could have worked, and no doubt about it. The Dravens were a powerful house. If Arion had accepted a duel of honor, no matter how big the conflict, no one would have been able to touch Razeal until the duel's date arrived. The only exceptions? The Imperial family, the other 3 ducal families, or the Church, and even then, there was a chance the Dravens could negotiate their way out, citing the sanctity of the duel. That's why he was acting so wild. The crowd thought, trying to die, but knowing he wouldn't be killed. Arion could have persuaded Selena to restrain her followers for a time, and she would have. People could only blink in surprise, realizing what kind of guts it took to try a gamble like this, playing with Duke families, standing on the edge of death with a smirk. Sure, he'd have died eventually. But before that, he'd go down as the boy who outplayed everyone. And now, all eyes shifted to Arion, the so-called heir of the Draven family, the man who'd almost been played for a fool by someone far weaker, without even realizing it. Arion kept his face neutral, but inside he clenched his fists. Now that everything was laid bare, he fully understood the trap he'd nearly stepped into. But still, what was a little embarrassment compared to what he'd gained? He'd win, he'd claim the reward. Even now, he'd happily accept the duel. The advantages were too great. If only Nova would step back. That was the catch. He didn't want to make an enemy of her. After all, the Virulens were the strongest of the 4 ducal families, beyond question. Even if the other 3 joined forces, they wouldn't match the Virulens. Some even whispered they rivaled the Imperial family, maybe stronger, though no one dared say so aloud. The wind in the Colosseum seemed to shift, turning heavy and hot. The crowd itched to whisper, to gossip, to dissect the brilliant ploy they'd just witnessed. But no one dared move, dared speak, not with Nova standing in the center of the arena, her cold presence silencing them all. And Razeal, listening to her coldly lay out his plan as if it were nothing, seeing her strip him bare in front of everyone. He just shrugged. "I still say I wouldn't have been dead," he replied, rolling his eyes. His voice oozed defiance, but inside his mind was whirring. Does she really think it's that easy to guess my plan? "I still say I wouldn't have been dead," he replied, rolling his eyes. His voice oozed defiance, but inside his mind was whirring. Does she really think it's that easy to guess my plan? That's because you were planning to ask for a holy promise from him, weren't you? Nova's voice cut through the air, cold as steel, her gaze fixed on Razeal like she could read him as easily as an open book. Maybe you were thinking if you beat him and claimed the holy promise, you'd use it to force the Church to forgive your sin, the one where you try to harm Selena. And of course, they would have to accept it, every single follower out there, because a holy promise is sacred, unbreakable. Her eyes narrowed, her tone flat but sharp, dissecting his scheme without hesitation. And once that's done, you wouldn't have to keep living in fear of dying at their hands, and more looking over your shoulder, waiting for a blade in the dark. The crowd blinked, stunned by her words, finally grasping the depths of what Razeal had been planning. Even Selena's lips parted slightly in realization. That's why he risked it all. Nova continued, voice low, controlled, yet carrying weight that no one could ignore. Everyone knows Razeal is and will always be an eternal enemy of the Church for what he did. The only way he survives is either by finding backing strong enough to protect him, or by securing that holy promise. Because even if the saintess herself said don't harm him, the followers would still come. His crime was too heinous they'd kill him, and later kill themselves for the sin of breaking the saintess' word. She shook her head faintly. So yes, that was the only way you saw to survive without spending your whole life in fear, wasn't it? Murmurs rippled through the crowd, jaws slack, minds racing as they pieced together what Razeal's mad gamble had truly been. Even Arion clenched his fists, furious at the thought that They really think he could have won. Not in 100 DMN years. He wanted to shout it aloud, but Nova's presence kept him silent. And Razeal? He simply opened his arms, shameless, arrogant smile on his face, as if admitting it openly. Is using your brain a crime now? He said, tone dripping with mockery. Inside, he knew half his plan was revealed, but it didn't change anything that he'd still win. That same defiant grin stayed plastered on his face. Nova stared at him, her expression unreadable, but the cold in her eyes deepened. She spoke low, each word cutting. Do you really think you could have beaten him? Razeal only shrugged, refusing to answer. But the arrogance in his face spoke for him. Nova's gaze hardened further. He's a sword master at 16 and a royal bloodline runs through his veins, trained by the Duke family itself, fed with the best resources the world could offer. She gestured lightly towards him, as if the facts were obvious. And you, what do you have? Her words hit like ice. Do you really have the audacity to stand here and dream of victory against someone like him? Wake up from your childishness. Her voice, though cold and strict, cracked with the weight of bitter truth. You don't even have mana, that N-O aura, that N-O training. Not a single resource to your name. And even if you have them, you can't take them. Can you? You stand there with nothing, while he stand with everything. Do you not know his background? He could crush you without even lifting a finger. Just where is this arrogance coming from? Nova clenched her jaw, angry at herself for speaking of his weakness, so bluntly something she had always tried to protect him from. After all, she'd known since childhood. Her brother's curse that a body without talent, a continuation without hope. But today, seeing him like this, recklessly throwing himself into a dream built on nothing but cleverness and pride, overly arrogance, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Someone had to make him see. Planning without strength is useless. That simple fact echoed in Nova's head as she stared at Razeal. And no matter how clever the scheme, it would always crumble before true power. And all she ever wanted was for him to realize that if he could just see his situation for what it was, maybe he'd come to them, ask for help, let them protect him, let them save him. Some might call her cruel. Maybe she was. But if harsh words reminded someone of the dangers outside, if it kept them where at least they wouldn't be killed then, so be it. That was how she'd always handled things. And she wasn't about to change. Her gaze stayed locked on his face, watching him, searching for any crack in that mask of defiance. But Razeal just stared back at her silently. His eyes calm, too calm. And for the first time, something in her hesitated. Maybe I'm overstepping, the thought whispered in her mind. Maybe I should stop, because wasn't this like standing over a man born without legs, lecturing him on why he couldn't run, on why he should just give up? But note that Razeal's eyes didn't ask for help. They didn't plead. They didn't even acknowledge trouble. All they said was one thing: I will survive. And that only narrowed her eyes further, still so blind. Still so F-kin, stubborn. Suddenly, her voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Do you see everyone here? Look around. Her fingers shot out, pointing at one face, then another, sweeping across the Colosseum that Razeal's gaze followed, silent. Not a single person here, not in their deepest thoughts, not even in their wildest dreams, believes you can win against that boy. Not one. Her finger lowered, but her voice remained cold. And remember this too, no one out there likes you. Not a single soul in this entire arena. She could feel Selena freeze beside her, the girl's eyes wide, trembling with each word Nova spoke. If I wasn't standing here, if it wasn't that boy or Selena, you made your enemy first, your fight would be against any one of them. Anyone. And you would have died. Her voice softened, only a fraction. Do you know why? Because they all hate you, every last one. Selena's heart twisted. The cruelty of the words made her chest tighten. How could Nova speak to him like this? She wanted to stop it, to step forward, but her strength failed her. She couldn't move. She doesn't know why her legs don't want to move. Nova finished, her gaze unwavering. Maybe now you understand your position. But Razeal's eyes stayed cold. Unbothered, he ran a hand through his long purple hair, his voice tired, as if he'd had enough of her words. Woman. His tone was sharp, dismissive. I don't have mana, aura, strength, powers, background. Is that what you're saying? Host, calm down. Your emotions are getting out of control. The system's voice was faint, buried beneath the roar in Razeal's mind. He clenched his fists, voice rising, anger boiling over. Then tell me, why was I able to run from all of you? Why couldn't any of you find me? Why was I able to survive alone all this time? His voice thundered in the silent arena, fury shaking every word. Why do you think someone as F-kin weak as me passed this trial? Why am I standing here alive? Why don't you tell me why I'm still here? When I've been F-kin, with everyone in this arena right now, and still not a single FCK have you touched me yet. His fingers swept the crowd, just as hers had done. Not a single one of you, not one would have survived what I've been through I'm alive, not because of help. Not because of support, because I stood on my own, because I survived on my own. And you say I have the audacity to dream? You guys aren't even my F-kin enemy. What the FCK are you all dreaming about? This whole F-kin world wants me dead and couldn't do it, and you F-kin, think this S-it, or any S-it of you, will be able to make me. His voice cracked with rage, his whole body trembling. This is an F-kin dream that I will win, I F-kin will. He pointed directly at her, breath ragged, fury consuming him. He couldn't even remember losing his composure like this before, but the way she spoke, the way she stripped him down, it tore at his mind. Nova stood there, silent, expressionless, letting him vent every ounce of his frustration. The entire crowd held its breath. Did he just speak like that to her? He's dead. And oh, he'll die by torture. But Nova didn't move. She simply stared, cold as ever. And yet, behind that coldness, beneath that strict, venom-laced voice, was the care of someone who still didn't want to see him fall.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.